prosecuted in Gaza, that some folks grabbed a hold of Kirk and invited him to the Hamptons, where they had an intervention, and Bibi Netanyahu got on the phone and warned him, you better back off, buddy, you better back off. And look what happened. He was killed. Coincidence? So obviously I'm dripping with sarcasm to make the point that in Mary's opinion, all of this is utter nonsense. If we have 5 or 6 conspiracy theories, and one of them happens to be true, I can say with some degree of certainty that 4 or 5 of them are utter nonsense. And I can say with a degree of, without apprehension, that none of these conspiracy theories are going to turn out to be true. I don't believe. Well, I mean, people love these conspiracy theories. We hold on to them. We hold on to them for dear life. And here's the thing about them that, not just with regard to the Kirk assassination, but in general, it is, and there have been studies about this. I'm not an expert, but I certainly, just as you can, I can observe. Facts don't matter. You can throw out whatever conspiracy theory you believe you adhere to. And if I or as anybody else presents facts to dispel what you just said, you won't believe the facts. Facts mean nothing. And you'll find a way to justify why the facts aren't right. It's the government lying to you. It's the mainstream media lying to you. You can't believe it. This is where our nation is today. And I would just like to say that this is not healthy, not only for the individuals, but it is clearly not healthy for the mental well-being of the Republic and our attempts to face matters of massive concern, including the assassination, a political assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's a major event in our nation's history now, and we cannot analyze it and maybe even figure out what we can do to maybe mitigate the possibility of future such events if we don't accept the facts. And people do not want to accept the facts. I am told, with a degree of authority, as most of you know, I don't spend time on Clubhouse other than to run this room, that the stages have been burning with conspiracy theories the last several days. Many of them pointed, of course, toward the Jews. And when people have attempted to correct them, they've been shot down, their veracity has been challenged. That's just the way things are today, especially on social media. Why? So with that relatively brief and 60 seconds shorter than yesterday's opening salvo, I open it up to you. Remember, at 6:30, I'm hopping on a train, so we will not extend it very much past our 6 o'clock hour at this time. So I will shut up and let Marshall start. Marshall, you're first.
Howdy. I shouldn't be influenced by Marjorie Taylor Greene's comments because she said stuff like that before, but I'm just like, I am appalled that those words came out of her mouth, or something to that effect came out of her mouth. It's one thing from the American public, it's another thing from somebody famous in Congress to say it. To boil down, I think people like conspiracy theories because humans look for patterns, and in times that are bad or catastrophic, people look for a pattern that produced the events. And I think a lot of the time, people who are more susceptible to conspiracy theories see patterns where there are none. And I don't know what the clinical term for overseeing patterns in your life is, but there seems to me to be a problem where people look for connections actions that aren't there to make sense of a bad event. And I'm not sure why it's human nature that we look for that, but it is, to say the very least, disturbing. I think all conspiracy theories are irritating, and I don't like them. I honestly can't stand conspiracy theories. They make me angry, believe it or not, because it doesn't seem like people using their minds. It seems like people just jumping to conclusions that aren't there. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Marshall. Howard.
Hi, Gary. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so when you first put the topic out there, Gary, I was thinking that conspiracy theories stick, and I was just thinking about, wow, it's still so recent, and there's just so much noise out there. And I know his funeral service is going to be like, Sunday, so it's still, the wounds are fresh and unhealed. But then as I started to think more about it, and you mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene, obviously there's conspiracy theory out there that some people do believe, a lot of people don't believe it, but about the space lasers and relating to a certain ethnic group. Before that,
you could say who she pointed
Yeah.
at. Jewish lasers that started the forest fires in California.
Right, and maybe, who knows, maybe they guided the assassin on how he targeted, who the hell knows. Pizzagate's another famous one, right, about what was going on in Washington, D.C., particularly with Hillary Clinton and child trafficking and things like that. But I think aside of it, too, I mean, to partially answer the question, I don't think there's one simple, complete answer that just fits neatly in a box. But definitely a major contribution to the flurry and the nourishing, if you will, of these conspiracy theories is something you brought up the other day, Gary. It is social media, and specifically the algorithms. And why that's so important to a company like Meta. And while I was sitting here, I just looked it up. I mean, Meta's stock right now is trading at $775 a share. It's 28 times earnings, and its market valuation is just under $2 trillion. And for someone like Meta, and it also is the same for X, also the same for TikTok and other social media companies, Google, YouTube, people like that. But a click equals ad revenue. So the more that they can identify those topics and those things that are very sensational, and you think about like reality TV and how that's become so popular in the TV media market, but when it comes to social media, the more sensational it is, the more click. Every time you as the user, as the consumer, make that click, they're making money. So the more that they can further amplify it to reward their shareholders, that's another major contribution to why these conspiracy theories stick. It's because they're essentially trying to tantalize us, get us so addicted on dopamine and everything that we're just clicking. And every time we're clicking, it's a ka-ching for their cash register. And I'll land Skylab there. Thanks, Gary.
And their algorithms push us toward the extreme viewpoints, not to voices of moderation, such as we hear every day here in the Thinking Forum.
Exactly.
Thank you, Howard. Now our designated hitter in the cleanup position is Mr. Scott.
Hey, man, we play real baseball in my, well, we used to in my city.
Hey, by the way, the Cubs did clinch the playoffs first time in 2020. I'll land it there.
Congratulations, Sarah. It's fantastic. And I think the Phillies right now have the second best record in baseball, right? I'm not sure. Somebody might know that. They can validate that in the messenger chat, which is the best Facebook Messenger chat available on the entire app, maybe in the entire universe, Gary. I'm easily ready to make that claim on behalf of the critical thinking forum as its cleanup hitter. Yeah, I think in general people have epistemic, existential, and social motives for believing in conspiracy epistemically, right, we need to understand conspiracy theories give you structure, albeit inaccurate, often it's spotty, but when the world's uncertain, they offer explanations. They make connections. Human beings are addicted to causality. So the great philosopher David Hume taught us, right? We have an addiction to cause and effect. We have an addiction to X causes Y, even when it doesn't, right? Even when we can't demonstrate that it does. Our brain just makes connections, right? It loves to do that. And so, I mean, I think there's epistemic need, right? I mean, we don't know. That can be very, very disorienting. I interviewed a woman one time for a podcast who was a distance researcher, and she said we just hate cognitive distance, right? It's very difficult for us to accept. So, yeah, I think there's the epistemic thing. There's the existential need, right? We have a need for safety and control in our lives, right? We need security blankets psychologically, and I think in uncertain times, and gosh, I mean, a lot of people, right? A lot of people feel uncertain in the Trump administration, in the time in our country with all the division, all the sort of sturm and drang and upheaval, at least perceived upheaval. People have a need for safety and control, and so people, it's interesting too. I was making this point in a podcast interview yesterday. One of the things that's interesting about America is that everybody feels like an outsider. Everyone feels like they're losing. If you're on the right, this country's in a socialist takeover, and the universities run everything, and the liberal elites are killing the country. If you're on the left, we're becoming fascist, the right wing's taking over, right? Trump, we're losing democracy. If you're a gun rights advocate, they're taking away the guns, we're losing all our gun rights. If you're a gun control person, the NRA runs the country, right? Everybody's got this need for security and safety and having a story that makes us feel safe and secure and control rights. I think that's the other reason they're popular. Also, a need for belonging. There's social motives, right? I think that conspiracy theories often tell us who the in-group is, who the out-group is. It's the Jews, right? The space laser. It's the don't let the Jews take over turning point. That's
When in doubt, just say it's the Jews.
Just say the Jews, Gary. I mean, that's it, of course. So all these things, right? The existential, the epistemic, the social cohesion motives are all really powerful. And I think they're all very much at play in our culture right now, right? I mean, I think it's very ripe for that sort of thing, right? And the other thing is, I think on top of all those basic psychological realities and sociological realities, social media helps a lot, right? You can get siloed pretty easily, and you can find seemingly credible sources that, there are bloggers and podcasters and vloggers and YouTubers and people on Vine, TikTok, that you can that have pretty high production value, and they can, conspiracy theories always have existed in American life, right? But it's different when you only had a few channels, and Walter Cronkite was going to spin them out. But now you've got people that have pretty high production value and can grab an audience. We're in the attention economy, and people can get attention. And so I think not only are these conspiracy theories speak to the basic human needs psychologically and sociologically, I kind of mentioned, but we have the mechanisms to promulgate them. And so those are some of the reasons that I think conspiracy theories flourish today, Gary. And of course, if there were a Jew to take over Turning Point, it should be you, Gary. Because you're always turning great points in this room. So what better Jew to take it over?
You're going to see Marjorie Taylor Greene making the comment that she has a good authority that Gary Baumgartner is trying to take over Turning Point. Don't let it happen, she will say.
She's not an unattractive woman. I mean, she's kooky, but she's not unattractive in a weird, kind of crazy way.
Right. Okay. You always managed to find the silver lining to a gray cloud, Scott.
Of course. Look, man. This is what we Christians do, right? Right. It's always darkest before the dawn.
Oh my God. So we need to even makes a religious reference to that. By the way, Agent Malone, we've been trying to invite you up, but you're not making the trip. It sounds like we're ignoring you. Dwight.
How's it going?
It's going, my man. It's going.
I'm saying here. Yeah, I think I'll probably be pretty brief. Also, Marshall, the word for that is apophenia, apophenia. Tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. The reason I wanted to mention that is because I just wanted to kind of piggyback. I think that's a big part of it. I think to expand on that, I think, although this is speaking very broadly, I just can't help but feel that our education system and our kind of culture, in terms of some of the anti-intellectualism that we have, is the reason why this is able to stick. Because, in my experience, most people are not very good at verifying information. You can tell a lot of people that spend these kind of things, if they're not being intellectually dishonest, if you spend enough time with them, a lot of them are not able to distinguish even factual statements from opinion statements. Sorry. I might have started vacuuming in the middle of my sentence. Sorry about that. There's actually there's studies on this, but basically they've done studies where, okay, sorry, y'all, I keep getting interrupted. They've done studies where people have a difficulty differentiating a statement of opinion from a statement of fact, and this is not to say the accuracy of a statement, but just something like, if I say, this vanilla ice cream in my hand is white, that's a statement of fact. If I say this vanilla ice cream tastes good, that's an opinion. A lot of people, and in these studies, the ones that I've seen two, over half of the people could not make that distinction, let alone get into the actual accuracy of that. And I think that people's inability to delineate between those things, people's inability to kind of understand scholarly research and how you would go about verifying things, what qualifies as a valid source, combined with the apophenia, is why this sort of thing is able to stick. They're not able to adequately look into like data. They're not able to adequately even critically think to consider whether the things that are being espoused are even rationally sound. I mean, we're lacking in every category. Rhetoric, ability to distinguish facts from opinion. I mean, you name it. So I think that this could be combated if we had a more robust, not just education system, but like a more robust appreciation for education and I guess just, I know this sounds great, but like just fucking objective reality. I think we could mitigate a lot of that. Of course, it would always exist, but right now, the lack of information, the lack of due diligence, and people's inability to even attempt to do that, and having a platform and can speak anywhere online, anywhere in the world at any time, it's just a perfect storm, and it's run rampant.
Thank you for that insight, Dwight. Dude, going once. Dude going twice.
Kyle, you there?
Less.
So one thing is to, when you get one of these conspiracy theories, for example, the Jews did this or that, do some reasonability checks, like the victim's wife, she wants the killer punished, and she hasn't been saying this, and she's a smart woman, and if you make a big claim, you got to produce big evidence, and without it, I can ignore what you say. And so where is all this crap coming from? First, we're making machines. That's what human beings do. And we make up patterns from that don't exist. Two, we want to believe in cosmic justice theory, cosmic justice, that a big thing happens because some big opposing force did it, not someone that happened to have a bullet and a hunting rifle around. That was someone that someone that dropped out of school and wasn't having a good time of it, and perhaps wanted to have this feeling like he had accomplished something. It's not a comfortable feeling, but there is no cosmic justice. As JFK told his wife before he was assassinated, days before his assassination, anybody that wants to assassinate somebody can. And then three, we have all these attention whores and actual financial whores that are putting these things out because they want attention and they want money. And there is no feedback mechanism or accountability. And I think there should be more mechanisms that me as an individual, I can turn off parts of my feed that aren't where we have people giving me information and then not correcting it when it's wrong. In Gary's field, the people that do this for a living like Gary, basically they have the capitalist death penalty. If you make a mistake, then you lose your job and probably your career. We need to have not quite that, but something like that. We have people with even less skill, basically randos on the internet. But there are certain strangers I just don't want to talk to if they've turned out to be giving me bad information, and then not, when they find out about it, not correcting it. And I agree with a lot of other things people have been saying. Thank you.
Of course, the problem, Les, when it comes to the internet, social media, is that you don't know whether you agree or disagree with them, or whether you recognize something as not passing the smell test until after you hear it. So I don't know how you create an internal algorithm to prevent yourself from seeing that, other than not watching shorts or reels or adhering to TikTok, all three of which give you these quick bursts of information or disinformation. Because the time it's out, it's in your ears and in your brain, and you couldn't avoid it. You couldn't avoid it.
You avoid hearing from the same misinformation.
Right. Don't go back to the same person twice. Right.
Right.
Like the old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Right. And have a principle that you don't believe anything. Big information, a big claim needs big, reliable proof. And ignore stuff that doesn't meet that standard.
Well, as you know, Les, I often am clicking away, trying to check the veracity of things that people say. Not because I'm trying to do a gotcha, but because if it's something I hadn't heard before, it's like, what? And then I try to check it, and if they're wrong, I will point it out. But yesterday, the next caller said something that seemed totally incredulous. I said, what? And it turned out that he was right. And I said that as well. Because it's important for us to collectively check ourselves and determine what's being promulgated on this stage. The one area where we have a little bit of control in social media is accuracy. We can always check each other's veracity, including mine, folks. Please feel free. Thank you, Les.
one more thing. It's
Sure.
the person that makes the claim that is responsible for providing the evidence.
Yes, that is true. But people aren't always willing to do that. Thank you, Les. Chris.
Oh, Gary.
Oh,
You
Chris.
did that thing I like. You gave me some praise before I got up here. And also something else I like is I beat King and Brian, which I don't see Brian on the stage for King, which is means I might have some runway here. Gary, that was I agree with that last topic that you spoke about with Les. But the last thing I don't agree with is I don't think it's the person who made the accusations job per se to prove with proof. Which even though we should, because that is the intellectually right thing to do. If you make a claim, support it with facts. But we all have to be honest. That actually should fall upon the person who also received the claim, not the person that gave it. You should also want to double check the person who talks to you, regardless if it's the person that you love the dearest or the person you despise the most. Never just take anything at face value. If that's possible in your life, take a few minutes just to verify everything. It'll save you, it'll save them, hell, it'll save us. So, let's get to the topic. The topic is why do Kurt's conspiracy theories stick? Well, Dwight actually sounded like a new voice. I haven't heard Dwight before, but Dwight was right on time. Most of this stuff is intellectual. Most of this stuff is because people don't take the time to research. Most of this stuff is because people don't take the time to read. Most of this stuff is they rather trust a reliable air quote source over actually doing a little bit of research for the sake of laziness. A lot of people just eat up and consume what they are told without doing a lick of research, and they will regurgitate that exact claim from Fox News, CNN, The Guardian, whatever they see without even verifying it. Same goes for our FBI director. Hey, he gets told something, hey, I'm going straight to the news with it. Forget me actually trying to figure it out and make sure things is cleared up and concise. Sorry, my long one up. Cleared up and concise. No, we gonna go with this theory because I was told this theory was exactly what it is. So miseducation is the lack of education. Also, moving down the line, it's kind of hard to be a conspiracy theory when it starts at the top. When the top is telling you what X, Y, and Z is prior to information coming out, regardless if the top is your CEO's company, your statistics engineer in your business, your accountant, whoever it is at the top that gives you misinformation, can push a conspiracy theory and you without you even notice. And that's normally what we're seeing these days. We're watching information coming from the top that is not completely verified and just kind of swung out there to see what type of stuff will stick to the wall, as they say, see what spaghetti sticks. And that's dangerous too, but hey, we're watching it in real time. That's how these conspiracies, are being fed. They're telling you, hey, wait till you find out that it's a transgender a part of this, and hey, they're telling you that it was the left without any information, and those are just theories which could lead to conspiracy. Which is crazy. Like I said, coming from the top, you would think that anybody at the top would just more presidentialness to themselves through the whole administration and take a little make sure it's done correctly. But welcome to September 17th or 18th of 2025, and that's just out the question in this administration. The last thing I would say would be something that we all overlook, well, not all, but a lot of us overlook and did not recognize what was going on in real time. A lot of us don't we buy in or don't buy in, but we buy into these conspiracy theories because a lot of us have no clue what's going on the internet. A lot of us don't know who all these factions of the right are. As much as they try to say, oh, the left is radical and they got all these bad things going on and they, they're all killers and they're domestic terrorists. Hey, a lot of us have no clue that there's 6 or 7 different factions in the Republican right that are young alt-right groups.
And it sucks because we're all listening to find out a lot of people don't know who Charlie Kirk is. But then we go down the rabbit hole, and I wasn't shaming people for not knowing who Charlie Kirk was. I was more like, damn, how y'all don't know who Charlie Kirk is? Like, it's like really deep in the Republican Party. Like, he's one of their guys. But then I realized it's Josh Shapiro, or I don't know all their names. But we all know that you're talking about
Ben Shapiro.
You get it. You get it. Yeah, well, what? You get it.
Yeah.
It's all these other.
Yeah, Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro is the Democratic governor
Yes.
of Pennsylvania. Ben Shapiro is the right-wing pundit, to whom I think you tried to refer.
That is exactly who I was referring to, and I appreciate y'all correcting me. I'm not always factually right when it comes to names because I don't remember people's names. But again, it's just like we're watching different factions show up, and so hearing that, oh man, the Pizzagate, Gary, we talk about that often here, how Pizzagate was one of those things that just tricked people into believing things. But I don't know who the hell started the Pizzagate scandal. You know what I mean? It goes all the way down to now they're saying, oh, well, the guy was like trans-loving, conservative man at far right of the conservative party. I don't know about them people. I didn't know. Obviously, I put in the group chat. If you guys are not in the group chat on Facebook, it's a great chat. Sometimes you get just random talks, but a lot of documentation. There's a lot of stuff you can read if you actually don't read, and hopefully most people are. But a lot of those things I don't clue about these people. I don't know that there is a group of people that have that type of niche issue in America that are on the right side of the politics. That the right side does not claim, but the right side understands they're there. But half of America doesn't know that there's a section in their group that does that type of stuff or have that type of viewpoint. Even when the conspiracy on the internet starts as they're leftists and he's trans, he loves trans people and all these things, you're like, damn, why are they using this type of language? But you have no clue that there's a faction in their own political party that actually pushes those type of mindsets and agenda. And
Now, do you recognize some of the conspiracy theories surrounding Charlie Kirk that are coming from the left as well?
All right, Gary, I'm not going to hold you up here, but give me a few.
Or you're asking me to give you a few?
Just give me one or two of the ones that they're currently using.
Well, they're out there. I mentioned them before during my opening salvo. So your answer, no, because you don't recognize that they exist, right?
Well, I would like, and I'm not trying to go back and forth with you. I'm just not sure what actually you're speaking of.
Which means that you haven't heard them, or if you've heard them, you have not discounted them.
Well, I have not figured out what you're talking about, so I can't agree or deny what you're saying. Again, I've heard them speak things about him, but I haven't heard anybody just screaming, oh, he was right-leaning. I heard that his parents were right-leaning, but again,
How about it's the authoritarian, fascist, Nazi way that this country is being run from this president on down, including Charlie Kirk, that resulted in his assassination.
okay.
That if it were not for that rhetoric, including his own, he would not have been killed. That's coming from the left.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I have not heard that. If anything, I've heard that, and I mean, when we're speaking about the left, are we speaking about politics, or are we talking about?
Well, look, we're not talking about. The reason I hesitated when you asked me
Sure.
for an example is because I'm not trying to malign everybody on the left, as I've seen many of the right-wing pundits attempt to do. And to suggest that anybody who's on the left is part of that group who is celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And I can guarantee you, yes, there are people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, and they're idiots, but they're probably less than 0.1% of the total population of the United States, much less, how would you even say that they are representative of the left? But I'm just suggesting that some of this is coming from the left as well, and And that's why I asked you whether you recognize it, and your answer is no, you don't.
Yes, I don't. But I'm asking my last question to you about that, and I'll continue and I'll finish very briefly. Is that coming from the top? Is that coming from the politicians?
Well, it doesn't matter where it's coming from.
No. Well, that's the part
It's
of
out
the
there.
conversation.
It's out there, and so I'm just suggesting that we have to be perhaps broad in our interpretation and recognize that there are all kinds of conclusions reached by all kinds of people from all differing perspectives, and all of it is wrong until the facts are evident. In this case,
Okay.
they are not.
Gary, I should take Sean Rowe because actually I feel like without me even putting all this together, I baited you into that. Because my last point, Gary, was why do conspiracy theories stick? Because we figured out in this country that we will take tally on every voice that we see on social media and believe that that voice is worthy of being pushed out to be a narrative that everybody should either see or understand. The reason I say that,
If we agree with that voice, right? If we agree,
the voice can normally be a voice that you actually heard that makes something worth agreeing. Well, the point ain't about the agreeing. The point is when we take tally in that aspect, we miss the fact that a lot of the internet is filled with bots. A lot of the internet is filled with people that are programmed. Let me start over. A lot of those things online on these pages, on your Facebook, in those comments, on your X, in those replies, are bots. We don't have physical faces or bodies to go with a lot of those narratives, and those narratives also push the conspiracy theories. So if we're always taking tally of what the Democrats, when they're on your side, we don't see a face with them, and we can't pinpoint it being from the leadership or the top, then that's how we continuously push the conspiracy theories, because the conspiracy theories can and have been fed by the bots, whichever bots they come from. I don't know if they're Russia bots, China bots, North Korea bots, American bots.
You're right. You made your point. You made your point.
Last thing.
I thought that was the last thing. We got to go because I got early train.
I got you.
Got to catch an early train, Chris.
I'm sorry, Gary.
That's all right. That's all right. You get wound up, and I appreciate it. Listen, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I had to, so I guess I did mean to. Listen, I've been experimenting. I've reported it back here that I did some experimentation along with a friend. We went to these two AI chat programs and tried to determine how we could manipulate the chat to say what we wanted it to, and then we would change the topic or our tone, and the chat would come back, this chat companion stuff. And they always agreed with everything we suggested, no matter what we suggested. So it was very boring. Yeah, but people get hooked onto that. But the point is, you can have a conversation with even just ChatGPT or with Grok. You can have a conversation as if you're having a conversation between Chris and Gary, and it'll answer in logical terms. You can have an intellectual discourse. I don't know how that's possible, but that's exactly what's happening. Most people maybe use ChatGPT to try to search something like they will Chrome. Take the next step and try to have a conversation. Try to have a theological conversation, or whatever hobby you have, astrology or knitting. Have a conversation with ChatGPT about astrology or knitting, and tell me whether that conversation mirrors the kind of conversation you might have in an astrology club or a knitting club, and you will not be able to tell the difference. So you're absolutely right that a lot of this is being fed now, not by just individuals who are sitting behind the screens putting out disinformation, but by that are programmed to do so. And that's a good point. Thank you for that, Chris Merrill.
Yes, I'm going to be a little bit more basic. I think conspiracy theories stick because people want them to. I think that, first of all, you're talking to a room full of people who try to do some research. There are people who don't know how to do research. They absolutely do not know how. So they repeat, they regurgitate what they hear. And I think Scott touched on it a little bit about what people need socially. I'm going to go a little bit different. People want to be part of something. And so you're all exposed. Every part of us is exposed. Our nerves are exposed, our vulnerabilities are exposed, and somebody hones in right on it. Somebody says, hey, like you used Marjorie Taylor Greene as an example, Jews and lasers starting stuff. Somebody honed right in. You can bet that there were people who believed it because they wanted to. It resonated with them that Jews do bad things. Oh, Jews can do these things. And it just honed right in on them. And that's how it happens. And then there are some conspiracy theorists, people who fall for them because it gives them a sense of belonging. Maybe they weren't popular in school, or maybe nobody pays attention to them, but they get involved with conspiracy theorists and they have these exchanges, and now somebody's listening to them, and now they're getting some kind of recognition, and they have some kind of belonging to something. And I think that is a way to look at it also. That's pretty basic, but that's what I think. Thanks.
Once again, folks, it's an abbreviated version today if we go into extra time. So I'm going to hope to get to everyone, but I'm taking an earlier train. I'm emanating from the parking lot of the train station. Freeman.
Me. I'll try to be quick. So the minor answer I would give to why do Kirk conspiracy theories stick is why do conspiracy theories stick in general, especially in the time we live in. I think like the social media age and the digital age we live in, we have algorithms that show us what we want to see, not necessarily what's objectively true. And also social media means everyone, like myself right now, has a microphone, and while everyone should have the right to have a microphone, it's dangerous, more dangerous in people who are capable of articulating themselves as hands than others. And so now you have forums online where people can congregate and really indulge on viral conspiracy theories. And then also information overload. I think we're getting information not just from traditional news sources, but everywhere. And that lends itself to conspiracy theory. But I want to touch on this last point, which I think is the bigger reason. So why do Kirk conspiracy theories stick? Why do we see people believe, before we have any information, even though we've gathered some recently, why do people believe, oh, it must have been maybe an African American that did this? And so HBCUs, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, HBCUs were targeted.
Yeah, we got a bunch of bomb threats. You're exactly right.
Exactly.
All across the nation, that was that's obvious.
And that's terrifying. And then you have obviously, oh, it's the Jews, and you have people like Candace Owens putting that forward. And so you have this situation where people are taking Charlie Kirk and projecting their personal interests onto him, right? Charlie Kirk becomes a projection of each group's pets' fears. And they formulate a narrative that helps process the huge amount of information rushing their way. So instead of slowly digesting information and seeking to cautiously process it, it's easier to build up what you already have as a preconceived notion and say, okay, this is why this happened. And now you have a microphone and you have a platform to do it all over the world with the internet. So it's really a terrifying time we live in, and it's a crisis time. And what makes it sad is that people who promulgate conspiracy theories will not let this great crisis go to waste. I land my plane.
I love that last line. Thank you, Freeman. Dominic.
Yeah, I like that last line too. Hey, Gary.
Never let a good conspiracy theory go to waste, or never let a good crisis go to waste in order to push a conspiracy theory. That's great. I'm going to steal that. I'm going to steal that one. Go ahead, Dominic.
I'll be quick. Two things. First, I've been listening for about a month and not participating, as I wanted to hear and learn what other people had to say besides myself, and it's been very interesting and enjoyable, Gary. Secondly, in answer to your provocative question, I was wondering why this particular individual, if Tom, I don't know what his name is, I haven't memorized it, but why he, why the conspiracy theory of Mr. Kirk stuck with him. That is a question I think I can at least kind of get my hands around, why an individual person, because I look at it and he said, this man took an action based on a belief. Because I listened to the tape or the text of he and his roommate, in which the roommate asked why, and the alleged assassinator said it was because he was spewing hate. So it was a full sentence. I forget what the full sentence was, but essentially is that somebody had to do something about this guy who's spreading hate. And I thought, wow, that's the essence of a conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy theory if it's true.
Well, it may or may.
And I know hate is in the eye and the ear of the beholder.
Yeah,
I recognize that.
Yeah, thank you. So my point being, though, is that an individual took action. And it's pretty illogical to be taking action based on a belief that is, amorphous. I read on the internet that he spreads hate. So I'm taken by that because one of my great concerns is that action, in other words, individual physical action based on the perception of a belief system that's based on, one gentleman said, bots, this to me is the crux of the problem. Once you take an action based on non-factual belief systems, I don't know what we do with that as a society. In other words, do we criminalize the behavior? In other words, firing a shot, killing somebody is a crime. Believing a conspiracy theory is not. So there's kind of like a distinction here. I don't know, maybe it's for adults only or something, I'm not sure. It really gets to that point about that gentleman who I've never heard him before, but he made Winston, I think it was, a couple of good points there that I agree with. I think that the question is how do we separate the freedom to believe something from the consequences of taking action? How do I teach my grandchildren who are going to be completely data driven and AI? They're 5 years old. They're not like me who spent 60 years without a computer. Well, maybe not 60, but 50. And so I know how to think without looking on my phone. I don't know what we do with that, Gary. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. We're going to go into extra time early because I have to catch an early train, so we're not going to invite anybody else up on the stage. I'm going to try my best to get it to everyone. I don't know that I will, but I will try.
Howdy, thank you, Gary. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So, people believe in conspiracy theory. First of all, a lot of what people classify as conspiracy theories are true or have an element of truth, right? And people are looking for. I think a better way to frame them is a conspiracy hypothesis rather than it's just people. A lot of people, it's like this may have happened, and then here's all the evidence supporting this thing. Most people aren't very well educated or sophisticated in how they discuss this, as I kind of mentioned yesterday in my share. But so it comes off as sounding crude and ignorant and unsophisticated and so forth. But I think people are aiming for something that's kind of part of the general sense. And sometimes we learn that, lo and behold, these things people were in for decades turn out to be true. Or there's part of it that's true. Or there's strong evidence that could have led someone in a certain direction. So, and some of these things are manufactured. The UFO stuff, there's strong evidence, as I understand it, that the CIA was partly behind a lot of the hype in the 90s, for instance. But anyway, the other thing to mention is, well-coordinated minorities have outsized influence in, especially in democracies and things like this. So people who are already prone to magical thinking and who are, feel like their lives are affected by, the decisions or the directions of well-coordinated minorities, it's easy for them to connect the dots and come up with all kinds of crazy ideas and ascribe all kinds of things to people that, it's not a very high-resolution picture of what's happening, but maybe roughly they're describing something that, and then they sound crazy. In the case of this guy, I think everyone, all the people, even the people like me who kind of get caught up in talking about free speech and all this stuff, I think we're overthinking it in a way. I think, where I've landed with this is this guy is in he's in a relationship. He has a tryst with this other individual, and we see it if you watch the film Dog Day Afternoon. We see this archetype of the guy who wants to get the trans surgery, so he's willing to rob a bank. He's willing to hold a dozen people hostage and commit all kinds of crimes because he wants to be the hero, this romantic thing, right? And I have another friend who, in a similar, had a trans lover and emptied gave his whole inheritance for this person's medical services.
And I know people who've had straight lovers that given up their entire inheritance.
Exactly.
I don't know what the point is.
Here's Bonnie and Clyde. Another straight example of Bonnie and Clyde. This romance of we're going to go off and we're going to commit all these crimes and so on and so forth. I think it's as simple as that. This is about an individual who got something up his bonnet about Charlie Kirk for whatever reason. And I think all of us are overthinking. We're all in some kind of conspiracy theory on this. And
he didn't just decide he was gonna walk up to somebody and punch somebody. He decided he was gonna take a bolt-action rifle, practice for a 200-yard shot, and then snipe a dude at 200 yards, which just
he absolutely did.
Just so you're aware, is a longer distance that people can hear voices at. Right?
Yeah. I mean, from his text, there was
I don't know about you, Marshall. But I hear voices when there's nobody around. But I get your point. I want to move on only because we're really short on time, and I'm pressuring myself.
It was a good shot, and his grandfather's $2,000 scope was a good scope. Thank you, Gary.
Jane, I can run the room. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Thanks for your moderation.
All right, Jane, you're up.
Okay, great. Thanks, Gary. I want to go back to what we heard from Dominic, just conceptually, no specifics about Dominic, but it took me a minute to realize that what he was describing in this way that makes it sound so concerning to him or aberrant is literally the way the human brain works, Gary. We are a critical thinking forum. The brain works, very oversimplified, by having a moral, conceptual belief system. He talked a lot about beliefs, and these are known to us and unknown to us, and we take actions based on them. There's nothing weird about that. So I just like, sometimes when it's your field, you have to geek out and go, wait, that's not a problem. That's what happens. That's how it works. So, okay, on the issue of the Kirk conspiracy theories, which to me, limited follower of this seem no surprise to be immediately focused on Jews in Israel. So anti-Semitic in nature, and obviously personally those are the most concerning to me and my family, and of course many of our friends here. And to me that is nothing more than, unfortunately, been there, done that, same old America. The Jews will be blamed, and it goes far beyond our history. And this sucks. But I also ask myself, why are so many Jews okay with the trade-off of politically supporting people who, they'll express their concern for the country of Israel, the nation state of Israel, and but they don't like Jews, Gary. They're not our friends. So it's a strange trade-off. I realize that's a topic for another day, but of course I was just wanting to raise, I didn't know if you did, I missed your opening salvo, but the anti-Semitic nature of the most significant conspiracy theories are frightening, actually, and Jews are not safe in America. It's a lot. And, so it goes. Life in America.
And of course, I did mention that during the opening salvo, but
Okay,
I appreciate you bringing it up again. Yeah, thank you. Jay.
So I
Try again, Dave. Start again, Dave. Please cut out.
So I asked the ChatGPT, give me a list of conspiracy. Most of them, the first top 10 are all from the far right, right? And then I said, why is it all come from far right? Then I asked, give me the far left conspiracy. Then it come up, right? It forced to come up. The question is, in the clubhouse, which conspiracy stick, right? I mean, by going to many rooms, okay, before I go there, so there are different category of conspiracy. There are a lot of opportunistic conspiracy, like what the prior speaker say. Don't let the good conspiracy go to waste. Again, Gary, you can ask the ChatGPT, what other variation of this expression? Yeah, I think it came up, two which are very good. I won't have time to talk here. But these are just opportunistic. They just want to increase their clickbait and all these things, and they won't stick. What really stick a lot is the Epstein theory, right? Most of the clubhouse thing, because they hate Trump, they associate Kurt with Trump. They don't really care so much of the anti-Jews, but Kurt is Trump. So it's all about Epstein. It's got nothing to do with Kurt. It's all about, distracting from the Epstein, that is from the left part. But there is also a very interesting trend that the New Nation media is now focusing on looking at all the left-wing media and saying that, look, all this left-wing media cannot even open the mouth and say, this got to do with transgender. They cannot. They all start, and he's compiling a whole list. Look, CNN and all this MSNBC, when it comes to transgender, they just close their mouth. They stuck. Then the whole thing is frozen. So, that's my observation. I'll keep it short.
Yeah, thank you. And as I pointed out yesterday, people who are transgender are not making a political statement necessarily, so there may be greater support for people who are transgender from one political side than the other. I don't know, but that's a sense that I think we all have but it's not a political statement to say that you're transgender. It's not a political statement to say that you're gay. It's not a political statement to say that you're straight. But we tend to try to buttonhole people in that way. I'll be.
Sure. Hi. How you doing?
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, it's you know, the obvious reasons for conspiracy are that most of them become proven later on, right? So let's try to get straight to the point. People are not used to people telling the truth, and that's an unfortunate part of modern society. Therefore, we have to come up with our own truth. And
is that a definition of truth? Coming with our own truth?
Well, we have to come up with the truth, right? Don't we? If we don't believe what's been told to us.
Well, why don't you believe what's been told? Have you facts? And this is a very broad question because we're not talking about a specific. But do you have facts to prove that what you've been told in general is inaccurate?
About this specific case, or any
no.
particular case?
You said in general, but we're trying to discuss why people accept these conspiracy theories, and you said that they accept conspiracy theories because we've been lied to. So if you believe you've been lied to, you have to come up with a counterbalance to that with facts. Have you seen facts to counterbalance all these lies that you claim we've been told by whoever it is you believe is telling us them?
Good, very, very astute.
sit listening to the Utah prosecutor. Systematically, he goes through the cases. He reads the text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs, and so and you hear every nuance. It's incredible evidence that they shared, and they publicly shared it. It's not, it's something, obviously in a courtroom, you're going to have a defense attorney that's going to question certain, how they discovered it and go through the veracity of it. But it was pretty cut and dry what we're listening to. You can't listen to that and think, when he reads the text, this is someone with like a disordered intelligence who's hearing voices in their head, or Jodie Foster is telling them to do something. This guy says in those text messages that he's tired of the hate and he wanted to do this. I mean, just go back and listen to the press conference. Listen to the forensic evidence that was found on the scene, what they shared with the public, what the DA was sharing. The only thing this guy was scared of was his dad and his grandpa's gun. And, the sad part that his mother is the one that recognized him, that he had to be, outed by his family. But he thought he was going to get away with it. That's the other thing, that listening to those text messages, it's on and on about that he should go back and get the gun, and will they have any traces of him? This isn't a guy that was planning, like a school shooter, to kill himself at the end, or the shooter in the first Trump shooter. I mean, this is like someone who clearly thought he was going to get away with it, and then he suffered like a Dostoevsky moment of, was he going to get caught or not? So I guess my point on all of this is that for the public to just pay attention to what, this isn't the media, this is the district attorney, this is the federal agents, the regional federal agents, it's the sheriffs from that area, it's it's FBI senior officials giving facts, specific facts. And the fact that people want to ignore this and say, no, none of that happened, this is coming from a foreign government, and this is coming from another influence, is just mind-boggling to me. And I mean, it goes back to just this incredible division that we have, this siloing that people are in, and probably, as someone said earlier, the algorithms that they're seeing on their phone that's just feeding something that's illogical to me. I mean, again, this is real forensic criminal information that was shared. We don't often get that specific from a district attorney doing a press conference, and the fact that just gets ignored by people is my point. It's shocking to me.
And to that point, Abby, and you're absolutely right. As someone who has covered this for over 50 years, law enforcement, it's extraordinarily transparent what's going on right now in Washington County, Utah. And and I think the reason they're doing that, frankly, is because they want the public to know what they know, to try to avoid this kind of craziness that's going on. And yet, we have people, as it was expressed by the previous caller, who have their own truth. So even when it's laid out to them, and I think this gets back to a message, a back channel message you and I had a few minutes before we started today, and that is, you can throw all the facts at somebody. Once they hold on to something, they're not going to let go of it, even when we hold the facts up to them. I think that's kind of a mental illness.
All you can hope is that this goes through a proper tribunal, that once again these facts come out through a court proceeding, and even then they will probably still hold on to some bizarre theory that there's Jodie Foster. I mean, I'm using that example. That there's some other crazy thing or some other government interfering in this guy's life, when in fact he had, they're showing motive. They're reading his own words. It's pretty glaring, but people.
It is. It is. And by the way, he was apolitical. So for those who say that he was a tool of the Democrats, he wasn't a registered Democrat, and he wasn't a Republican. So he wasn't a tool of the Republicans either. And clearly, he did not take his direction from Bibi Netanyahu.
No,
That's,
he was
you know,
also
come on.
a kid that grew up in southern Utah that is incredibly conservative, and southern Utah, very often, that younger generation, they rebel against it. A lot of them end up, if they're gay, they'll come out. A lot of them end up in Vegas. They end up in places that are not far from southern Utah, where they can get away from what can be a very repressive, to some that aren't embracing the conservative style of that part of the country. And, it just, handwriting's on the wall with this one, but people want to look the other way and find something else. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your insight. It was excellent. Thank you, Abby. We'll go to Dude, and then Steve will wrap it up, and I will still catch my train here at the bottom of the hour, I believe. Dude. This is your second chance, dude. And once again, you have failed us. Let it be known. Put it in the annals of this room that Dude has failed us. Steve, you get the last one.
Yeah, I think the guy that came up and was talking about his truth maybe just articulated himself a little inaccurately, Gary. I think what he's trying to say is that for a long time, places or institutions that we rely on sometimes feed us misinformation. You asked for an example. Vietnam War, Westmoreland. Was he telling us the truth about what was happening in the war? Just a question.
Look, I didn't ask for an example, but
I know,
yes.
Tell me how that manifests itself. Okay, we got Westmoreland.
All right, at the time that Westmoreland spoke, we did not know that he was lying. At the time that Colin Powell spoke, we did not know that the information that he was fed about Iraq was not accurate. At that time, we did not know. Okay, so you can only go. So you could wait a minute. You could challenge the veracity, but to say we can't trust the government to tell us anything accurate, we can't trust the media to tell us anything accurate. In this instant case, Abby just showed us. Do you not trust the information
That's not what I'm getting at, Gary. I'm trying to articulate examples like you was talking
there
about.
There are always going to be examples. So the president, the guy asked the president at a gathering in the Oval Office the other day, how do you justify lying repeatedly? You lie repeatedly. How do you justify lying to the American people? And the president just waved his hand at him dismissively and went on to the next question, which is his prerogative. But we know that he lies constantly, right? But that doesn't mean that we should be always distrustful of what the government tells us, or does it?
No, that's not my point. And the point you're making is well taken. All I'm trying to say is when instances like this, even at the time if we don't know, start making its way into a societal culture, and they're aware of these things, even if it's after the fact. We can even go to Adam Schiff and him saying for all that time, committee's got information, comes out it was
so that means before we have the facts before us.
No, Gary, you're missing what I'm saying.
Before we have the facts before us, we should take into mind that Adam Schiff lied to us and Comey lied to us, and there was no Russian conspiracy.
No, you're mischaracterizing what I'm trying to articulate.
So therefore, it is okay for us to come up with our own theories and state them as fact,
No, absolutely not. I'm trying to. You ask, how do these things occur? And I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't correct. I'm just giving examples of where suspicion can creep in. And then if someone that becomes suspicious doesn't do their due diligence, like Abby talked about very succinctly, good job, Abby, that they would say you have two people. One person goes and listens to everything that Abby articulated there, gets a comprehensive picture and says, okay, I got it. Another guy goes on some weird website and he's got these crazy out here telling him everything. He's already got this convoluted notion in his head that things are the way they are. That's how it manifests itself.
Okay. So wait a minute. Let me ask you about three people specifically, and then we're going to wrap it up. But let me ask you about three people specifically.
Okay.
Do you believe that Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have any information that actually points to Bibi Netanyahu behind this assassination?
Oh, this is the most hideous and convoluted thing I've ever heard in my life, Gary. That somehow that this man would be involved. He's got his hands full with the war and everything else, but he's going to take time to do this. No.
Why do so many people listen to these three idiots? Tucker Carlson has a bigger audience since leaving Fox on his internet programming than he ever had at Fox. He's got a following.
And see, that's what I don't get about what you just articulated there, because all these people have a big enough platform and have a big enough following that they don't have to inject this. So I don't know about that. I mean, there's a screw loose somewhere there. I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to say that there's a logical reason. Or that people are thinking rationally. I'm just saying, here's the road. Here's how you get from point A to point B. It may not be a pretty road, but that's how you get it.
Right. And those people, because of the reasons that you point out, I'm not going to challenge their mindset of the people, will listen to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Marjorie Taylor Jewish Laser Green before they will listen to me, because I work for the mainstream media.
Yeah, but Gary, I want to push back something a little bit right there. I will listen to Tucker Carlson, but here seems to be a perception of audiences that just because you will listen to someone that may go off the rails one time, that you consume and you believe everything they say. I don't. When I listen to Tucker,
in court, he admitted that he lies. I admitted that on oath.
I know, but Gary, just because I would listen, and I think this is a misconception from certain portion of the electorate, that if you'd listen to these people, somehow you just fall in lockstep.
When I say listen, I don't mean tune him in. I'm saying listen to what he's saying. Adopt what he is saying. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but you know, like Tucker or he's that younger guy from the Young Turks. Chuck Younger, is that his name? He's the Young Turk. Yeah. Well, anyway, I listen to a broad spectrum of different people and their views.
You should. I'm not saying you should not tune in Tucker Carlson. I used to listen to Alex Jones. You know, it doesn't. But I'm not saying that.
Well, you got to understand what's afoot within your culture. And the only way you're going to understand is to tune in and listen to these people. That doesn't mean that you buy into it. It means you're trying to understand what's afoot in your culture.
Right. But I'm talking about people who do buy into this nonsense.
I don't know. Anyway, well, there's your danger, Gary. Right there's your danger. The people that can't do the simple things that Abby articulated. And it's simple.
And by the way, those three people have the benefit of freedom of speech, and as much as I find what they said so reprehensible, I defend their right to say them, and I would be opposed to, let's say, a Democratic president starting a RICO investigation into them, the way that this administration is threatening RICO investigations into people on the other side, including people who might shout at him while he's dining in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Wants a RICO investigation into that because his little feelings were, if you can't stand these feet, as Harry Truman said, get out of the freaking kitchen.
Well, I hope I clarified my position, Gary.
I think you did, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the opportunity to challenge you on it. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. I appreciate as well those of you who were unusually brief so that Gary can catch his train, which if I look down the tracks right now, I do believe I see the headlight. So timing is perfect. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
just kind of like subjects to this. Like they've got a choice between, like depending on where you're born, right? Like your choices are Israel, who, you know, to them is they are being oppressed by Israel, and then you have, you know, you may have like Hamas over you. So like it kind of says to me like a lot of Palestinians, they might not necessarily want that extreme sort of thing. They're just kind of stuck between these two regimes.
I have never seen a Palestinian that recognize Israel as a state or think Israel should exist. Zero. Regardless if they're liberal or terrorist like Hamas. They don't think that Israel should exist. Any Palestinian that will say that Israel should exist, they're lying to your face. They don't consider that. They think they lost the war and now it's their time to win and kick out the Jews. Anyone who says false, that's a lie. I give you that. Other than that, most of the Arabs, they just have to deal with Israel. They think Israel is America, so they will not fight. That's my opinion about the Palestinians. They will never admit that they lost against Israel. They will never recognize Israel 100% for I've seen with the Palestinians. So there will never be peace. I think I think the UK will recognize Palestine states today or maybe this week. I think this is a big bad move against Israel. So.
I mean, the Palestinian identity is based on basically taking over Israel. UNRWA defined them as refugees until they will be allowed to go back to Israel. Their chances from the river to the sea. And the map that they use everywhere, including their embassies, wherever they do have embassies, is the entire land of Israel. They are being educated about this right of return to all the cities that are in Israel. This is the Palestinian cause. This is why it's a losing cause from the get-go, because it's basically meant to replace an existing state with a different state, and that is not an option for us. And everybody that kind of supports this idea is just using the Palestinians, including now UK, that is recognizing a Palestinian state. Who the fuck are you? And you know what? The most hypocrites are the Palestinians, and the pro-Palestinians that are happy about it because they're angry at the UK for splitting the land and say that it wasn't theirs to give, in a way as if they gave it, and now they'll be happy with UK recognizing Palestine as if they matter. No, they don't matter, because at the end of the situation on the ground, and if it will be like a one-sided decision, Israel can also do one-sided decisions about Judea and Samaria. So, and the last thing about the UK, that basically this recognition came with a condition that if Israel would agree to a ceasefire and would do this and this and this, then they will not recognize. But if they would not do it, they will recognize, as if, or not as if, literally saying that recognizing Palestinian state is a punishment to Israel. It's nothing humanitarian, it's nothing about the Palestinians. Basically, it's conditioned on basically they're using it as a leverage against Israel. And the worst thing about it is the entire recognition is a reward for terrorism, which is the most insane thing. So I think they lost their mind, and I don't think it will really matter for the things on the ground. Yes, it will make things maybe harder for Israel, but it will not actually create a Palestinian state.
Like I get that, and that definitely makes sense. Like I think from what I've seen, like I wouldn't imagine that many, if any, Palestinians would want to, recognize Israel as a state because that's part of their whole thing. Is they believe that it was taken unjustly because like the rules of the I guess United Nations, like kind of that agreement weren't honored, all that sort of thing. So I get that. So yeah, like the idea that Palestinians don't think Israel should exist as a state, yeah, I could totally believe that. But what I'm saying is like, even if that's the case, that in itself, like I would distinguish that from like say the Hamas charter, which originally specifically was like, no, we want to wipe out Israel, like get rid of all of them, kill them, whatever.
All of the Hamas charters say it. Including the current one.
I thought the new one was like they removed language about like wanting to like I guess exterminate people. I thought it was just saying like they don't recognize Israel as a state or something.
And they will continue with the armed struggle against. They did a find and replace Jew with Zionist, but meaning basically the same story. And the reason that you cannot find a solution or even this ridiculous recognizing a state is because the Palestinians at the end don't want a two-state solution. Because agreeing to a Palestinian state or a two-state solution means recognizing Israel. Basically, if they accept, and this is why every single offer for a two-state solution was denied at the end. Because it means that you need to recognize Israel, because one of those two states in this two-state solution is Israel. And it would mean basically giving up their cause, which many wouldn't, because they've been so radicalized to it. Even in the West, they call this entire land Palestine. It's like they went too far, so now they get nothing.
So what's so bad in the recognition of Palestinian state alongside Israel?
They don't want it.
I agree. I know. Most of them don't.
And what's wrong?
Official PLO and PA do agree for two states. But what's so terrible about the recognition of Palestinian state alongside Israel?
Because they don't want to coexist. And it's a threat. You want to create an entity on your border that wants to basically destroy you.
So what is the solution? One state?
No state. One state, but not for Palestinians.
Continuation of the status quo?
No, not status quo. Maybe they need to move.
Yeah, where can they go?
I don't know, 50 Arab countries can absorb them.
Okay, exactly what you say is exactly the answer for the question why Arab countries do not want to absorb them. Because they do not want to be seen as cooperation. They do not want to cooperate with what they call ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
Exactly the main reason why
that's not the reason, Egan. Don't be naive.
Exactly, this is exactly the reason why Arab countries do not want to absorb the Palestinians.
No.
They do not want to cooperate with the idea which you you suggest?
No, they're just hiding. They're just hiding behind us and using us as the reason why not. But no, that's not the reason. You know, if people want to move, let's say someone wants to move, okay? Let's say no one is forcing them out. Let me ask you this, Igal. What about the people that want to leave? Why don't they accept them? That is also helping us? Come on, Igal. It's not about that, okay?
The population in the Arab countries, the leaders, they are afraid of their population because they will be seen as
cooperating with what?
With our intent to ethnic cleanse.
I'm not saying, forget about us. I'm saying someone that lives in Gaza and says, I want to not live in Gaza. I want to relocate somewhere else. I'm done with wars. I want to do something for my family. I want my kids go to school and have good jobs. I want to out of Gaza. I want somewhere else. I assume that there's a few of those, at least, let's say a few tens of thousands, that wants to say, I'm done. I don't want to live now in a tent for the next 10 years. I'm done with the suppression of the Hamas or Israel, whatever the thing is they want to believe in, and I want out. Why aren't Arab countries saying, you know, if you want, you can come here? We open like you are refugees of war, like any other war in history. Why in this war? What?
I agree.
No, again, but I'm saying people that wants to live. So you're saying that a Gazan wants to live, and he wants to move, let's say, to the UAE, or to Egypt, or Jordan, but will not accept them because Israel. The Gaza said, but I want to leave. I don't want to live here. No. You will stay there in Gaza because Israel.
Describe the situation exactly. Yes.
And you think it's really about caring for the Palestinians?
No.
That you leave them in a war zone and not helping them because Israel.
Not be seen as collaborators with Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's exactly the Palestinian tragedy. That no one really cares about them. As I said before, they're a weapon to basically go against Israel. To defame Israel, to attack Israel, to paint Israel in a bad way. This is more important than helping Palestinians. Let's see all those countries that want to now recognize Palestine, that to prepare their wallet to also build Palestine and also to accept refugees and feed them.
So like, is there some sort of like logistical problem or something? Like why not kick them out? Because it's like when I look it up, like Gaza and Palestinians don't seem like they have the ability to just leave en masse. Like they have these tightly controlled borders. So I don't get what Israel wants Palestinians to do. Like, okay, obviously they're not going to agree to a two-state solution. So if you're the government and you're the people that have control, like why not kick them out? It just sounds like they're being trapped in Gaza and then
no one wants them.
Build and start.
Because no one wants them. Yeah, there's nowhere for them to go.
Yeah, but how? I mean, even if there was, like, how could they physically leave if the borders?
What do you mean? First of all, they can leave. There are borders, like a Rafah border to Egypt. They can go to Egypt and from there go from the Cairo airport. And if they want to leave, those that also leave now, they go via the IDF through the Ramon airport and they fly out. Like now it's mostly for medical things. It's not like regular, just like, I'm leaving the country. But if like this kid that was on the Times magazine that was presented as if he was starving in Gaza, was actually taken by the IDF from Gaza via Ramon airport to Italy to get special treatment. But yeah, the people can leave. Like operationally, they cannot leave because no one lets them, no one wants them, and no one calls for it. And any call for them to leave will be cancelled by the thing that Igal said, that it's ethnic cleansing, that Israel wants it and they should stay and die there and it's better, while also screaming the women and children. Even these women and children, no one from the beginning of the war, all the pro-Palestinians are saying, oh, the majority are women and children, no one was calling, like, let the women and children out, or advocating for the UK government, like, let the women and children from Gaza in, like, let's save them. No. Everybody, like, stay there. They should not leave the land. They should stay on the land. Unlike Ukraine, for example.
Or Syria with 7 million refugees.
Or anywhere in the world. Even in 1948, there were like a million Arabs that were kicked out of their homes. There were actually Jewish Arabs that were kicked out from many Arab countries and were absorbed in Israel and in the United States and other places. Absorbed, more than 1 million. Just doesn't have a name like Nakba, we didn't brand it. But it's more than the Arabs claimed that were. And those million were actually kicked out. Not were told, like, leave and we'll kick, none of those stories.
So you're saying they can leave through Rafah?
Yes, theoretically, like operationally. This is how they left during the war and until the war.
That still kind of confuses me though, because doesn't Rafah doesn't Egypt control that, and then you also said that like Egyptians don't want them. So how is that an option?
No, I'm saying it's an option as terms of like a border, but as I said, no one wants them, and this is the problem. It's not that they cannot go out operationally wise. If Egypt would allow them either to go through it. They could allow, like, we can go, but you need to go, like, we will take you to the airport, and from there outside, you cannot stay. They could say that. We allow you, we will even transport you, but to the airport and out. Not staying in Egypt, for example, but where?
So what do y'all think what do y'all think that the Palestinians in Gaza should do? Like, what's the best thing that they can do at this point?
Leave.
Yeah, I'm still like
Daniel, don't sugarcoat it.
No, like, that's the best thing that they could do for them, like, to be honest.
It just doesn't seem like that's really an option for them, because if nobody will take them, the borders are restricted,
Nothing is an option. Listen.
I would want to leave, but I just don't.
Every decision is a problem, okay? Staying there is a problem, leaving is everything is a problem. You ask me what is the best option. And the best option for them is to leave. Now, how to make it possible? Yes, people start to advocating for them. They need to advocate for them. They do, by the way, but the voices are silent because the Palestinians are not really, sometimes they kind of interfere with the Palestinian cause, their wishes and wants and what, they should die quietly for the cause. This is what the cause wants. If they want to leave, that's not a good thing. So other supposedly pro-Palestinian outlet like Al Jazeera, in order to prevent people from leaving Gaza City, they will spread all kinds of rumors that there is no room in the Muassi, that people are turning back, that roads are closed, stuff like this, just to prevent them from leaving. So they have nowhere to go.
Find info about that, because I haven't come across that, but I get what you're saying.
About what?
That basically you're saying it's actually Palestinian, I guess, leadership that's preventing Palestinians from leaving, because basically they're being discouraged from doing that. Am I understanding you? They don't want them to leave, because to do that would be to cede to Israel, which is totally against, their beliefs, I guess.
No, Gaza City, without civilians in it, It's a very easy for Hamas doesn't have any cover. Okay, the Palestinian people are the cover of Hamas. If the city is empty or very little few people are there, then it's easier for the IDF to operate and to find Hamas. So they want them to stay. That's the situation. And the pro-Palestinians, including the leadership, are all benefiting just from Palestinian suffering. Like all of them, whether it's UNRWA with like jobs, whether it's like mainstream media that it brings, I guess, a lot of money, a lot of clicks. Look how many like influencers were created just based on spreading like propaganda against Israel or pro-Palestinians, whatever, during this war. People that were nobody, I don't know, 50,000 or 20,000 on Twitter or Instagram now have like millions. Bands like this Kneecap or this the other guy that chanted death to the IDF, and they become like phenomena. This flotilla that the world is obsessed about, like people are benefiting out of it. And you know how much money is like being contributed that is so stupid because they're saying, oh, there's no food in Gaza, please give me money through the GoFundMe. So first of all, how do they get the money? Second of all, if they get the money, how do they buy food if there is no food? And if they can buy food, how do they buy food if for the last 2 years all the food is for free? But it doesn't matter because there's like so much money going on. Go to GoFundMe and check how many Gaza GoFundMe there are, and that's just GoFundMe. And where's the money going? God knows. But I can tell you where it's not going. It's not going to the Palestinian people in Gaza. If you see like that they will give out like a few, this is like nothing. Like they will do it for like the like some kind of a video shot that they will give a box, take a picture. Okay, we brought the humanitarian aid. It's just like scams, or like, and the product is Palestinian suffering.
I appreciate y'all sharing that. I'm still kind of like, I don't take anybody's word for anything. So I kind of, I look into things myself, but it's helpful.
It's more an analysis than like, stating a fact. They are a product. The Palestinian suffering, obviously, like you will not find it as a factual. It's more like an analysis of the different powers and their incentives. Understanding like what people are doing and also what people are not doing, what people are saying, but also what they are not saying. When there are demonstrations in Gaza against Hamas, like by Palestinians in Gaza, risking their life to demonstrate, because that is not like in the West that you can actually speak out against the government. And no one covers it. And I was looking in Al Jazeera to see if they covered it, like nothing, it doesn't exist. They don't give them voice. So it's not just what they say, it's also, what they hide, what they don't say. Well, there were like 41 hours of footage that came out of Gaza of Hamas torturing Palestinians. Like, literally no one talks about it, all those things. Videos of them like shooting people in the knees, like almost every day. No one cares. The fact that they put IEDs and mines everywhere, this we know, right? Because they brag about it. We know how the IDF soldiers die from all kinds of like explosive devices, booby traps and all that. And no one asks themselves how many children or even like innocent people also blown up by those mines and IEDs and booby traps. Like, do they really think that those booby traps know that it's the IDF that is stepping on them, or it's an IDF car that is like driving over them? No, but they just know that everything is attributed to an IDF, and it would be very bad for the cause to say that it's like they caused by their own people. 50% of their rockets land in Gaza and kill their own people, but it's all attributed to the IDF. Every single death is IDF. And people can think about it very easily, but it's just not comfortable for the cause. It's Rosh Hashanah soon. I need to compete with honey.
Really?
Honey.
Thanks for
I was like, my husband would tell me like, pass me the honey. I'm like, pass you the what? Pass me the honey. Pass you the what?
Pass me the honey, honey.
Give me the sugar. Give me water.
Where are you going to be for Rosh Hashanah?
I will not go. I was in Israel like a month ago, and like in August, and I couldn't believe, like, I was there for like, I came for like 2 weeks, and I extended it like to a month, and then I was like, okay, I'm done, I can go back home now, and I couldn't find any flight, it was all packed because it was August, so now I'm afraid to go on Rosh Hashanah, where again the airports are like peak. I would rather kind of go against traffic, you know. But my husband is going for Yom Kippur.
Your husband? What?
He's going to Israel?
Yeah.
Wow.
He wants Yom Kippur.
Are you going with him?
No.
Loves Yom Kippur.
Your husband?
Yes. He likes the energy in the street, and that like he always talks about it to like people, because like not Israelis or Jewish, about this kind of day in Israel and how it's experienced, and it's very different to Yom Kippur anywhere else in the world because everything shut down.
Is he Jewish?
No.
See, I have a complete lack of energy on Yom Kippur.
No,
And you did it
it's
in
very powerful day.
Yeah, no.
Have you ever did it in Israel, Yaakov?
Once, yeah, once.
In a city or where?
Right in Jerusalem.
And did you kind of, so you felt that it's different, like walking the streets?
Well, just being in Jerusalem is different, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Yom Kippur. Yeah, true.
I don't know, even on not on Yom Kippur.
Yeah, especially Yom Kippur. But,
It's like a double. It's like, if it's 3x compared to Tel Aviv, it's like 8x, you know, on Yom Kippur.
Daniel, when was the last time you asked someone for forgiveness?
Musik wird von Daniel PC abgespielt.
What did you ask?
When was the last time you asked someone for forgiveness on Yom Kippur?
Did you say asked?
Yeah, you always do this too. He also emphasizes it. The Yom Kippur is not about asking for, like, it's about you and God, no?
Well, there is a tradition of between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
Yeah, but it's before Yom Kippur. You don't do it on Yom Kippur.
No, I'm saying it can be before Rosh Hashanah or between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, but not on Yom Kippur itself.
Yeah.
So you ask forgiveness from someone you may have wronged.
Absolutely. But that day, Daniel's correct, and I guess we're all correct. Like everybody's correct. It's
Yeah, we're all
between you and God.
Yeah.
For me, that's the scariest day of being a Jew.
He's a merciful God. You know, I think if you are honest and sincere, he wants to forgive us. You know, it's.
Income. What else is determined on Yom Kippur? Your income in Shemayim's determined, written down in the heavenly ledger. So if you want to increase your salary, all you got to do is ask.
I think as a Jew, as a human, we should always ask for forgiveness, right? Every day. It's just more prevalent that you have to be, you have to be reminded.
Yeah, you know, I think Modani is a good way to start today.
People know how to do it because not many people have actually practiced it, but I've practiced it. And the secret is you have to put the person up on a pedestal, humble yourself, and say, "I am sorry. This is a sincere apology. Will you forgive me?" That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen.
What if they say, "Fuck you, John. I don't forgive you"?
can do it on Yom Kippur. Or you can do it right now, because every day's Yom Kippur.
What's your favorite meal for Yom Kippur?
Forgiveness, atonement, fasting.
Nice. Now there's young Jewish resistance in my cousins. Mom used to make us an apple. She used to put, I think it's called frankincense. And you put it in all around the apple. And when you were walking to shul and you were having a hard time during your fast, you could smell it. And it kills your appetite. But the smell is like, I don't know, for me it was like refreshing and peaceful. Remember that? Jewish resistance?
It was anise. She used to put
anise, okay, yeah. That's right.
Put those little anise spice things inside them all over so we could smell them and not pass out from hunger.
Yeah. And you had something to hold, like it was like, I don't know, it was neat. But then when other Jews at shul would see that you smell it, everybody wanted to smell it. Because it works.
We used to go down to Yorkville and we used to go downtown and buy snuff. That powdered tobacco you used to snort. All the old men used to do it. And we started doing it when we were kids because we thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah. The Moroccans, oh my God, all the old men, and they had the biggest noses, and they would do some snuff. Like, they put it on the, like, and you know, by their thumb, in between, like, in that little, like, dimple in your hand. Do a little bit of snuff, and then they would sneeze like crazy, and tears would come, but I don't know, it's actually amazing.
It stops you from wanting to eat. That was the whole point of it. It gets rid of your hunger and it makes you think of something else. And it was also for smokers, so they could put a little something in, in their system.
Yeah.
All the tricks. We used to keep cookies in our toilet bag.
As I got older, though, it's like it flies by. When I was a kid, every minute counted. It was like so long. I'm like, oh my God, when's it over? When's it over?
It's true. As you get older, it becomes nothing. Especially for me, because I'm at work in synagogues, right? So it just flies.
Yeah, how's your week, bro?
Yeah, good. I've been away a lot. I'm still away. But good. Uneventful, thank God. Which is what I want. But, yeah, a lot of running around,
Yeah. Wait, what's up, Nye?
Did you guys read about the laser became operational?
Space laser!
Well, it's not going to be in space, but...
Like next year.
Yeah,
It's like a good test, another good test, and they kind of renamed it.
really? Because the article I read said it was now declared operational.
Yeah, it's not declared operational. Yeah, but it will become operational. Maybe it's like a play on word base. It is declared operational. It will become operational. I guess now deploying it and whatnot. The beginning of next year.
The radar's going to be in a plane first.
On a plane? Did you hear about the way that the missile in Qatar was made, like was launched?
Missile on Qatar. The one that got the house? I mean, the building where the mosque is?
Yeah.
Well, I think I heard it was, but tell me.
So the planes actually, when they took off, they didn't fly towards Yemen, but the other way around, and then it was a ballistic missile that was launched from the plane. So it didn't go over like territories that would risk them, like Saudi Arabia or whatever. So it was launched basically from...
I don't think you mean ballistic missile, but similar to like a cruise type of missile, glide bomb.
No, I think it was ballistic. Why not?
Ballistic are like ground to ground, or from land to land, not from
But from the air.
Yeah, there's I think wrong word, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Nye, how are you?
Air to ground missile.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So what's this thing about what happened the other day, or maybe, I don't know if you can answer, I think you can, but with the movie, some awards, and these people making a stand, and there's like 3,900 signatures, what's that about with Israel and
You
stuff?
talking about the Emmys?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it, but I did see highlights, and I remember, the highlights I mostly saw were actors saying, like Javier Bardem said he's not going to work with any production companies that support Israel or Israeli funded. It's one of those quotes. Either production companies that are Israeli funded or Jewish, backers, financial backers, or so he's very pro-Palestine. And I saw other highlights of other attendees ranting on and on about pro-Palestine. And I remember thinking, how, like, you just want to watch an award show. I don't care about these actors and their political views. Maybe somebody does. I don't know who. I guess maybe that's what the people want to see now, where their actors stand, their favorite actors. Maybe they want to tune in and see actors and musicians taking a political stand, whether it be, voicing if they lean more right, more left, if they're pro or against Israel. To me, I'm going to be honest, I was just thoroughly disgusted. I didn't watch the Emmys for a number of reasons. But the highlights that I saw of all these actors, like, yeah, pro-Palestine, pro-Palestine, never mind their opinion. For me, it was like, man, can you just come out to the award show and just celebrate the arts? Do we have to make it a political stance on the record? I was a little disgusted, to be honest with you.
Yeah, plus winner, what was her name, Hannah Einbinder, made like a really strong public quote that just, she had to like separate herself from Israel or something to that effect. Or conscious. It's disgusting.
Honestly, I was a little surprised by the reactions, considering how many Jewish executives there are, Jewish producers there are, a lot of Jewish-owned production companies. And so I just thought it was kind of, first, and the number of Jewish actors there are in Hollywood. I was a little startled by the stance that folks were taking. It seemed to kind of contradict with the long-standing history of actors in Hollywood. They're typically either they're pro-Israel or they just don't make public opinions about this. So it's very curious to see why they switched. Jaya, I would suggest you be quiet while I'm talking. And if you want to stay in this room, I have you blocked. I have you blocked. So if you leave, you probably won't come back.
I moved him to the bottom, so.
Yeah, he came into a all-female room last night and streamed our room and then changed the headline to make it seem like we were, leaning one way when we weren't. It was very disrespectful, very creepy, and very abusive. So I'm blocking you across all channels, even though it doesn't matter. You'll just create new accounts. So I'd advise you to shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
Well, there's a problem with somebody that wants to run for a government position that doesn't respect people's privacy.
Yeah, it's really annoying. He came into an all-woman room last night, mostly black women, but not exclusively for black women. It was all women. Why you were in there, I don't know. And we kept telling you to leave, and we reported your YouTube channel. I don't think it'll make a difference, but I'm really tired of your bullshit. I'm really tired of you. You're so disrespectful and so weird and such a hypocrite. You got the nerve to come on people's stages and tell them that they're clown house and they have nothing better to do, and that you're so well read and you read all these books, but yet you spend all your time violating people's privacy and harassing people online.
And he's got 60 fucking phones.
Wait, is he still in the room? Is he still in the room?
Nah, he's there under anonymous, but I hope he has the common decency to understand what Nye just said. and respect people's right to privacy.
So now my homegirl's got to change her room to private because of John. She had never even heard of John. Now she's got to change her room to private, right? Limiting the amount of women that she can invite into her space to support and encourage women because of this creep and freak, John Kitover. Sorry, BB, for hijacking this.
Nah, not at all.
You mentioned that he had interrupted me.
You know we love you.
And to normal point in the chat, yeah, it's a bunch of actors virtue signaling. Absolutely 100%.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That's what I thought Kana's, statement was about. She's the most interesting one because she grew up modern Orthodox too.
This mind disease is spreading very quick. It's going to be amazing though when people start not supporting these psychopaths. Like, you remember all those people, all those actors that said they were moving out of the United States if Donald Trump won?
A couple did. I think there should be a law that if you say you're going to move, if so-and-so gets elected, if they get elected, you have to move. Like, it should be a requirement.
Yeah, Rosie left and who left? Ellen.
Ellen and her wife.
Yeah.
What's the actress? I forgot her.
Portia de
Yeah.
Ross? Yeah.
De Rossi or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. And a couple others did. England seems to be the destination of choice. How they get by the immigration?
Money.
That's probably the answer. People trying to get into that country legally is really hard.
Okay, this is Green Bean Fascists.
So I got a back channel message tonight from Scotty. He said that he's trying, and I asked him, like, you sure it's nice? He's like, yeah, man. Is he trying to get you to open a room with both sides?
Well, no, when you say both sides, what do you mean? Well, he asked me a couple of days ago if I would host a room with him, and I said, sure. Right? I said, what day, what time? He said, it's up to you. I'm like, okay, what's the topic? It's up to you. And then, I think later that night or the next day, that's when JG went off in the room because of his PTR. And I was like, oh, fuck. What happened? So, I don't think, I didn't know that JB felt some way. I don't know that JB felt some way about him until that day he came on stage with his PTR and JB questioned him about his PTR. So I haven't spoken to JB about it, but I don't think JB is at this point willing. But yeah, I agreed to co-host a room with him before the JB debacle on the stage, and so that's where we are. We haven't said anything, we haven't scheduled anything. But now, I don't have an issue with Scotty. I have no problem with him. But now I'm second guessing it because I'm like, wait, if folks think that he's anti-Israel and I host a room with him, then they're going to think I'm anti-Israel too.
No, he's trying to get me. He wants me and you and him to do it. So, and I don't have a problem with him either. I think he's just he does him, right? And yeah, it's funny because he's been bugging me about it. So then I'm like, I'll wait till I see her to ask her.
Well, if you want to do it, I don't mind, but it depends on the topic.
Yeah, I know it has to. Yeah, because I don't want to get hijacked and we're put in the corner. That's the only thing I don't want.
Yeah, and if it's like an, and I say this respectfully, I try not to involve myself in conversations about the Jewish community and a war, because I feel like that's a conversation that should be had with the Jewish community and hosted with them. I don't mind listening and learning, but I definitely don't want to lead a conversation so it depends on the topic. If it's a Israeli Hamas Palestinian, I'm probably not going to want to do it because I don't have a lot to say.
You could call that intelligent of you, Nye. Who knew? Got a little common sense inside of you.
At the same time, I've said
surprising.
And I've had Jews check me.
Now that we've recorded you being a racist, she hates the biracial complainers. Hates her biracial countrymen. You a biracial woman, don't cross this one. She'll destroy you.
Yeah, according to the UN, they are, but I got pushed back on that, so yeah, I feel like the best position for me to take in these conversations is just to kind of be the spook who sat by the door and listen and learn.
Listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with what you said. There's people starving in the USA as of today.
Exactly.
There's people starving in Canada. There's people starving all over the world.
Really?
That's what they're failing, but they want you to only say that there's only starving in one specific place, and then they want to open up a room. Well, my side, and that's where they black people.
Dude, it's insane that may end up in somebody up in some corporate level making a decision that ends up, killing somebody else. What about them? Like, where does all of that end is the point. Like, the assassination of this guy is wrong, and also what the healthcare companies are doing are egregious in killing the American people. But that's the system that America has and set up, that our representatives have voted on and agreed to and have bought into, and all of us have as well, because we don't have, if we want to change it, the courage to elect people who want to change this system. So are all the representatives then responsible? So where does that end in all of this?
Oh, that's there's a lot of responsibility. Now I wonder here if shooting the CEO who runs the pace of the company, I wonder if that's a bit of a deterrent for other CEOs to have a foster a climate of saying, okay, yes, we are going to deny these people. Maybe they will think, this could really fuck up someone's family and they might come after me. Maybe I should look at this claim and maybe not screw them over.
So they should make Marshall, take a few minutes if you want. Go ahead.
I've heard the argument.
I was just going to say, you're putting a CEO doing their job, one of their key motivations should be, I might get assassinated if I make the wrong call in somebody's eyes. Like, in what universe is making that fear-based decision okay? And like Scotty asked, where does that end? You acknowledge there's a lot of
that you might be held accountable for predatory behavior on someone who is a policyholder who has paid into their policy their whole life, but yet still does not receive the care that can save their life and still die.
Predatory behavior in our system receives a prison sentence, not an assassination. What's at core here is, again, I'm with Steve. I don't want to exactly say you're excusing it, but it kind of sounds like what you're saying is, well, if they didn't deny so many claims, maybe people wouldn't be getting capped in the back. And I'm sorry, murder in all circumstances is wrong.
Hey, Mick, can I jump in
executives who make those decisions in prison would be absolutely fantastic, and I support that 100% over there.
So what I wanted to say is that the idea that someone who sits at a CEO level is actually making the decisions on whether to pay or deny a claim is absurd. It's just absurd. What is the problem is that we live in a society where we never talk about mental health because mental health is nothing that people want to talk about or address. And we have many individuals in our society that are teeter-tottering between a good day and a bad day. And when you see these incidents, to me it should be like a clarion call that we need to start working to identify individuals in our collective society who might
be capable of doing these things, because the truth is the average person walking down the street, whether or not their surgery got approved or denied, is not going to grab a gun and go shoot someone. That's just the truth of it. The average person is not running down into the New York City subway stabbing people because the train's late. But we have outliers in our society, and I think we as a society, we just need to do better to one, talk about mental health, because there are a lot of people are having a lot of problems, and we turn our backs on them as a society.
And Meg, I want to hear from you. Meg, I want to hear from you, but if you could just wait a few minutes, can you go on mute, because there's something really important I have to do. Very important. It's so important. I've got to do it right now.
Stars, and Michael Jackson had an issue with him, and he goes out in public and films himself antagonizing folks to get them riled up, and then he accuses them of being anti-Semitic, and I'm like, I don't know why members of the Jewish community, he doesn't.
Nah, he's a shit disturber, and that's why I don't even like to talk about him, because I don't want to make him relevant. Like he's a fucking, he is, in my opinion.
I don't hate him as much as other people do.
Advisor.
What's that? Resistance?
He used to be Michael Jackson's spiritual advisor.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
He was a professor at Oxford. He was a rabbi at Oxford for about 12 years. I've known the guy for like 30 years. He's a real heavy narcissist. He like screams at his family when he's trying to film and they speak, or like some 3-year-olds in the background talking, he'll repeat himself 25 times to warn them that he's filming. He's a really, really strange character. He's going after Lizzie Savetsky because he claims that he was almost murdered at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami.
That's right.
Yes.
He was threatened there. The guy did threaten him. He said, but the guy said, I'm gonna fuck your shit up, is all he said. I'll fuck your shit up. So then he like sensationalized the whole thing by saying, you know, and because I do security, so he contacted me for security, and I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm too busy, because I would never attach my name to his. But he was like, I was almost murdered. I said, okay, so send me, you know, whatever you have, and I'll look at it, and, you know, I'll let you know when I can get there. And he sent it to me, and I said, like, is this the whole thing? He said, yeah, that's everything. That's the whole proof right there. I said, but the guy, you know, obviously he was being aggressive with you. He was way too close to you, in, you know, proximity-wise, but all he said was, I'm gonna fuck your shit up. You know, he didn't say, I'm gonna murder you, he tried to stab you in the eye, like he didn't even threaten that he's gonna kill you. I'm gonna fuck your shit up doesn't mean I'm gonna kill you. And so Lizzie, he started this whole, like, lawsuit against the Fontainebleau Hotel, who the owners are Jewish billionaires.
Rabbi Botat?
Shmuley, yeah.
Right.
And so then I guess the owners of the Fontainebleau or Lizzie, they probably have a relationship or whatever, and they asked her to come and, like, you know, try and help them with some better PR, because Shmuley was being really loud about it. Like, Jews shouldn't go to the Fontainebleau, you're not safe there, and blah, blah, blah. So Lizzie flew out, and she went to the pool, and she started interviewing people, and she's like, are you Jewish? They're like, yeah. Do you feel safe here? Yes, I do. Have you ever felt, you know, in danger here? No, I haven't. So then, you know, he started going after her really hard. And then he took one of Lizzie's posts where she said, you know, all she said was something about Rabbi Kahana, like that Rabbi Kahana said one thing that she agreed with. You know, it's like, okay, you don't have to agree with a million things a person says. If you agree with one thing, that doesn't mean you're like a supporter. It just means you agree with one thing he said. So then he took that as an opportunity to go after her, saying that she's a Kahanist, that she's this, she's that. Meanwhile, I have videos of him with me at a rally that was basically the Jewish Defense League, because I used to do security in the Jewish Defense League, but he used to attend rallies with us, and so I messaged him, and I'm like, listen, it might be a good idea to shut the fuck up, because I'm about to send her these videos. And he's like, okay, I understand. And he hasn't said a word about her since. But the guy's just like a mega narcissist, crazy maniac. He does more. If you look at any of his posts, look at the comments.
Yeah,
there's not one person that supports him. Every single
I like him more than you do. I just feel like I've heard you say a lot, and now I want to interrupt and just say, I actually like Shmuley Boteach. He's not perfect. He's not perfect. I don't stand by everything he does, but I do think he's a righteous man. And yeah, he may have made some mistakes. His heart's in the right place. He's done a lot of good stuff, and that's that. I'll let you say more about him right now.
I respect that. That's your right.
So then let's move on. If we have nothing nice to say, let's move on. We've said enough.
Well,
okay.
Listen.
He's done a lot of good things.
Between you and I is, I fucking know him and you don't. That's the difference.
Well, there's a lot of differences
so
between
you look
us.
At posts. I look at the person. So if you want to talk, no issue. I respect it. But talk.
If you want to keep talking shit about him, I'm going to ask you to stop. Okay? You've said a lot. You've said a lot.
I don't care what you are.
Hey, Randy?
You've said a lot. You're repeating yourself, and you haven't added anything new. I'm not going to start attacking you yet, but you've said a lot.
You can't attack me.
Hey, Randy?
Yes?
You're not gonna like this, but I agree with him. I don't think he's a good look for us. I think he's not a good look for rabbis. I think he could get his message across in a different way. And I just think it does us a disservice to be that aggressive in people's faces. I don't know. I'm just observing his posts and his videos and stuff, and that's my take. I'll leave it at that.
Right. Guess what? He's stressed out like a lot of other people. October 7th in the last 2 years has stressed out a lot of people, including him. I think he's only human. I have no beef with him at all.
Aleph, what's up, bro?
Who were we talking about?
Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh, he's a sorry, I won't say that. He's a disgusting character. Sorry, and he's always been like that. I just think he has done so much damage and drawn so much attention to himself because he's a narcissist and he loves the attention. Also, the whole story with the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami, it was really disgusting what he did, especially with Lizzie Savetsky. It was absolutely vile. And he's not done himself any favours whatsoever. And also, I shook the guy's hand about 4 years ago at an event, and he shook my hand like a wet fish. And my late father always told me, when anyone shakes your hand like that, never trust them.
He went for it like a limp handshake?
Yeah, an extremely limp handshake.
Kiss the Navy goodbye.
And he was also busy chasing all the celebrities around the room as well.
Dramatic cuts to the
Listen,
Hey Greg, how
he
can you
walks
use
his
official
talk,
remake cuts
as
to the
you
US
know.
Navy?
He has multiple children in the IDF. He's not perfect.
But listen, Randy, there's nothing wrong with calling him out. It's like saying that we shouldn't call out Buttercup.
No, it's a lot different. All right, I said what I said. He's not an enemy. He's just somebody, he's not an enemy of the Jewish people.
Yeah, but
Of course he's not. Of course he's not.
He makes us look bad. I don't think he's a net positive for the Jewish people.
Yeah, he doesn't help. He doesn't help. He actually hinders more than help.
When you're in Vienna and you're sitting in a crowd and you're inciting people so that you can get a video out of it, that's not helping the cause. That's got nothing to do with helping the cause. If you want to help the cause, no issue, help it. If someone accosts you and you want to video it, I understand. But don't incite it so that you can get it on video. Oh, he touched me. Where's the police? Let's get him arrested.
I can't tell who was that who was just speaking, who said don't incite, because two people.
That's Jewish resistance, and
Okay, got it. Okay, I think I gave a thumbs up.
you did. It's okay, but okay, Yaakov will take
If I
it.
could say something, I thought maybe it was a delayed reaction because they said something very similar to Olive.
I love you guys, man. It's funny.
We're funny people.
Yeah, funny. It's okay. It's okay, but yeah.
Reminds me of the dark humor because things have been dark.
I want to enter a primatology class in schools, and I want to be a teacher of that class at a school. Or just write curriculum. I don't need to teach.
Baby, did you see that the fighter jets were scrambled over Canada on Monday from 3 flights coming in from Germany, landing in Calgary with bomb threats? NORAD scrambled a bunch of fighter jets.
No, I just sent you something though. Can you look at that on WhatsApp? Let me know if you know that first.
Canada's CF-18s are very interesting. Jewish.
Yeah, for sure they are.
You know what's interesting? In the bottom, they have a painting of the canopy. So it looks, you can't tell, like, if you're looking at the bottom or the top in a dogfight. Not that they dogfight much.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very interesting.
Well, the shame is that there aren't that many in Canada.
No, it's like 18 or something like that.
There's like 4 of them.
Yeah, no, I think there's a little bit more.
There's 70.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
It's 18.
Well, that's why Canada relies so heavily on the U.S. for protection.
Good to have a big brother.
It's very good to have a big brother. They should treat him better, if you ask my opinion.
Yeah.
Damn, I just got a post from NBC. Disney has pulled Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely after the host's comments about Charlie Kirk. Now I gotta go see what he said about Charlie Kirk. This is crazy.
Yeah, what did he say?
I'll have to go Google it right now and find out.
Mexican.
Who? Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, during his opening monologue for Monday Night Show, had suggested that Tyler Robinson, the man accused of fiduciary Kimmel last week at Utah, was aligned with President Donald Trump's MAGA, Make America Great Again. Here's the quote. The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving, he added. Well,
Well, looks like a lot of people are having their fuck around and find out moment in wake of Charlie Kirk's death.
they think free speech exists in the workplace, which doesn't.
Yeah, right?
How many people are on that list? There's like 20,000. What is the list of people who like, you know, said things about Charlie Kirk? Or like, you know, defended what happened. I think it was like 20,000 a few days ago.
Wait, there's a list? Is somebody keeping a tally of folks who are saying disparaging things about Charlie?
Yeah, it's like a public list. It's like the longest list of its kind.
Wow. Yeah, no, I just saw your comment. I went to Google it. Judges ordered him to Syria. Man, these people are insane. Everybody's having that fuck around and find out moment. Oh well, see you later. See you later, mom.
Did anyone see that Jimmy Kimmel's show was canceled because of some disparaging remarks he apparently made about Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, we were just talking about that while you were on the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Good timing.
I just saw that. That's why. Yeah, good for them for doing it.
Yeah. Remember my dad used to say every decision has a consequence.
Absolutely. Shouldn't disparage people, especially those that are not here anymore. Well, specifically those that are not here anymore.
Well, to be honest, he was disparaging Trump and his allies. He wasn't disparaging Kirk. I read of his quote. Here, he said. The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. So, he was really trying to get political points from it, not disparaging the guy who was shot.
Yeah, true.
That's my read of it.
Yeah, I see that for sure.
I'm posting in case anybody wants to see him actually say it. I just posted a short clip from Twitter of Jimmy's remarks.
Thanks, Mike.
FCC said it was truly sick, and it said they have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with an obligation to operate in the public interest. Ouch. That carried a lot of weight with ABC. And at the FCC, he was really on their case. This is a very, very serious issue right now for Disney. We can do this easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there is going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. Ouch.
Thank you, George.
Well, Nathan, no thanks.
No problem at all.
Daniel, are you still in this room? Sir, I wish it wasn't so. Jewish, Norma, Yaakov, I have to leave and you guys are on the phone. Yaakov, do you want to hold up the fort?
TV leave already?
Yep.
Yeah. Gotta get Harry up here.
Is Harry there? Oh, okay. Why do you want Harry up there?
He's the best. He's funny.
He's been given the invite, but I'm not seeing anything. Not saying yes.
Yalla, Harry.
It's not coming up.
Yakov, it's on you.
I'm not hearing anything.
I think everybody's called it a day or something.
I think so too. Well, I have to go, so let's see what happens. You guys have a really good night.
You as well.
Some people just can't let it go. Some people, they're real slow. Some people just can't let it go.
In time, we find the commandments of Yama and Niyama mentioned, though we must never forget that the conditions of success vary for every individual, and it cruelly might advise one people to drink more
Unless
and another to abstain.
unless there's a declared war,
The extreme
unless
virtue is a necessary
there is
condition
like
for one who is
unless you are
desirous of
actually
attaining
defending
this.
life, and meaning not not to say that you can blow up an abortion clinic or something like that, to defend a person that can actually conscious life. I think that there are those exceptions, of course. But what I was going to ask you, Marshall, because you have the historical background, could you make an argument that right now that the Trump administration is behaving more like a revolutionary group that has assumed power but hasn't yet decided to exercise and hasn't established that it believes in the principles of the government that it is now running or managing?
No. I think an argument you could make is that it's comparison people today, not kind of class disparity, the race disparity. Some of that stuff in major metropolitans is exacerbated because cities tend to have that trouble. It's not like cities are bad or anything. It's just cities tend to have a lot more of that class struggle because people are in such close settings. I think the piece
Okay, Ludwig, this has been an episode of Green Bean Fascists in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. This is your good friend Jaya.
years. I think that's an astute observation of governments that don't exactly know what they want to do. I don't know that I would call it French Revolutionary. The way it comes across in my head is extreme upheaval of the status quo. Right, like the Republicans, for example, want to get rid of mass bureaucracy. That's been something that's a 100-year-old belief in the Republican Party.
Bipartisan.
But it would, but bipartisan. Anyway, it would upend the system in the way it currently functions, right? So in that sense, yes, it could be revolutionary because it's completely trying to upend the established order and remake it. Now, I think the question, and this depends upon the person and their knowledge of history, and thus the examples they can think of. I don't know if that is always bad. It can be when the worst angels of our nature are emphasized over the best, then we end up having a problem. I'll give an example in my head. The president's
Marshall, I apologize. I think you might be a little bit in the matrix. I know sometimes you go in and out. So I apologize for asking a more, I guess, complex question, and maybe it's something we can revisit another time.
Can you hear me any better?
Corey and Finley, speak. You're on stage. You're just shitting on me and Victoria. Jack, go ahead and talk.
What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the delusions that you were spewing, or what?
Hey, we're
No,
not doing that. No, we're not doing that. That's not happening in Steve's room. Like I said in the chat, like I said in the chat, you're not behaving. It's not that difficult. Don't attack the ladies. Talk about their points. Don't say they're fascist. Just listen. Don't say they're fascist. Don't attribute motives to them they don't have. I mean, disagree with Victoria all the time, but she does not deserve to get crapped on from you, and neither does Jane. And you know what you're doing is inflammatory when you do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't say the things you're saying. You need to manage it in a much more persuasive and respectful manner. That's like Daddy's the tenor and tone of Uncle Steve's room. We do not get into the gutter.
We literally had somebody say that somebody didn't have the right to speak somewhere. When you start to do that, that's
no, Corey, the proper response to that accusation is that in a public venue, you have the right to speak. Thank you, whoever moved him. I appreciate that. That was me. Yeah, we're just not having that conversation on stage.
Thank you. Yes, really appreciate that. Also, the whole idea of like, where do you have the right to speak, etc. Obviously, like in work settings, it's different than in the public square. And in the public square, it can still affect your work setting. So just be careful, everyone.
Hey, James, I think you wanted to say something, and we got tired of that morass. What were you going to say?
Actually, nothing. I was just
I have a question.
to the. Oh, okay, go ahead, Tara.
Jane, why did you say thank you to Marshall?
Because you showed a modicum of pleasantness to me that I appreciated.
The modicum of niceness was what?
Telling that guy, what's his name again? Yeah.
I'm just going to
already forgettable.
I'm just going to take a point of moderation. We're talking about the subject, not about the moderators. If you'd like to be different about the subject, I'm happy to have you.
I do want
Probably
to
my whiteness, my white woman.
No,
Yeah,
I was, it was just like.
I felt appreciative that one Republican would say one pleasant thing that was moral.
But would he say it when you're not here?
No, I don't think so.
Yes, he would. I think he would. And Marshall is a very pleasant person, and there are a lot of
Would you say it for us dismal when we're not around?
Yes,
Yes, I defend her when she's not around.
We're getting off track.
But I think the whole other conversation is for another.
But I haven't been able to like finish my thought here.
Because your thought's about me, and we're not
Oh,
talking
she's
about
asking me something. I appreciate this.
Yeah, like it was gonna be a longer conversation, but everyone feels like they're hit as soon as we like start having a conversation. As you've noticed, a lot of your stages don't have a lot of people from diverse backgrounds. I wonder why that is. I wonder why you're not able to be in spaces where people from other communities are having conversations about this, where they're talking about what the issues are around this.
What's the point of you not get or not talking about me? I don't understand why this has to be a referendum on me instead of being on
Why are you feeling
You're not actually
Why are you
entering
because you were talking about me.
I feel like this is a diversion though from the topic of the space and like it was this is literally meant to be about.
Is the topic not about the critical thinking after party? Like I thought we were talking about Uncle Steve's space.
I think we
were
were
actually
talking
having
about
a conversation about subjects relating from the death penalty to health insurance to whether or not people should be killed or whatever. We weren't talking about moderators. We weren't getting into the personal shit. That's what we were talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you people talk about the things that you would like to talk about because clearly you do not want to have a conversation.
That's correct. Okay. Goodbye.
I don't think that's.
24 hours ago, and my room is still here. Not sure if it's the same topic, but congratulations.
I couldn't hear most of what you said. It sounds like you're actually in the plane that's taking the phone right now.
With the mic.
No, I'm walking. Shout out to winning in the city of public transportation.
I just want to say something because I think she's still down in the audience. Tara, like, it seems, and I could be wrong, but it seems when you want to talk, you want to gripe about something. And it doesn't feel like you actually want to have a conversation. You just want to, it seems, I'm not accusing you of anything. It seems like you're not an honest interlocutor. Like, it's more like you want to come in, gripe about something, and just cast aspersions. And I think like anybody up here, it's tough enough to stand on their own, but it doesn't actually seem like you actually want to talk about anything as opposed to talking about someone.
I know Taro actually has quite a few like really interesting perspectives to offer. I don't follow people like willy-nilly, especially on my new profile, and I think sometimes it's really easy on Clubhouse to go into a conversation about the setting of the space rather than the topic, and so I really think that you guys do a great job of trying to moderate, but sometimes, and perhaps it was like my own fault, I did ask a question that led Marshall down like a little bit of a history lesson or history rabbit hole, and maybe that was for another space as well. So I did get off topic as well. So my apologies.
So, what is the topic?
Well, I want to say the great Jane Rosenzweig is down there. So while we have a moment, if you haven't heard Jane's podcasting host debut, Jane interviewed me for my 300th episode, one of my interview show. I was the guest at Jane's, and Jane did a great job. So not to make it about the mods, but I will make it about the mods. So I'll put the link in the chat. Great job by the great Jane Rosenzweig. I call her one of the great ones. So she's amazing, and I'll put the link in the chat. And yeah, great to see everybody. I'm walking through the streets of West Philadelphia, and appreciate everybody being here for the critical thinking after party.
Scotty, you're in a big city. Like, I haven't been to Philly in 5 years. Like, what's the homeless situation like?
There are, I mean, it's present. I mean, it's not the worst I've ever seen it. I've lived here on and off for a really long time, and it's not, it's real, right? I mean, but it's not, same thing like with the crime situation. It's not, like, Philadelphia is not awful. I mean, it's just not. I mean, I've seen it in safer periods, but it's far safer than it was, say, decades ago. I mean, it's not, I walk around, I live in neighborhoods that are not, bougie, posh neighborhoods. I mean, they're, I walk around, I mean, I feel pretty safe here. I mean, I think our mayor is she's done some things like around, addiction stuff, like the homeless addiction community I don't love, like around needles and stuff, like not like getting rid of needles and stuff. But all in all, I mean, our mayor's not, she's not the worst we've had. I mean, she's doing a decent job. So I like my city. I think my city's, on the upswing. So it's no New York, Daryl, but really, Daryl, what is New York? What is New York? Nothing. There's no city compares to New York City. I mean, it's the capital of the world.
Yeah, capital of everything, unfortunately, sometimes, right?
Well, just gonna say I love both those cities, you guys, so you don't have to convince me. Absolutely love them. Lived in Philadelphia for 4 years in graduate school. Love that city. And New York, I mean, it's in my back pocket. But I do want to thank Marshall for trying to return. I am late to this party, but for trying to return the conversation to the topic and not let the drama take over, because there's so much happening in this great country of ours. And I wanted to know, has anybody heard that CNN reported that Jimmy Kimmel is being taken off the air? I think that's
he's next. He's next, indefinitely for some comments he made. Yeah, he's at.
That's just incredible. It is incredible. I'm flabbergasted.
What were the comments that he made? It was something about Kirk Scott. So he got dropped by one of like the biggest affiliate stations, right? So it's like 2, 4, and 7, channel 2, 4, 7, and 11. They tend, and I learned this from NBC, but like they tend to work on affiliates who carry like broadcasting. So that's why, there might be a show that airs on channel 4 here in New York, but it might air on channel 7 through syndication in Philadelphia. And apparently, this affiliate owner didn't like, I don't even know what Jimmy said, but didn't like something that Jimmy said and dropped him. And so that would be a big financial burden for, Disney, ABC to cover, to continue to put the show out if there's no actual ad revenue coming in via like commercials. I said the same thing when they canceled Colbert. That show, according to some estimates, was losing $40 million a year and was only averaging like maybe 2.5, 3 million viewers a night. And big productions are really expensive to carry, and you need a lot of ad revenue. You need to be selling 30-second commercials for $30,000, and nobody is.
I understand all that, but why, I asked the question, what did he say?
Don't
Like,
know.
did he not grieve enough for them? Because I don't trust in what they're saying that he said rose to the level of a cancellation.
The quotes in the chat. I didn't find it particularly egregious myself, but you know, the guy who owns Nexstar does. So
This is what's interesting to me.
It's objectively not egregious.
What's so interesting to me is some of my conservative friends, some of my best friends who are conservatives, that feel like that they are so oppressed. I've been talking and texting with people around some of these issues over the past couple days, and they act like they're so marginalized. I'm like, you're taking down media personalities. Like, this is. I mean, you have cultural power. You know what I mean? Like, they act like they don't have cultural power. They've got massive cultural power. They've taken down Colbert now. They've taken down Jimmy Kimmel now, right? Like, I mean, it's just interesting because there's this sort of conservative narrative oppression story, and it's like you've got all branches of government, and people are so afraid that they're canceling major programming. How are you not in the driver's?
Yeah, I think one
No,
of the
Marshall,
things.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Len, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
No, I just want to, to talk about these cancellations, because this scares me. This really, really frightens me, because we're moving in a direction that has nothing to do with American democracy as I know it. I mean, did the Democrats ever cancel political satire? Where, I mean, we all take for granted, some jokes might be way off color, but we take for granted that political satire is loud and can be heard with several grains of salt, right?
Now, the last big Democrat censored person I can think of, and I could be wrong, but is Tipper Gore. Right? Tipper was when she was second lady. I mean, her sort of stuff was rap lyrics and and she was big explicit lyrics labels that went on to Walmart and stuff like that. So that's the last Democrat I can remember that was sort of in the forefront of a censorship move.
I'll tell you one of the things I find odd about the remembering of Kirk as it's going on is the attempt to semi-deify him as some sort of a saint. I don't mean that literally, I mean that more figuratively. The kind of idolatrous behavior that is going on with his memory is, I'm sure, by all metrics, he was some sort of a devout Christian. I don't know which denomination he was, but he believed heavily in God. The man who believes heavily in God, I highly doubt would want himself to be made into an idol. It just seems yucky. I'll also comment on the thing where conservatives feel oppressed. Conservatives feel oppressed. I live in an area that still has governance, Democrats in Texas, and it's had it for over 100 years. I don't feel oppressed in the Rio Grande Valley. I think it is weird to, in the wake of this stuff, get one's feelings hurt. People are allowed to think Charlie Kirk is a terrible person, while also thinking he didn't deserve to get shot down like a dog in the street. Those two beliefs can be in one's head at the same time. And I think we do ourselves a real disservice on the right-hand side of the aisle when we, for lack of a better description, for snowflakery reasons, become very sensitive to the way this stuff is portrayed. I can understand one's personal life being offended by it. It's like, I understand not liking it on Clubhouse because it's distasteful, but this kind kind of like, oh, we have such a big offense to carry. Like, that doesn't work for me. Now, I don't support, well, he said nasty, terrible things, and so therefore he should have known what he was going to say, and y'all was coming to him. I don't think that stuff's appropriate. But I do think it's totally appropriate to say, I'm a big fan of the dude. I don't like him, or as Jane has said properly, that he punched down. And Jane still believes, I know she does, that political violence is bad no matter who it happens to. Right? Like, I don't understand the conservative head, on the conservative side, why we can't both of the pieces in our head at the same time.
Because it gives you the
can anyone hear me? I guess not.
Because, hold on, Tucker, 1 second. But, this is selective because, again, I've been, blowing this horn. We're not talking about Epstein. And it's like for the first time in maybe 6 months that Epstein isn't carrying the daily news or the daily headline. And I think that whoever doesn't want Epstein talked about is going to ride this wave until people just move on, because people tend to move on.
So I have kind of it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander take on the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, at least as an initial reaction. I always kind of felt like broad strokes conservative reaction to, cancel culture was, a bunch of pearl clutching essentially, because the way I saw it and the way I experienced it was people were like, well, no, I'm not going to consume. I'm going to consume in ways that make sure that money doesn't go to actors, producers, writers, comedians, so on and so forth, who I disagree with, right? And leveraging economic power to have views expressed. And that included, supporting platforms that wanted to take people off of them, because platforms are allowed to do that. And I don't think that Nexstar is in the right here. I don't think that ABC is in the right here. But ultimately, Jimmy Kimmel has a lot of name recognition, a lot of ways to get his message out still. And so I would just, censorship is bad. There's lots of real concerning things that are going on squarely in the censorship realm. But I don't know, and there are good, valid criticisms of consolidation in network TV specifically that has been guided politically, let's say. But I don't think people acting on their sincerely held beliefs in the marketplace is the censorship critique that I want to adopt.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's all just very confusing. I mean, no one wants political assassinations to happen in this country, because we all live here, and it doesn't really matter which side of the political spectrum you're on. That's evidence of a society that's really collapsing and hurting. So, and a democracy that's in trouble. That's one thing. The other thing is that when we start to witness censorship, whether you are going to lose your job because you didn't agree with what Kirk said, that doesn't mean that you don't mourn for a political assassination. I mean, most people are logical. We don't celebrate assassinations, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be following the law. And this is a particular extreme example. Not that any murder is okay, every murder horrendous, but this was really extreme. your job because you said publicly or on social media that you didn't agree with him. These things, you know, we're going down a very slippery slope of censorship, and I turn towards authoritarianism, and that is something that I really worry about.
What's going on with this space where it just ends up being like a bunch of people, like it's like one of the dregs of this app right now, where people come in and just continue to attack other people, and all these like rabid people on the right keep doing it, and I don't understand what's going on. This is not the space I walked into earlier where we were having a good conversation.
I started checking out the chat and deleting a couple of comments where there were some personal attacks. Like, I just think it's everybody wants you to be mad about what they're mad about, and if you don't, you're somehow a failure because you won't pick up their cross to bear.
Hey Chuck, if you got some stuff to say in the chat and you're on stage, you should be willing to say it on stage and not in the chat. Otherwise, I fail to understand why you're up here. If you're just gonna sit here and be a chat warrior. Hey JCC, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I just got done working for a little bit. Thought I'd come back. How'd this room go?
It was good.
It was good.
I was good. It was good.
This is a bit of a non sequitur, but since things are winding down, I started reading Spirit of the Law, by Montesquieu, which was published in 1790. So it's one of the kind of classic texts that the founders would have read when they were thinking about how to frame the Constitution. And one of the things that he talks about, kind of ad nauseum actually, is the concept of virtue, and he defines it in ways that I think are interesting if you understand American history. For example, he talks about the value of citizenship, and he talks about preferencing community over wealth accumulation. And I think it's reflected directly in the Constitution, because he says bribes are anathema in a republic, which is literally explicitly incorporated into the Constitution. And the founders in their writings talked about virtue in much the same way that Montesquieu did. I don't know, I just passed a part where he says very explicitly, a republic is in decadence when magistrates preference making money off of their position because it shows that the morals and the virtue of the republic system have been corrupted. So it's just very telling. And I think just one aspect of U.S. history that I think has been lost on many people is before kind of the Industrial Revolution, in like the 1870s, 80s, Americans as a people generally their concept of a good life was not getting super wealthy. It was like, you know, having a homestead, and what they referred to as a competence, which put you among your peers, right? It allowed you to know among your peers. It didn't separate you because you were so wealthy that you couldn't understand what other people were going through. So, just wanted to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Kitover. That was interesting.
Marshall, or anyone who has a current depth of knowledge about white nationalists. Marshall, do you? I mean, are we splitting hairs here? Groyper, Proud Boy, KKK, sorry, MAGA. What do we have to prove? These are bad people. They're anti-American values. Is that safe to say? Does anyone want to argue? And I'm not saying American values, by the way, are executed purely, but why is there such defense of these radical, maniacal, homicidal, evil groups? What's up with that, Marshall? I'm asking you an honest question, politically. Chuck Finley, read the Constitution. Mods.
Well, I agree with you, Jane. I have nothing to say to the contrary. I mean, I think it is scary when we have Christian nationalists, white supremacists, groypers, you know, doing what they do and convincing people to that ideology is dangerous.
I mean, you're saying like there's not a point in parsing out the differences between the stuff that it's a wasted breath even. You know,
like it's a big umbrella.
Paint them all with one brush. They're all fucking assholes. They don't deserve a microphone, and we should dismiss them all. Definitively and unceremoniously.
You know what? I might not. Yeah, although I don't agree with the way the First Amendment is managed in this country, as you know. Do I think they all have to be painted with the same brush or shut down? No, because of the commitment to the Constitution. But Scott, should our dominant, currently in charge political party be putting their affiliation with these groups? That's what I have a problem with. Why would our president, I'm asking you facetiously, why would the American government be taking a positive standing with these people? Groyper, Proud Boy, yeah, whatever, Scott. I guess you're right. I'm lumping them in.
Is it because they're mainly Christian? And Christians are the high populace of the country and viewed with, a high regard kind of sort of?
Yeah, maybe.
No, I think that's a different question. I mean, I think the question if you're asking why does the Republican establishment, right, why is it seemingly overprotective of people that seem out of the mainstream?
Anti-American, yes.
Yeah, anti-American, out of the mainstream, tribal, extremists, Nazi, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever you want to say. Yeah. Choose your point. I think, so this is just anecdotal, but I think that when people say, when people start to say, well, these people, Charlie Kirk's a white nationalist, I think that their base, while maybe not white nationalists, right, or at least part of the base. I mean, I'm talking about some friends I'm in pretty active dialogue with right now, in a very interesting, very intense, a little frustrating at times. They are inherently defensive, right? And there's just a sort of circle the wagons, right? That you can't give an inch. That this is, Jesse Waters gave an interesting editorial on his show. I say interesting is clinical neutral. Interesting is clinical neutral.
Let me guess, did he talk about white replacement theory?
Well, no, he talked
Anyone talk about that, Scott?
These people have declared war on us, and he went on a litany of all these provocations, and the left has declared war. And so there's the siege mentality. So there's the sense that compromise is the language of the devil, right? That if you give an inch, that you're equivocating, right? And that so you get this. So you have these folks who want a full-throated defense, right? And so you wind up, I think, unable to talk with some complexity and say, yeah, no, I mean, we condemn this, and because that stuff is seen as weak, right? It's seen as kowtowing. It's seen as, I think, I think it's pathetic on one level, but then you think, like, how many times, though, and I'll just say, this isn't a defense of it, but it's maybe intellectual empathy. How many times are you in rooms or conversations with people on the left where it's like, don't cow down to these people, don't compromise to these people, and I've painted with a broad brush and probably been pretty unnuanced, especially when it gets heated, and especially when I feel defensive and when I feel like there's things that matter to me that are at stake, and I feel under siege. So but I think that's part of it. I think there's the sense that condemnation of some of the uglier sides will be perceived as weakness on the part of the base, even if the base doesn't find all of it praiseworthy. It's sort of like they're assholes, but there are assholes. There are assholes, and so go after their assholes, not our. But I take full ownership of the fact that that's impressionistic and anecdotal. So what is that worth? Really? Although what I will say is not anecdotal, because my friends, I was just in this group thread. I was pointing to just all these studies about sources of violence, right? Political violence, and it's not nuanced. It's not ambiguous, right? I mean, if you look over the past, since the past few decades, it's overwhelmingly on the right. No, there are instances on the left. I'm not saying there are none, but it's not equivalent, not even close. And so, my friends basically dismissed all my sources. So it was interesting today. I found somebody posted a source from the Cato Institute, which is, I don't know how you get more right wing than you can.
Their own shit. They're rejecting their own shit.
So I'm ready to post that tonight. That will be, of course, denied. Somebody said to me when I was pointing out the studies, don't believe the data. I said, whatever, I just go by the data. Don't go by the data. Go by your eyes. That's what okay. I mean, well, my eyes tell me a lot of stuff too, but I feel like there's this sense in which we could try to have a more objectively anchored conversation. But this is. I thought the left. I thought we were the subjective emotionalists, but that's less and less the case. Tara wanted to come up. Tara, I do not. I'm sure I completely disagree with you. Oh, there you go. Sorry, you're operating that mic.
Yeah.
Hi, Tara.
Hey. I think that's what's frustrating, right? Like, people are not having objective conversations around these topics because they have no objective kind of like grounding to political theory work. And so it's kind of hilarious listening to people talk about things that they don't really want to be grounded in. Like, they just have built up a delusion and they are far gone in their delusion at this point. that they don't want to address the obvious issues. And that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Like, it's important to understand the difference between Klansmen and groypers, and because this morphology is very much harming people today, right? We talk, like, you know about the two black men that were lynched in Mississippi, right? Like, currently it's being ruled suicides. Who knows if they'll even ever, like, political violence is not new. Political violence happens every fucking day. When did you think it was not happening? Were you confused? Oh, you just got political because your guy got affected. Oh, who is your guy then? Let's look into that. Let's try to understand who your guy is. That you're only concerned that this guy died from political violence, and not the fact that on Fox News an anchor said to go ahead and kill the homeless. Who are the homeless? Who are the homeless? 65% of the people that are homeless in the U.S. are foster children. Children who have been failed by your society. You want to kill them. That is what is being peddled on your TVs. And you are okay with that because everyone should have the freedom of speech. Everyone should be allowed to kill anybody they like. And it's okay. But don't do it to us. The absurdity is, like, laughable in these rooms because people don't want to be real about anything. They think it's a fucking joke. And that's the reality. Scott?
It is Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, I do think people do come here. You're right. I mean, I do think this isn't the Oxford debate. So,
They
yeah, no,
out here for jokes. They out here for jokes.
Yes.
They try to get one off, right? They think everything's a fucking joke. Until, oh no, now there's political violence. Today, all of a sudden, not when Native children are being detached from their families. When that ICWA hearing went down, how many thousands of Native children are going to be dead because of that decision? Those are not political deaths. Because Native people are free to kill. Kill them as much as you want. We commit genocide in North America, and it is okay. That is what these people want to talk about. It's only political when Charlie Kirk does. That's when it becomes political.
Hold on a second.
Right? Lena, girlfriend.
No,
We heard you. We heard you. No drama, girl. No drama, girl. Don't get in the drama, girl.
Hold on.
Don't. Why are you gonna be a drama? Don't be a drama queen. Don't be a drama queen.
Hold on, King, for a second. King, for a second. Like, excuse me, Taro. Like, this is not like one of those rooms. You know.
He's the one that said that I was being drama, Daryl. Did you actually stop for that?
Yeah, that's fine. But
You put respectability politics on her? Did you start getting respectable? Did you get her to get real respectable with you?
Hang on. Just wait. We want each of you to talk. Let's not overtalk each other. That's all that we're trying to say.
JCC, was something going on before you came into the room, maybe?
All I'm seeing is someone wanting to chime in a little bit.
You might just want to let the moderators that were in the room at the time deal with the problem.
The problem I'm seeing is you're talking to someone trying to put their 2 cents in.
You would see it that way, JCC. You would see it.
Well, you know what else I see? I see you going down in the audience. How about that? For them, C's. There we go. Capital C for me.
I wouldn't even do that. Let's bring it back. Let's give her a shot.
Yeah, give her a shout out. Give her a shout out for being a bitch. There we go. Yeah, I called her.
I don't think she's. Come on.
Come on. No. I call it like I see it, bro. Come on. Let's not sugarcoat it. All I was trying to do is allow 2 people to talk, bro. That's it.
Okay, can I just respond? Taro, you're a very emotional person, and I respect that. I spoke, I think, very ideologically, and I'm not interested in emotionally addressing the issues. Of course, there's a lot of political violence that's very nuanced. I'm talking about a particular moment that has been broadcast live to the entire United States, okay? I fully accept, but we will be here for 3 days if we go into all the subtleties of what constitutes political violence. I'm talking about in a full-blown paramount production of political violence, because I don't have the time to discuss all the nuances. I think you should open a room on your own and go through every act of political violence that happens in this country and in other countries as well.
I guess she doesn't want to. Roya, welcome up.
What's up, everyone? What's the topic?
Not the one that started.
Neato. Hey, Lena.
Hi, Roya Moo. I mean, we're talking about the issue of the day, and it's been very well moderated up until recently. Marshall was in here, Scott was in here, Daryl's fantastic. I mean, it's been a very good discussion, but emotions are running high, let's just put it that way, on what constitutes political violence.
By the way, I mean, it's a interesting topic. Like political violence is definitely one of those terms that gets thrown around a lot, but, actually sitting down and seeing like, oh, well, what actually counts? Like, is it only physical harm or, is it politically violent to implement intimidation tactics? Is coercion considered political violence? As the prior speaker, I think it just got a little bit unhinged, to be fair, but that is a question. Now, if that's not the question of the room, whether or not, systemic violence also, is political violence, those are all things that can be unpacked and, civilly. But yeah, I'm gonna listen more to see what the room has to say, so that I can, listen and respond accordingly to the temperature and a specific frame that you guys are laying the conversation out.
Well, glad you're here, Roya. Because you're always a voice of reason. And it has been a reasonable space until recently. But yes, I mean, there are a lot of things that we've touched on. Why Jimmy Kimmel has been canceled, why Charlie Kirk is turning into a martyr, and we're going to have a spectacle on Sunday. And is it okay to abhor a full-blown spectacle of assassination, but also disagree with what he purportedly stood for? And people losing their jobs over saying that they didn't agree with his opinions. I mean, these things all aiming for. And any conversation, my goal is to find a united front as to what's happening, not to be divisive, but I don't always, I don't know, I'm not always successful.
Hey guys, JCC, you still there?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
So I got a bell, I got class in the morning, so I'm gonna leave you with the reins. Steve said that you can shut it down whenever you want. It was a good room until it wasn't, but yeah, I'm out.
Gotcha.
Have a good night. Have a good night, ladies.
Yeah. We'll keep it going as long as you folks want to keep chatting. All I ask is let's be civil and not over talk each other.
Hey JCC, beautiful man. Hey.
I'm all right, Lula. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, everyone. So just with reference to people getting fired, have they not been fired because they've kind of been laughing about him being killed and celebrating him being killed? No? I thought that's what was happening, and that's why people have been removed from their jobs, not just for disagreeing with him. Or am I?
Yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable. I heard of people being distasteful in their commentary about the death. I think that may be a means for removing them from their position. But I think someone was it Lena? Were you saying like people were not agreeing with his position, and that was causing them their jobs? Is that what's going on?
I have not gone into the weeds on this, but I don't know where you draw the line, right? I mean, either we believe in the Bill of Rights or we don't. You know, I'm taking an absolutist position for the sake of argument, right? Pam Bondi came out and said hate speech is going to be persecuted. Well, you know, guess what? I mean, hate speech has been around since the formation of this democracy. So what are we doing here? Are we refiguring the democratic ideals? I mean, we all have to agree on some common truth. I don't think it's right to mock an assassination. I said that from the very beginning. It was horrific. But you can't pursue people for ridiculing somebody they did not agree with his values. I mean, you can't we can't run a democracy with a culture of persecution. Right. I'm just going to only talk solely about the ABC situation because that's what I'm the most familiar with and that's the most recent. So, I mean, I don't think that it's okay that ABC pulled Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Like, yes, they're a private company, and yes, technically they're not bound by the First Amendment in the same way that the government is, right? But, you know, the principle still matters here. Like, when networks are going to be punishing speech just for being offensive or, I guess, politically inconvenient due to the zeitgeist or whatever it may be, or their, you know, the bottom dollar of their, you know, their broadcast and their network, it just sets a really dangerous precedent, right? Like, it's telling comedians, journalists, and I mean, it sends the message to everyday people that you can speak, but only if your speech is market friendly and acceptable due to the temperature of the culture. And I feel like, or a segment of the culture, right? And so I think that really, I think that it definitely does create a rather chilling effect, like where, you know, people can start self-censoring out of fear, which is the opposite of what, you know, healthy democracy needs. Like, offensive speech, however offensive, like, is not harm. And the role of media, from my vantage point, is that it should broaden the debate and not go out of its way to narrow it, if you catch what I'm trying to say. So,
yeah, I actually think that ABC is being a bit of a sissy, and yeah, and
I don't disagree with you, Roya, unsurprisingly. And I think but I think when people are, I've seen some of these TikTok videos where people are literally dancing, laughing, celebrating this man being killed. And a lot of these people are in positions of authority, a lot of them are teachers, and so on. You cannot be standing in front of a classroom and putting that on your public social media. You should be neutral in those kinds of roles. So I agree. And as a teacher, I'm a teacher myself. And if I did something like that, I would expect to lose my job because it's not appropriate. It depends on the role also that people are doing. So I don't think it's people being persecuted necessarily. I do think that people need to take responsibility. And if they're in a role where they influence other people, then no. And also, why on earth would anyone celebrate a young man, whoever they are, being shot in the neck in front of his wife? Which that sickens me. Like, you can disagree with what you said for sure. We should all be able to speak about what we agree or disagree with. But to celebrate someone being assassinated, that's all kinds of wrong.
no, I agree. And of course, private employers, they do have parameters around the speech, and now, in employment contracts in which there are limits on, your usage and your expression on social media platforms. And I do think that, yes, teachers are public servants. They hold trust from students, parents, community, and, when there is, a violent death being celebrated, I mean, that does it definitely does, it's not a great look, that they're, the idea is that these people are the stewards and, caretakers of values, and, a teacher's role is to model civility. So, I mean, I can understand that, and also the moral example in which we're trying. So, I mean, I can understand that part. So, I mean, of course, free speech isn't free from consequences. So, just because you can legally say something doesn't mean that there aren't costs to that. Especially like you mentioned in public facing and, authority roles and such. So, I mean, it depends on the speech, though. I mean, what a comedian like Jimmy Kimmel did is not the same as celebrating or, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, right? So it's not the same.
Absolutely. And I haven't seen the Jimmy Kimmel update tonight, and I'm pretty shocked by that, actually.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, you guys, you see that, and here's where we get into the weeds, right? Like, when is it appropriate? As I said earlier, and Roya, you hadn't come up yet onto the room, into the room, that we take for granted that political satire is just that. Political satire is satire. When we start censoring political satire, that is very dangerous. On the other hand, was it Meg or Lula? I don't know who said, people who are in the position of stewardship, to quote Roya, have to be very careful because they're influencing minds that aren't yet formed, right? And can't make the distinction. But, then we get into this whole issue of what's private and what's public now in discourse, and now that we're living in this age of social media, we're crossing some boundaries that are very tricky to navigate.
Well, I think we're gonna have to catch up and really figure out what our values are, if there are any boundaries, because social media influencers are public servants. They're not teachers, but they have the power to guide, particularly the young people, and some really horrible ways.
Agree.
Andrew Tate, whatever his demise, I'm sure a lot of teachers would feel relieved, even
know the damage is done already, right? The normalization of misogyny and culture. Um, I'm sure a lot of because a lot of children have regurgitated the nonsense in their classrooms. And I really think that like we're not better for this. Um, I remember, and maybe my memory fails me when people were sharing cartoons of Obama as a monkey and Michelle Obama like a monkey, and people saying that she was transgender as an insult. All of these things that occurred, I'm not sure that outside of only the worst and most egregious, but then too, it does, context matters, it does depend on what's going on. But, Charlie Kirk regurgitated some very bigoted views, and the fact that I have to tiptoe around that for fear of sanction when it's the truth. It's not an opinion. These things aren't opinions. Stereotypes are not opinions. They're stereotypes. They're not based in fact, and they're very harmful. I think what people are missing is the fact that a lot of people are harmed by Kirk's rhetoric. Definitely bigoted views that I don't know if anybody has ever, I imagine Charlie Kirk saying that, classify, and I'm just pulling this off of the top of my head because I know the shit that people say in the world, the dumb shit people say in the world. Imagine it coming from Charlie Kirk's mouth that Jewish people should not be classified under protected class citizenship because they're white, right? Imagine that, we're in an environment where people who have critiques about other governments that they're not citizens of are being sanctioned by the state. They're being sanctioned under pressure of billionaires, which is highly problematic. To kick these people out of school, to take away their degrees that they worked for. This shit is insane. Like, it's not just about Charlie Kirk. It's not just about Charlie Kirk. It's not just about Jimmy Kimmel. It's not just about Colbert. And I think that we need to be very serious about this moment as it relates to what exactly we're doing here. Because this is not familiar, at least in my lifetime. In my lifetime, people had the freedom to burn the flag if they so chose, and, because it was speech. You don't have to like it. Klansmen have been on national TV. You don't have to like it. But again, it always seems very one-sided. It's just interesting to watch what people tolerate. I definitely did feel what that young lady was saying about the outrage and the energy around the perception of political violence, quote unquote political violence. Because I'm
not sure that it's political violence, actually. I'm not sure that just having a political opinion and having reach, there's just a lot of elements going on, you know, with the social media influencer, the parent-social relationship, all the things. I'm not sure. That I still have some things that I'm trying to figure out, but it's just weird. And sometimes like, do our children need to be filmed getting gunned down in order for people to be as outraged? There was a school shooting at the same time this was occurring. I don't think the president said anything about that shooting. And it's preposterous. Do we need to put video cameras in every classroom so that when inevitably those drills come in handy and they have to dodge for their life, and so we have to watch children being shot in order for us to be so moved, because we're turning our whole, all of our mores, all of our norms upside down for Charlie Kirk and the reaction to Charlie Kirk. That's a political moment, but nothing for the children. And that continues to happen over and over and over again. So, I don't know. I don't feel positive about the moment. I anticipated political assassinations would increase because it always does. Every country during times of unrest, political assassinations occur, and they've been occurring. Right? This is not the first. So I just, interesting to me, the people whose lives you really value.
Yeah, I mean,
people whose lives we don't.
so sorry, King, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I love it. You're good.
No, I mean, you're absolutely, like, what makes this moment so different is that, shifting from, condemning violence itself, which is, which is normal for just decent civic stewards to usually do, especially in the top position as president, but like, to using it as a springboard to go after speech and then pin blame on an entire party in such a blatantly, not even cloaked or tacit, way of politicization. Like, in the past, like, leaders have said, we denounce violence, we defend free expression, but now we're hearing Pam Bondi talk on a podcast, about the DOJ, quote unquote, targeting hate speech. And then we have, the Trump with saying that it's Democrats' faults and the thing that he said to, who is the AC? Oh, Jonathan Karl, I believe, that he in the middle of Jonathan Karl asking him a question about speech, threatening him. I mean, we are in really, really, really dangerous waters, and that's like a new line being crossed. All of these actions, instead of like drawing the legal boundary at incitement or true threats, it's not okay to threaten or say that there's the intent to broaden it to include offensive or partisan speech. Like, that's not about stopping violence. Like what they're alleging. Like, that's about actually expanding power on who gets to speak and who doesn't, from my vantage point.
So, Quinn, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, you brought up some excellent points, and so did Moria, and I think that the issue that we're dealing with is has the ability to really go into it. I mean, we would have to have a 3-day conference to really talk about that. But I think the issue revolves around what can you talk about and what can you not talk about under threat. And maybe, this is a reaction from the right for the years of what is perceived as left-wing elitist diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that we are at a sectional moment, a very pivotal moment, and I don't know where it's going, and it worries me. It worries me a lot. I'm sure it worries a lot of people.
Yeah, it definitely is concerning when folks like Jimmy Kimmel get fired for, a comedy skit that's pokes fun at someone in a high position. So, yeah, where are the boundaries of free speech? That's kind of a good point.
Well, I mean, the boundaries around free speech in this country are intentionally vague, right? Like they're intentionally written broadly, right, so that the government can't easily move the goalpost and decide what ideas are allowed. And as we know, our courts have only set the precedent and carved out super narrow exceptions, right, around true threat, true threats, actual threats, incitement, and everything else is pretty much I can't remember all of the I'm no lawyer, so the rest, whatever's left is kind of everything else is protected. And so cherish that vagueness. That vagueness is the actual safeguard against authoritarianism, right? It forces us to err on a side of more speech, even if we don't like it, right? Even if we find it distasteful, even if we find it crude or crass or even morally shitty, like that. It's better for us to err on the side of more than less. And the moment you start to, all of us should be afraid if there's threats or actual moves to start defining speech too tightly. Because, I mean, you hand politicians that power to censor anything, they don't, who knows what's going to happen? And who knows what they're going to label as harmful or hateful? Seems quite partisan if we don't even have, even if, the actual, if we haven't even gone through the correct investigation and legal proceedings around this shooter, this assassin who's committed this heinous crime, but he still is, under the United States Constitution, he still has his right to his day in court. So there's lots of things that are still vague, and we still don't know a lot about what's happening. But yet, for the President of the United States to turn around and blame an entire political party in such a blatantly, polytainment energy way just for clout is really, really not okay. But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's kind of the scary point to hear from our leader of a nation to say things like that are very insightful, that can cause problems, and that's where it's an issue for sure.
Yeah, it's like, I get it. Now the mudslinging, the getting a little bit, down into the trenches, kind of being the bad boy of the campaign cycle, that's one thing, but it's completely different once you're actually in elected office. But again, I mean, it's not like I expect anything different from someone who's not really taking on the role of president to be able to serve the public. That's not really the motivation here. So, rules are different.
Yeah, so Roya, you bring up an excellent point, and I just have to reinforce that because the government should be in service of our democracy. And when the government fails to be in service of our democracy and starts to veer off in a direction that could be easily interpreted as more authoritarian, and the government is aspirational, right? It's what all Americans want to look up to. And that starts to go in a direction that may be full of censorship, animosity, violence, rhetoric that is agitating rather than calming, then we're in trouble.
I definitely see the ACLU being very busy for a while now, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you for the room, JCC, and everyone else. Nice talking to you guys. Catch you guys later.
Great to listen to. Thank you. Yeah, just I don't want to take any credit. I came in at the beginning and I had to leave for work, and I came back at the end, so I wasn't much of a contributor. But I appreciate it. All your guys' points and lovely ladies speaking your mind. It's greatly appreciated. So you guys have I think it's time to say goodbye. It was a great room, I heard, and so glad you guys got your time to share your thoughts and opinions. And that's the beauty of this country, right? You have a good one.
Thanks.
Was trying to mock the political Republican.
Let me go okay, let me stop right there for 1 second, right? So, do you remember like about 5 minutes ago, Miss Deborah came on stage and she said that we already read that and asked you to stop reading, and then said, and you said that you're almost done, you're gonna read it again? That's exactly what you read 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
you said you saw nothing wrong with it.
But after I thought about it, I really agree with sometimes these. What I'm trying to.
Girl, y'all are far.
I don't think. Well, let me just add this now, then. I don't think he should be. I don't think he should be thrown out the air for the comments. But I agree with Mike because sometimes these comedians can go too far, and we have to think about what has really happened here. Someone lost their lives, and Trump, he's a very close friend of the family. So Trump, with him having the influence and being the president of the United States, I guess he can do say something. Things could be done differently. If you're mocking the president of the United States, close family friend, then it's 4 seconds. We got a full stage. Please, we got a full stage. We gotta pass this around. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still understanding.
I'm gonna explain to you that should have been drawn out the air.
Say that Trump is the one who this is him. This who started this shit in this country with politics. This is the one who brought it to this level, right? But y'all don't say nothing about that. You guys act like he's a victim. You don't say nothing about nobody killed January 6th.
You with that damn echo, it's hard to follow you. Here we go. Here now, boss.
already stated it. Now you can reply. The reason you're so anxious to reply is because you don't agree with her. Now, if you agree with her, we be moving on. So go ahead, y'all have your dialogue back and forth. Yes, you will. 1 minute when Haitian is done. I cannot.
Wow.
You know, I'm.
They were cool. They were nut jobs. This is your road, Lisa.
Exactly.
Can I say something? Okay, because I'm asking you guys. Can we have this conversation tonight without it going 100% left? Because I want to ask the people who are downstairs and not the ones on stage. Are you guys enjoying the back and forth? Put a one in the chat if you are, and we'll let it just go off the rails. No. Everybody put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you like the way it's going right now, or do you want us to go have a dialogue back and forth? Put a one in the chat if you like where it's going right now. Go ahead. I know you can do that, right? Thank you.
Let it go off the rail.
Okay.
On the agitation, who we saying the victim is.
Thank you for 20 club members. I really appreciate you putting that in there. And it just let us have the conversation. Then once we have the conversation, we can go off the rails. She doesn't agree with you. So anybody else want to jump in at this point? I just said, and I said it so very clearly as an Haitian, are you done?
I'm not saying you say that shit clearly, and then the fucking special acts come off a mic.
Okay, so you guys, Haitian is speaking. If you don't mind, can you allow him to complete his thought? And then we'll go from there. Because he has a point that I wanted to hear, especially the part about Gen 6. This is so important information. Please let Haitian finish his point. And I promise you guys, because I have good mods. I have Gemini, I have Moose, I have Culture Lane, I have Sandra, who I'm modding for the first time. She always has very good information. Stop with the eyeballs. And Debbie, who's a very sweet woman and very insightful, patient. Please just allow us to moderate, and everybody here is going to have a very good experience, I promise. Okay, so go ahead, Haitian, finish up and then
Yeah, so it's just odd that you read it, you heard it, and then you read it, you said nothing wrong, and now you think something's wrong because it's close family friends. Jeffrey Epstein was a close family friend. Is that why he got moved like that? Is that all it takes? What is a family friend of the president have to do with anything? When he went to the
Everything.
it's not a dictatorship. It's not a dictatorship, though, man. It's not a dictatorship.
He's a good close.
Let them land. Like, we want to hear each person go get this girl. Please don't let them land. Please let them land.
So, again, it's not a dictatorship. So, whether you want to say something nasty or not, it's your right, right? Is that the First Amendment? Or does it change because it's Trump? It's okay for them to say, Michelle Obama was a man against them. Is she the First Lady?
I don't remember him saying
Barack Obama did suck a dick.
Stacey, we want to hear you full submission. If you do, we don't interrupt you.
I'm done. Okay.
Okay, so can I just ask you really quick, and I'll get out the way, I'm gonna get out the car. So when you're saying that Trump is gonna stop all this negative, and I see you, Infinity and Mike and Notorious, what happened when he was calling certain people that look like me low IQ?
Accurately describing the situation.
Infinity, please stay on mic. We're talking about how this is like
Oh, Moose is a little angry. Oh, poor little Moose.
I'm just going to speak and say, this man didn't say anything wrong. I will read this one more time if you haven't
You don't have to convince me. Jimmy Kimmel has a show, everyone has a TV show, and under the First Amendment, freedom of speech, we are allowed to say what we want. Guess what else is also protected under the First Amendment? Actually, hate speech. So, right or wrong, and of course we know hate speech is wrong, right? But when you consider the alternative of stopping people from speaking, when you consider that there's a government that wants to control what you say, that is detrimental to all people, to everybody. So for you to say, but he's the president, he can say what people know, because the document on which this country was built was the very first amendment to the Constitution was about having the freedom to say what you want. It's not because you're a president that you get to say, you don't get to say that. That's not correct. And if that were the case, then what could you be held from saying? Maybe Martin Luther King could not get up and give his I Have a Dream speech. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody that's Jewish cannot speak out against the Holocaust. You cannot say, oh, he's the president and that's his close friend, so you can't say that. That is not the foundation on which a society, a free society is built, Christine. And so when you agree to let a government control what is said, you are asking for a lot of trouble. You can have your family, you right back working for free. Doesn't mean I agree with it, but reality is Martin Luther King is no longer our leader. You all fail to realize our universe has shifted. We are not living in those times anymore. President Trump is the president now. Freedom of speech is free, of course, but freedom of speech comes with certain consequences.
No, it doesn't.
Kimmel is that he lost his position on ABC. So freedom of speech is still real, but you have to it comes with consequences. Wait. I'm wrong with her.
It's just the perspective that Mike, please.
Mike, you gotta mute up. It's not you.
Thank you.
Y'all don't throw him to the goo enough for me.
So I just want to impart some things because I keep saying.
So I thought Christine, hold on one second. I just want to
everybody impart some facts before we go on.
Shut up, damn! Stop bringing him back up, y'all.
Shut the fuck up. Like, why you keep? I'm trying to explain what's protected, because we keep throwing out different things. So here's some facts to inject into the conversation, so we don't just go off feelings and what we think, because we think we have a king. So Snyder v. Phelps, 2011, the court protected the right of individuals to express extremist views, even in sensitive contexts like military funerals, affirming the principle that speech cannot be punished simply because it is offensive or deeply upsetting. Mattel versus Tam, 2017, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that there is no hate speech exception to free speech rights and that the government cannot discriminate against speech based on its viewpoint. So I'm saying that to say that you guys are talking about, this and that, and the president does not control the Constitution. These things are already protected, so there are laws guiding these things. Now we can have a conversation about company rules and things like that, but lawfully, people have the right in this country to say whatever the fuck it is they want to say, no matter how offensive it is to you. And this is expressed supremely from the right, because Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk was one of the main people who was trying to go to different universities and make his speeches, and they didn't want him to come there, and he used this same ruling and some First Amendment reference to make his way to those campuses. So I just wanted to let y'all know that before y'all keep saying, "Oh, Trump is the ruler," because he don't rule, he make the rules.
So first of all, we got to back this up a little bit. So I think it's very.
Well, you next.
I find it to be very rich. I find
Mike,
it to be
it's
very
not
rich.
your turn to speak.
No,
no,
man,
no, you're not next. You're not next, Mike.
What's the queue? What's the queue? What's the queue, y'all? What's the queue?
I was in the queue.
You wait for the bot to tell you to go. God damn.
Ray was off mic. Ray?
One mic on Deborah. Who was next, Deborah?
I was
Ray.
after.
Ma'am?
Okay, then Ray said that's it.
I was able to speak after.
Okay,
These
so
people call my name. It's crazy.
Wait, can you guys establish a queue so I know who's going
I
to
was
be
after
where?
Sloan.
You were after Sloan?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead,
These
Mike.
lines are crazy tonight.
Keep a queue. Keep a queue.
But specifically, I find it to be very rich that.
You guys don't be doing this in what's his name's room. Come on, stop.
And if they didn't have my badges, they wouldn't be able to do it.
No,
I
it
find
just
it to
feels
be.
like a bit
You
disrespectful.
need to quit telling them.
It definitely is disrespectful, but I find it to be very rich. I find it to be very rich that you have people on the left that are talking about First Amendment and so on and so forth. When all throughout the Biden years, all throughout the Obama years, there was something called cancel culture. So the left was canceling anybody if you didn't agree. They wouldn't put you on platforms. They wouldn't put you as correspondents. They wouldn't have you and so on and so forth. I mean, even up to now, I mean, CNN. I mean, maybe Scott Jennings. Maybe. I mean, other than that, it's just everybody's on the left on all these mainstream platforms. And so, the Republicans learned the game and said, hey, y'all want to cancel everybody and y'all want to silence people, then hey, when we get the power and we have the influence and we have the decision making to our wherewithal, we're going to do it too, except we're going to do it better. We're going to start suing people. We're going to start calling out lawsuits. We're going to start tapping pockets. And I just think, and what I think is, and again, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I just find it to be very interesting that the left all of a sudden is taking this position when, 8 to 10, 12 years ago, it was canceling everybody that you didn't agree with.
Can you give an example of who was canceled? Can you give an example of cancel culture?
If I can land my plane, if I can land the plane,
Can you give an example of what you're saying?
if I can land my plane,
Can you give an
if I can
example?
land my plane, ma'am, if I can land my plane, ma'am, then
Okay.
Again, this is the type of rhetoric and this is the type of stuff that you were pushing, and now that you're on the front end of it, now all of a sudden y'all want to cry. That's interesting.
Okay. Can you give an example of the cancel culture? Who was canceled?
Look it up.
Give him a minute. Can he answer that question, please?
Look it up. Go look it up for yourself.
All he's doing right now is rhetoric off Fox News. You heard about cancel culture today. But can you give an example? Do you have one example?
How about that?
Do you have an example?
That means he doesn't have an example at all. He doesn't.
Right. So shut the fuck up, Mike.
Can I jump in?
And he's going to continue to sue y'all at.
One mic on Lisa. One mic on Lisa. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Okay, so some of the things that he said, now you guys have all heard and you hopefully read what Jimmy Kimmel said. So let's go back here. He said, talking about Kamala Harris, she's slow and lethargic. Kamala Harris is being exposed as a dummy. Kamala is mentally impaired.
That's what Charlie Kirk said, not Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay, correct. Wait, I'm not. No,
You said that Jimmy Kimmel said that. You misspoke. That's all. But
okay, no, I'm saying I'm back to my original thing of bringing up everything Trump has said, and I said, do you guys have read what Jimmy Kimmel has said, which got his show canceled? And I was also that I was going to supply you with verbiage from Donald Trump with the way he talks and disrespects people. Okay, so Kamala is mentally impaired. And that was September 29, 2024. September 29, 2024, she is retarded. We can't even say retarded on this app without all you guys losing your fucking mind. I'm
much better looking, not at her again. She's a bum. She was a bum 3 weeks ago. She was a bum, a failed vice president of failed administration. She's so bad. That was July 27, 2024.
Never called her a bum.
July. Would you stop talking when my lips are moving? Because I have my lip gloss on. Can you tell? Okay. She's so bad. She's so pathetic. She's fucking bad. July 3rd, 2024. Let's see. Very, very nasty. The meanest, most disrespectful of anybody in. Okay, now you're talking about when she was in Senate. August 11th, 2020. So for Lee Halston on The View, no, this is for Whoopi Goldberg, I said. Oh yeah, she said, August 9th, 2024, she's so filthy, dirty, disgusting. She was so dirty. Every word was filthy, dirty. What a loser she is. Okay, for January 9th, 2024, in regards to Fannie Willis, she's out of her mind. Let's see. For Nancy Pelosi, June 20th, 2024, she's crazy as a bed bug. She's a dog. September 29th, 2023. Let's see. I'm not going to read that one. October 2018. I don't know, talking about Sonny Davis, horse face. 2025, March 25th, 2023, Sonny, again, I never liked horse face. That wouldn't be the one. Let's see. I can go on and on, because he's been in office twice. This has so many pages. I would be here all night at the disgusting stuff he said about other people. But we're taking what you've heard that Jimmy Kimmel said, and if you got the script, which you've read, does not even compare. Go ahead, y'all. Next in the queue, and I don't know who that is.
I'd like to respond to Mike. I don't care what Trump has said in the past. He's gotten away with. Look at all the things he's gotten away with before he even was elected president. So now that he's president, you don't think he's gonna get away with even more? So what are you going through all of that?
Do you understand the power of the president, ma'am? This saddens me because you're one of the elders that I come into. Ma'am, why are you I'm actually trying to be very respectful to you. All right, but what Lisa's not answering, I am. So you don't, listen, you're not my grandma. You're not my grandma. You're somebody else's grandma. My grandma is really smart, so you need to chill out. You have said dumb thing after dumb thing after dumb thing. So what I need to know from you, ma'am, is do you understand what the power of the presidency is? And do you understand what unilateral power is?
I do know what the power of the
presidency is. So then
right now.
No, he's not. Do you understand that these things can be overturned?
He's using his power. That's why he got y'all all upset.
Girl, you're stupid. You are dumb old lady.
You are really dumb.
You talk too damn thrill.
No, you talk too damn much. You need to go get your grandbabies and have them come.
You are really dumb.
Five mics open on the stage, y'all. 5 mics are open.
So what was your
This is absolutely crazy.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud, and you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off forgiving no abuse.
He pointed out the horrible things that Trump said because you took umbrage with the fact that Jimmy Kimmel said something inappropriate. That was why he wanted to show you there is hypocrisy. The other point that I want to make is Mike used to talk about the whole cancel culture. But cancel culture is a society. It's based on the culture, the different subcultures in the community within the nation. So yes, people have a right to join together and say, we're not going to watch this show. They have a right to join together and say, we're not going to spend money for your product. Cancel culture is a way to show your voice that you dissent against whatever that person stands for. But cancel culture is of the people. That is not a government that cancels people for saying things on their own television show. That is the difference. And so that's why you make the argument, but your premise is not on a solid. It's not an even.
It wasn't the government that kicked Jimmy Kimmel off. It was Disney, a private ownership situation. So you're mixing the flavor. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. It was.
Let her finish and blow your nose.
Everybody know the name. Go on mute because I'll tell you why you're wrong. Because the head of the FCC loves Trump. He removed DEI. He did a whole lot of things within the government, and he made it specifically extra strict when he got in January 20th. So although you may want to say it's ABC as a company, I assure you, ABC does whatever it is required to at the behest of the FCC. So.
Yeah, you gotta be able to prove that. So yeah, again, ABC called this out.
I don't have to prove anything. You need to know your
You are fake news.
Okay.
Lisa, can I get in there? You are
Okay, but just real quick, see that throne? He wants you to come up with an example or something, but he could say whatever he wants.
Yeah, I didn't come with
Talk
no
about
example
cancel,
of
but
nothing.
you have to prove what you're saying.
I know I know. So you're ready to
It was ABC who fired her.
But the fact that your black ass asked her to told her she got to prove it, that's my point.
Yeah, but
You don't have to do shit, but repeat what Fox News said. That's your job. How much they paying your black ass to repeat what Fox News said?
How is the rest gonna win, Devil?
Tommy, you are
We're gonna win by shutting.
Shut up.
Actual release thing.
Who's next in the queue? Yeah, we need to get back to the queue. Who's next in the queue? And then anybody coming off this.
Is it Royal? Is it Royal next week? No, it's TC, I said. God damn it.
It's definitely Royal then TC. Okay, so it's Royal TC.
What's up, Alfred?
Hey,
Is there anybody else that wanted to get in the queue? We got Royal, then TC, then Alpha Glam.
and then me.
Alfred was trying to get the TC this one, right? I'm just gonna yell shit out tonight. Okay, so
go ahead.
Okay, so
in the queue, you're more than welcome, ready to speak. I would never stop you from
I don't feel like being intelligent tonight, so.
Oh Lord Jesus. Okay, go ahead. At least you're being honest. Go ahead.
Royal, what am I gonna do?
Okay, so when it comes to stations that are regulated by the FCC, right? The problem is the administration has made it clear they want things to go their way. They will go as far as doing lawsuits or even threaten to pull licenses. This is why something said on a comical midnight show or late night show has been pulled. I want you to think about this for a second. We're talking about midnight or late night shows that's been around for years, right? That has never been touched, and they've said all things in a comical or sarcastic way. It doesn't matter what it is. These types of shows, these types of things have never been touched. Okay, the only way it gets pulled is if the people say it, right? But unfortunately, a show that's been on for decades suddenly, right, pulled by a network because of a comment or a few comments or even a show of comments, which doesn't weigh. So there's that part. The other thing is when it comes to the president of the United States, we do know that the president has a certain power. They have the bully pulpit. So everything below the president is literally below them. It's beneath them. So they should not be, fear of things that are said about them. And you take Barack Obama as a perfect example. He's acknowledged that people have said things to him. He shrugs it off, or he fights his battles at home, in his own mind. He just keeps on pushing and keep running the government. Unfortunately, this particular president, as we know from both administrations that he has, is very thin-skinned. So if you talk about him, suddenly there's again, or he's threatening people with lawsuits, or he's threatening to pull licenses. That's the problem with this president. He takes the bully pulpit and he goes the extra mile, knowing that if he was to do something like talk to a Jimmy Kimmel or directly, he knows that, he got freedom of speech. So he used those threats to his station, to his advantage. Like, this is pretty easy to figure out, in any tyrannical government. Pretty easy. I don't know why anybody's debating this. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's why I asked if there was a release, an actual release, because I don't believe it really, to be honest.
In addition to the FCC, there were also several stations who said that they wouldn't air Jimmy Kimmel Tonight, and there's an article.
There's on ABC.
Because the different local stations wouldn't air it. And there's an article that I put in a link in the chat.
Have y'all listened to it? Because he didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. Everything he said was about Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about, Kiana, because I really didn't hear much of anything except him calling out the hypocrisy on the right, trying to blame that the left is the one for violence. So I don't know. I don't see the issue, but I did also read somewhere that they said that that Jimmy Kimmel's contract was supposed to be up for renegotiation recently, and that apparently they weren't going to renegotiate. They had planned to renegotiate because I guess the ratings had been great in the last year or two. So there's a lot of other factors in play as well, but I definitely think they use this as a catalyst to, just like I think they're using Charlie Kirk's death in general to not only use censorship and do exactly what I think, honestly, Charlie Kirk didn't stand for, because Charlie Kirk was something that still, regardless of whether I agree with them or not, still believed in the First Amendment, still believed that you should be able to say what the fuck you want to say. So at the end of the day, whether I agree with some of the sentiments or not, that I don't think that's the call for a government to step in and say that you're then going to then censor everyone. I think that's the difference in the energy in this in other firings. Yeah, we see other people be fired for their opinions and views, but the difference with this is we haven't really seen on this type of scale the government step in and say, okay, we're going to then dictate what you can and cannot say, and not just on air. You got people on TikTok and online saying that they've also losing their jobs just for saying something online. There was one woman that she didn't even say anything nefarious about Charlie Kirk. She just, I forget which her comment was, but it definitely wasn't anywhere near as disgusting as some of the other rhetoric, but she was still fired from her job. So it seems as if that, it's okay to fire people for their opinions about the death of Charlie Kirk. There hasn't been anything, I haven't heard anybody say they lost their job because they caused war on the left, because they felt like this shooter was a leftist and that the left is the one that's invoking violence. I haven't heard any of those people say that they've lost their jobs for saying those things. So I don't know, it's just a little bit of hypocrisy and selective outrage to me.
Somebody said the same thing to Stephen Colbert.
Somebody said that.
Intelligent people, man.
Somebody said that Jimmy cannot Charlie Kirk's name. Charlie Kirk's name in that comment. He said that we had some new love the weekend with the mega gang desperately trying to cast this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than him, and with everything they can to score political points. So he did say Charlie.
Did he say anything
You just
bad
said
about
his
Charlie
name.
Kirk?
But somebody said that
Somebody said that we went to the church and they threw green Bibles in my yard. I'm the somebody, and I said he didn't say anything negative about Charlie Kirk.
He said he didn't mention Charlie Kirk at all, but he did mention Charlie Kirk. That's the
Did I say he didn't mention him at all?
That's pretty ridiculous. What's the cue right now?
It wasn't Christine's turn. It wasn't Christine's turn.
She just thought them little green Bibles.
Okay, stop, Ray. Who's next? What's the cue? Okay, Royal, go ahead.
No, I think it's TC. I already went.
TC, go ahead.
Alpha is brilliant. Next speaker.
Okay, who's after TC?
Put me in the queue.
Kiana, you already went?
My main point was that he didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk that was negative. If y'all would like to actually listen to the clip, I could pull it up.
We heard it, and he didn't say anything, Kiana. You're right.
Yeah, Kiana said nothing negative about Charlie Kirk. He dragged Trump. He dragged Trump in and
Hold up, we can't hear everybody talking. Who's talking right now?
it's me and Brooklyn.
All right, Kiana, go, then Brooklyn, go.
It was supposed to be TC, I think.
TC already gave up his turn. Hey, Brooklyn, do you have something to say?
Just let me get in there sometime.
Me and Kiana was having words together. And we were both saying that he didn't say anything wrong. He basically just mentioned Charlie Kirk. And what he talked about MAGA's reason and blaming Democrats and liberals. And he played his clip of fucking JD Vance basically calling violence on liberals. I'm canceling JD Vance. Like literally, they are really calling for violence on liberals and Democrats. They are saying this on every fucking out on Fox News. JD Vance did it on the podcast. All of these TikTok, all of these different outlets, and they're not getting canceled. This is violence they're calling for. Not just people being canceled, but actual violence. What the fuck is happening?
We should be very concerned, Brooklyn, because
I am concerned.
we just sitting back watching them shut down everything that they consider to be on the left. It's crazy.
Yes, that's what y'all didn't hear me crash out earlier. I let me crash out. I need a black woman's love right now because I feel like I'm alone. What the fuck? This is crazy.
No, you're not.
We can't say nothing.
Brooklyn, I'll come over.
She said a black woman. What are you doing? You don't need a black man's love? What's going on?
No, because black women make everything better.
We can't trust. You ever look at a black woman with a big bosom? I mean, that is.
Never mind, you don't gotta describe that.
You know what I'm saying? We're talking about
It feels like home.
The point that I was making was that a black woman is the reason why black men are through all of their trials and tribulations, and now we need them. They said they wasn't getting involved, but we need them to do something because this is crazy.
Kamala at home with her white.
Before y'all start next, I wanted to say something. Did anybody?
Who wants to get in the queue? Who's this?
Brooklyn, aren't you done yet?
Can I get in the queue, please?
Yes, and
Who said that? It's too many people. Who said they want to get in the queue?
Gemini, I would like the room to look at my PTR. Tell me if y'all like it.
Who said look at your feet?
That's right.
Can I get in the queue?
Christine, please go ahead. One mic on you.
Okay. What I wanted to say is about this comment because it appears that some people, it appears that the way it's worded, it can be miscommunicated to some people or incomprehensible. The reason that the comment is so negative and controversial is because of the insensitive timing. The time's done. Charlie Kirk had just been murdered. Just consider that, and emotions were wrong. Instead of focusing on compassion and condolences, Jimmy Kimmel remark came across as political. And and that's the reason why. Okay, I can get thumbs down all I want, but I hope
Christine, what are you reading?
Can I respond? That's the whole reason why Trump and that's why he got. That's the reason.
What else can you Christine go read? First Amendment. How about that?
No, I'm not going to read the First Amendment.
Okay, then can
Please let her complete her sentence. Please let her, and then offer all the pushback y'all like. One mic on y'all right after I do the same for you.
I was trying to convey to the room why Jimmy Kimmel was canceled.
due to the comments that he made. They were negative and controversial because of the insensitive timing that he made those comments.
But Christine, the issue with that is,
Whoever's gonna respond, we gotta do one mic on them. Who's gonna respond?
I want to respond.
Sloan came off first, so Sloan, then whoever wants to come after her.
Okay, so Christine, I did not confusing, I find it ridiculous, with all due respect, that you said just 20 minutes ago, it's so bad that he needed to be removed from air. I feel like you've been fed more information. I don't know if you use ChatGPT, but now you're saying, well, it was the poor timing. And yeah, it could have been poor timing, but it wasn't that bad. So I don't understand a person like you that says that it's not that bad that he needs to be pulled off the air, yet you defend it.
No, I'm saying
let me just land.
Let her land. We gotta let people complete their thoughts,
I
please.
don't understand what you really do with your time. You defend things that you don't truly believe in.
No, what I was trying to make, I truly believe that he
Who's that? Anthony, okay.
pulled off the air unfairly. But I'm trying to make the room understand why they did it because of what Jimmy Kimmel did. It was insensitive to what he did at a time that someone was murdered, and everybody is all emotional about this murder. So that's the reason I'm saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying that I agree with it. No.
But Christine, my only thing is that we just had.
I'd like to speak, please.
I'd like to speak, please.
Yo, we heard you.
Yo, I'd really like to speak, please.
I need to pay attention to who coming off mute.
Okay, Kiana, go on mute. You're not in the queue now.
Well, she was trying to clear it for me, so respect to Kiana. But I mean, I hear what you're saying, Christine, about why you think that might be the reason. I personally disagree with that. But the issue I think people are calling out is just the hypocrisy of it, because we just had I forget that guy's name on Fox News, Brian something. He literally just went on a whole rant about how he felt that homeless people should be injected and should be killed. So and yes, there was pushback, but you don't hear or have the call for the FCC. You don't hear the FCC calling and saying that he should be fired from Fox. He still has his job today. So that's what we're saying is like it needs to be equal smoke for everybody. If that's the case, if you're saying that you believe that Jimmy Kimmel was fired for whatever he said about Charlie Kirk, then cool. But then that same rule should still apply to Brian Kirk, who literally said that we should be injecting and giving a legal injection to homeless people, and that we should just kill them. Like that to me is way more, in my opinion, more fireable offense than what Jimmy Kimmel ever said. That's just me. But y'all go off.
I agree with him.
Stop talking now. Christine, come on the mic. Can't come off the mic right now, Christine.
I said
She can't come off the mic right now, Christine.
It's
literally never gonna stop. I dropped her. Look, this is what we're doing. We gotta follow the cue or you're getting shot. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody, but we have to keep order in the room. We got a lot of people that want to get Haitian in. Could you put the Haitian in there?
No. He can't go in the queue.
Scared.
Check it, man. There's a lot of misinformation being stated. I hear people talking about FCC licenses. I hear people talking about, threatening to, just pull shit from the government being responsible for the shit. As TC clearly stated, ABC made a decision, and if we're being honest, a young lady tried to tell you there was companies, affiliates of ABC, that before ABC made that determination, they decided they were going to pull Jimmy Kimmel's content here. All right? ABC decided afterwards, and they're well within their rights. This is not a free speech issue. This is not.
Set up because of the FCC.
Brooklyn, is this, Gemini? I thought you you said something was gonna happen.
One mic, please.
I thought you said something was gonna happen, bro.
One mic, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, as I say, man, look, and I see this as one of them, but whatever, it's all good. Yeah. So ultimately, this is not the government making a decision. This is private entities making a decision. All right. This all the whataboutism about what the Fox person said, and we need to have equal smoke. Who the fuck got equal smoke for anything? This is partisanship at its finest. The right is going to see it the way other people on the right see it. The left is going to see it the way the other people on the left see it. Nobody's going to just be calls and strikes because people in this world don't even know what strikes are anymore. I don't think that Jimmy Kimmel should have been taken off the air based on what I heard. I think it was bullshit. I think it was terrible. I think it was fucked up. All right? But, yo, I'm not crying for Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, he's got bread, and he's got the ability to create his own platform if he's removed from ABC's platform. And that might be the best thing that ever happened to him. It may take a while for him to build his platform, but he's got the ability and he's got the resources to build the platform. We can't force private companies to keep these people on the air. Jimmy Kimmel ain't been funny in years, if ever.
Okay, go ahead and land your plane, Anthony. We heard you and land your plane.
Listen, that's all good. I expressed what I needed to. Thank you for taking the time to listen. God bless all of you.
Who is next in the queue?
Okay, so can I just push back 1 second on that? Because there is Pam Bondi is the one who came out talking about anybody who says any hateful speech. Basically, and I'm paraphrasing because I'm looking for her exact quote and I'm scanning it right now, trying to find it. And I'll get the clip. If you guys don't believe my words, I'll get the clip. She's the one who started this, plus another person, because we have very short memories. They were letting us know if anything was said about this young man that they were going to lose their what? they were just going to be canceled. And I'm paraphrasing. So she's trying to say that hate speech is not protected, and she's a liar. So I've got to go find, because otherwise, then everyone who's outside have been called a nigger, they should all be in jail.
Say that rap music.
Right
Can I
now.
respond to you, Lisa?
So
Is that okay with you, Lisa, for me to respond to what you just said?
You just told the person to respond.
I'm asking Lisa. Let me finish your statement before you respond. Relax.
Okay, what I was going to say is, I am paraphrasing. I'm currently looking for the exact thing that she said, so it won't be what I'm saying, it's what she said. So go ahead, Anthony, you can retort while I'm looking
There's
for
no
it.
retort. I was going to retort him first. Because
Lisa,
wait a minute.
Lisa.
Wait. Because Lisa didn't even finish. So it's not going to respond to her yet. Hold on.
Lisa said I can respond to her.
But she didn't even finish. You can't respond to an incomplete fucking statement, nigga. Wait a minute. I want to respond to you.
Anthony, don't drop anybody.
She didn't even finish.
Don't drop anybody off the stage.
All right, but she didn't finish. So
Whoever dropped me. Fuck you, whoever dropped me.
Anthony, cool it. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
I just wanted to remind Anthony that. Hello?
I'll get ready to go
Somebody can hear me.
We gotta get some order in the room. Right now, hey, come on, Anthony. I don't know who dropped you, but come on, bro. Brooklyn, one mic on you. Please keep going.
Anthony was incorrect, and TC and whoever else was incorrect when they said that it was because of Nexstar did say that they weren't going to play any Jimmy Kimmel Live shows, but it came after the head of the FCC made threats to them, basically saying that they will lose their licensing for it. So it was basically on the FCC, which
much of a government operated fucking entity. Yes, it was very much so the government that stopped it. Thank you.
Yeah, so like I said, I put the government shit. I put the link in the.
Rosalind, yo, Gemini, Lisa Vincent, you can respond. Brooklyn jumped in front of me, so I'm responding.
I'm just saying that the link that I put in the chat has the information about the FCC, and it spells out how it started with the FCC making the threat, then the 200 stations.
That's
So
right.
it started with the government first.
That's right.
And if you read the article, it spells out how it went down.
And please stop fooling yourself to think.
There's a key word that we have to look for when certain people talk. All right? The key word is basically. When you hear them say the word basically, it basically means bullshit.
The word is read. Stop. The key word is read the article. Read the key word. Read the article.
One mic, you can't all come off the mic. One mic. One mic on Anthony, I'm about to shoot you. I don't want to shoot. Come on, y'all, let it happen.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I
Anthony.
don't want to scream over people, but when you
What? Say you're gonna shoot me and then tell me to go ahead. Like I'm coming.
No, I said if they cut you off for you to finish what you're saying, keep going.
I appreciate it. Cool, thank you. I appreciate it. So, with that said, right? Listen, I'm responding to Lisa. We can get back to the other FCC stuff afterwards. All right? When Bondi said whatever she said about going after those groups because of hate speech, people on the right checked Bondi. All right? They literally played and sent back to her post that Charlie Kirk made about hate speech. And she had to back down. They literally took Charlie Kirk's words and showed her the irony of her talking about hate speech. So this idea that, like the Bondi's ideas represent the right and all that, it's nonsense. All right? The people on the right are actually the ones that want to have the debate, like Charlie Kirk was trying to have. The people on the right are the ones that actually want to have the conversations, the hard conversations, like Charlie Kirk was trying to do. The people on the right aren't the ones trying to censor people and shut them the fuck up, like so many people we see in this fucking room. Thank you for listening.
The Haitian in the queue or y'all cowards like the Kirk shooter.
Nobody would be there for
me with debate.
No,
I'm saying y'all scared. I get that y'all.
Gonna
beat me.
scared of what? You ain't gonna say shit.
No, I'm saying you ain't gonna beat me with logic.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, I told you I'm shooting. Like, hey, left, go ahead. Left, I'm literally queuing in the queue for you. What are you doing, brother? All right, who's going? The left is not coming off the mic. Who's going? We got to keep it moving.
I was asking if I could go. I just want to point out a couple of things.
Yeah, don't be ready.
There's the article literally at the top.
Okay, he's there. Give him 1 second. Kiana, left was.
No, his ass is away.
Okay, go ahead, Kiana. Go ahead.
I'm calculating. There's an article at the top that literally nobody read. Jimmy Kimmel has not been fired. He did not lose his job. The show is off of the air while they talk to him and tell him what to say when he comes back on the air. 1. 2, I found the clip of Pam Bondi saying that they will absolutely go after people if they say hate speech. If y'all want to hear that, or Patty, not Patty, my bad. Lisa, if you want it, I dropped it in the chat. I can drop it again because it was like minutes ago. And 3, if y'all want to hear what Jimmy Kimmel actually said, I could play that too because we over here talking about, what he said was egregious. But how many of y'all actually listened to what he said? Because he didn't say nothing bad about Charlie Kirk. We played clips of Trump. Okay, and of the reporter asking Trump how is he doing, with the loss, and Trump.
Do y'all mind if she play it for me? Because I haven't heard it yet. Is it okay with y'all if she plays it?
Yeah, I would actually like to hear all of those. I want to hear the clip from that lady that said that
they were going to go ahead and proceed and prosecute people who mentioned it, and the Jimmy Kimmel clip. Because I think a lot of people.
Forgive me 1 second. I'm asking other minds real quick if they are good
Yes,
with that.
we
Y'all
can
good
listen
with
to it again. I've had some people who have got something to say about it, hadn't heard it.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, that's why I haven't had my opinion. I don't like to have an unimportant opinion. I haven't heard it.
Didn't we just hear this clip, or when we playing something
But
different?
half the people in here, Lisa, they got an opinion, don't know what they're saying.
Okay.
Ain't heard it.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. Because the one Haitian clip was way too long. It was like 13 minutes.
Oh, no.
Sure.
Jimmy Kimmel only talked about it for like 2 minutes, and then Pam Bondi's clip was like not even a whole minute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have hers
already played.
Yep, I already have hers keyed up to play. So if you have both of them, that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, period. Let me switch over to the music mode. After you show them that some action hate speech, do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action? We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle. The Attorney General later clarifying on social media that hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment, and that she describes as a crime. Okay, that's the Pam Bondi. Now let me switch over to Jenny. Or do y'all want to talk about that?
Now go ahead and play the other one.
Yeah, I was going to say, go to the other one.
Extending the deadline to force the sale, and now it's rumored that TikTok's assets have been sold to 80. Our thoughts, interests, and personal characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of we can trust, though, right? We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and with everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
Congratulations on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition. Construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of somebody he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay? And it didn't just happen once.
I was in the midst of, building a great, for 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom at the White House, right? Did have a ballroom that used tents on the lawn for President Xi when he comes over. If it rains, it's a wipeout. And so I was with the architects and we decided it's going to be incredible. And they came in, they said, Charlie Kirk is dead. I didn't know what they meant. They said he was dead. Charlie Kirk was shot. And they thought he was dead because it was so horrific, And I said, dead.
And then we installed the most beautiful chandelier sponsors you would believe. There's something wrong with it. There really is. I mean, who thinks like that? And why are we building a $200 million ballroom in the White House? Is it possible that he's doing it intentionally so we can be mad about that instead of the Epstein list? By the time he's out of office,
So is it?
Nobody said that shit was funny as hell. And it wasn't disrespectful to Kirk. I'm sorry.
And he literally was talking about the suspect. He said Charlie Kirk, the person that murdered Charlie Kirk. He wasn't talking about Kirk.
You were like beating a dead horse. So what do you think now?
Christine, who was banging that drum earlier.
Okay.
For Christine, she's spoken several times.
Let me ask everybody in general.
I didn't know that was directed at me. After listening to the full tape, I think I really do believe it's just horrendous of how he mocked this man's death, and I still stand on what I said before. And after listening to it again, I really believe I think he should have been fired and thrown off of ABC. So.
What did he say that? What verbatim did he say that actually mocked Charlie Kirk?
Everything that he was making, all the comedy and all.
He said nothing that mocked.
She wasn't listening. Something wrong with this lady. Something is really wrong with you.
Really is.
He was mocking.
He literally did.
One mic on Brooklyn. Y'all can just say Brooklyn started this week. Fine, one mic on Brooklyn.
No, let me finish saying what I was saying.
That's how it's acting. Hold on real quick.
Well, I didn't finish saying what I was saying.
I'm gonna let you finish. Whether we agree with her or not, whether we agree with her or not, she's the elder. Remember that. So I didn't
Since the question was directed at me, I think I should be able to speak. I feel like everybody.
I have not been able to say one
let her, hey, Brooklyn, let's do this. Let her finish her thought, and then the mic goes directly to you. Hey, Brooklyn, then the mic will be to you, and you won't be interrupted. Christine, go ahead.
Okay, since the question was directed at me, it appears that no one in this room has any compassionate or empathetic bone in their body. If you don't think that that man was mocked, the whole murderous act that was brought upon, Charlie Kirk and all of that, that was out of place. Every bit of it. It was mocking of a man.
Okay,
I don't think. Can I finish?
Y'all stop calling her name so she won't have to respond anymore, please, y'all.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna respond to her.
No, but this man, for y'all to see that this man was murdered, assassination, and you all can have any bit of compassionate or empathy for his death. I don't even know Charlie Kirk, but I don't even know what he stood for. But I still wouldn't want someone to be murdered the way he was murdered. And then, but Jimmy.
All right. Now it's time to shut you down, OG.
No.
You need to go research who he is.
Well, first of all, I already know who he is since he's been in the spotlight. Why did you cut me? Can you guys hear me? Since he's been in the spotlight, of course, I've researched and I know all about him, but I still don't think he should have been killed the way he was killed. And I believe what Jimmy Campbell did on ABC, he should be fired. Yes, I agree. 100%.
Okay, please land your plane. Brooklyn, go ahead. Brooklyn, please go. Okay, let me go. Fuck Brooklyn.
It's Brooklyn turn. One mic on Brooklyn. Let's go. Don't let somebody else go under me. I'm busy. I'll be right back. Oh, okay.
So basically.
All right, hold on.
I said Royal. Wait, I got breaking news about this. Good, y'all. Real quick.
Okay, one mic on Just.
The ABC affiliate Sinclair says that Jimmy Kimmel, suspended enough, will air a Charlie Kirk remembrance special in the place of the show and wants Kimball to donate to Kirk's family.
Lord have mercy.
Oh,
Y'all in a new place right here. This is some bull.
Okay. So basically, Christine, I think what's happening is why everybody's getting on you is because if you listen to what Kimball said, he was basically mocking the President of the United States for not acknowledging Kirk's murder in the same way that like his family members were, his other friends. His other friends obviously were mourning his death, okay? And the president was just like passed it like it didn't really happen. Like he acknowledged it happened, but it wasn't a true mourning. That's what you're missing. That's what everyone. That's what everyone. Wait. I'm still talking.
Let him finish, Christine. Shoot. Let him finish, please.
Okay. Yes, please. So what I'm saying is, this is what everybody on this stage have been hearing. There's no disrespect to Kurt. All the question marks are to the president. That's what Jimmy Kimmel, he was like, wait, what is this guy doing? Why is he not mourning him like a normal person? I don't understand what's going on. So this is, people don't understand on the stage why you're missing that.
Let me respond, please. If
y'all don't mention her name, she won't have to respond. Just say it in general. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let me just respond.
Can I
roll on? Okay.
Oh, hold on. Sandra was waiting.
You don't have to respond to every day.
Let me respond to what
You don't have to.
Michael, you got to people, Mike Andre.
You're not gonna say nothing but the same thing. You don't have to talk.
I dropped her. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, Michael, you, Sandra.
I don't think that Jimmy Kimmel should be getting screwed over. Trump is a horrible, horrible person. They asked him how he felt after his got murdered. And he started talking about the freaking ballroom. That man don't give a shit about nobody, including Miss Christine. So, whatever. Ain't nobody saying nothing nasty and dirty about Charlie Kirk. I didn't even watch the video because I'm glad I didn't see him die. But I do feel bad for his children and his wife. I did say that. But he was a nasty individual. He hated black people. He wanted us to be under his feet. And that's the truth. Just like Trump. So, rest his soul, Lord, if it's possible. But, and we got to deal with Trump until he goes to the great beyond.
I want to just read something about Trump got asked a question. This was the correspondent for CBS News asking this. Given all the moving ways that the White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk, do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to half staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well? President, I'm not familiar. The who? I mean, talk about insensitive. Like, this was not long ago. Was it 2 months ago?
Your Honor, let me speak.
And fucking insane.
Your Honor, on that point, not only that, but he said, well, if they would have called me, I would have done it. You know, of course, a lot of people ask us to lower the flag. We can't do it all the time. The flag would never be raised. But sure, I would have considered it if they asked me. But not only that, when it happened, at the time, he said, they were like, are you going to call the governor of whatever? He's like, that would be a waste of time.
Right. So why would the governor call and ask him to lower the flag when he wouldn't even call him to give his condolences for what happened? But he would have done it. I would have done it had they called me. They didn't say that.
It's Trump's ass, and he doesn't give a shit about Democrats, leftists, liberals, nothing. He don't give a fuck about us. All he cares about is his people.
The day after Charlie Kirk got killed, he was on Fox and Friends in the morning, and they said, how are you going to bring the people together? He said, I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I don't really care about bringing the people together. And he said, then he started talking about, crazy leftists or whatever he said after that. I don't remember the next part. But he literally hates half of the country. He hates people who didn't violently hates them. Didn't know he said so. He talked about shooting rhinos, about shooting Liz Cheney's daughter. He fantasized about shooting her in the face. That's who we're dealing with.
is hot. So they're gonna shut down as much Democratic shit as they can. And this is gonna be a very active time for them. This is all shit they've been wanting to do anyway. He said a few months ago that he wanted to shut down these late night comedians. So he's just acting while the iron's hot.
Now, I remember when Trump actually made fun of, I forget the lady's husband that was attacked at their home.
Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Jokes about it.
Yeah, so it was okay for them to make jokes when he was injured, right? And then that was funny, and he did that publicly, not privately. He did that on his platform. He did that during speeches that he was giving to the nation, right? And what I heard, and I'm glad I waited until I heard the Jimmy Kimmel clip, because what I heard was him criticizing Trump for a lack of empathy, right? For a lack of mourning on his back, right? Because of the way that he responded to the question. Like he said, I'm all right, and then started talking about his ballroom. He didn't talk about his friend, talked about his ballroom. And then we can put an exclamation point on that with the fact that he was in the New York Yankee game the following day after Charlie was unfortunately murdered. And not just there, like you and I might go to a game. He was dancing. He was doing that dance where he jerks off with both hands. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that little awkward dance. So yeah, he was doing it right. So when we see him doing that the following day, and then when he's asked empathy, how are we trying to frame that as Jimmy Kimmel being respectful to Charlie Kirk when he was actually highlighting the fact that Trump was being disrespectful, get empathy for a quote-unquote friend?
And to me too, Jim and I think the piece that got them upset when Jimmy said that the shooter, they don't want to acknowledge that the shooter is one of them. That line right there is the main issue to me that I think they don't want to talk about. That's why you see the I don't know if it's the police chief in Utah, the one that's been giving the press conferences, but you notice how when he was talking about the shooter, when they discovered the identity of the shooter, he was like, "Oh, we were hoping that it wasn't one of our own." He basically said he was hoping it wasn't white, and that's what I'm saying is it's the same rhetoric when you see the right constantly. As soon as this happens, say it's the left, it's the left, it's the left, because you didn't want to, and you still don't want to acknowledge that this is not could have been, not should have been. It is one of your own, and you don't want to address that. So you rather just go ahead and gloss over it. And the part that Jimmy Kimmel really addressed, that I think that really sparked the issue they have. That's the thing they don't want to talk about.
Matter of fact,
Okay, so I need to play this.
Go ahead.
And that's where we agree with you there, Alpha Glam. That's exactly why Jimmy Kimmel should be fired for spreading lies and telling the American people the exact opposite of what the evidence says. How many times?
I'm pretty sure he said that for Lisa. Go ahead.
You remember Dingle when Trump said there after husband passed away that I'm sure he's looking down right now? I mean up, right? There was nothing wrong with that, right? Basically telling her husband how his business in hell. Y'all remember that? Notorious? No? You don't remember that part?
Are you going to tell me y'all?
Jesus Freaky is the queen of the whole wide world.
How y'all are in this echo chamber. What was your question?
Go ahead and Tori's finish. I hope you guys are not thinking this is an echo chamber.
But even in the echo chamber denotes freedom of speech.
No, it's not an echo chamber.
Hold on. An echo chamber, because y'all don't know the words that y'all use. Y'all talk about being able to speak
maybe
free.
they rearrange her mind.
Rock, you hear what you hear talking?
Like, is this an ESL? Like,
down there. Go ahead, Jess. Go ahead.
So, like, even an echo chamber, like, y'all say that because y'all freedom of speech, diversity of speech. Y'all want to include it in the conversation. Do you understand what y'all say contradicts every fucking thing that y'all do. Oh yeah, that's all y'all say. That's everyone's talking point. Y'all want an echo chamber. So you know that denotes that you want to say something outside we think, and you still want to be heard. But yet when these mother out something outside of what you think, you want them to be fired. Y'all are fucking stupid. Stupid.
See, that's the problem in this.
No, it's no problem, baby. I already got
you done?
You are done. No, I'm not done. I'm not done, bitch.
He'll let you know when he's done until then.
The fuck is wrong with you dumb niggas? So, y'all get up here. I know how y'all are in this echo chamber. Y'all gonna cut me almost, politically correct. And Lisa's is an echo chamber. Because y'all want to be heard. Y'all want to say shit that's outside of the norm. And y'all want us to hear you. Right? That's exactly what the fuck that means. But when other people are saying what the fuck they want to say, that goes against what you and your regime or your administration thinks, then you don't want that to be heard. You want pockets to be tapped. You want people to be canceled. So please miss me. Y'all say shit because y'all don't. This is why we call y'all stupid. Because you say things and then there's nothing really you can say to bend your way out of this. But go ahead, I'm done now.
Yeah, you about to blow a fuse, ain't you? Yeah, this is the reason why it's an echo chamber. Like, whenever you disagree with Republicans,
I would like for you to address, no, sir. I don't need to know why you think it's an echo chamber. I want you to address. No, I want you. Yes, I'm going to interrupt you now. I'm not going to let you steal. I'm not going to let you do this. You're not. You're not going to waste my time. You're not. So sorry. So you're going to answer the question. You're going to answer the question I asked you, or we can just move on. Because you're not going to do it.
Mike, you're not going to talk shit about the platform, man. Speak on it. You can go on.
So what I asked you was why do you want to be heard with your dissenting opinion, but these other people, you want them to be punished for their dissenting opinion? Don't tell me what an echo chamber. Don't tell me why this is an echo chamber. Answer what the fuck I just asked you. Thank you.
Just give me 1 second. This is what we're going to do. We're going to respect the forum. It's definitely not an echo chamber. We like hearing opposing points of view so we can debate. However, you're not on comment on the platform, talk shit about the platform, and then vent and give your opinion, right? Speak to the topic and personal attack, no attacks on the platform. Simple.
I would like to reclaim my time when I get a chance, and I got a lot to say now.
You want to reclaim your time, birthday? You're cute.
But you notice is fuck y'all is never an answer. See, is because whenever you make a salient point and you don't let them off topic, I understand, to have the conversation or whatever. But whenever it's them and hard nailed them to a point, they dish, they dip, and then it's fuck y'all, and then you want to spaz out. Bitch, I got y'all bitches number. Y'all can never do it with me. So play with somebody else.
So I just want, because since y'all are so pro at this point, y'all pro.
1 second, Brooklyn. 1 second.
I was reclaiming my time, right? So you can mute up. Thank you.
5 minutes, Brooklyn.
So no, 5 minutes is too much.
I'll give you 5 seconds. Let me just say this real quick.
That sounds more like it.
Rocky, you can go after Brooklyn. Go ahead.
Wait 1 second. I'm talking to him now. Hey, man, we just set the rules again. You don't.
Oh shit.
Go ahead, Brooklyn.
Well, I just feel like this at this point, since now all of a sudden the party is moving around, however the goalpost is. I want to now, since you all are okay with no freedom of speech, you want to censor everything that people are saying. I think that this is the time for you guys to definitely be censored in this room, especially. You get no freedom of speech, buddy. You're getting canceled. All of the things that you guys are advocating for, we're gonna do it. You know why? Because you said it's okay. See, I ain't never, in my whole entire life, I ain't never been that type of police ass bitch. I ain't never, ever. I ain't never called the police on people. I ain't never did none of that. But I think that it's time now, because see, everybody was against docs and all of these people, all of these good Christian people and politically correct and 420 Lounge, they were all against all of the bad things. They was trying to save you, MAGA niggas, real bad. They saved you in so many different instances. And I think that if no time else that
that you should have stood in the place of against what MAGA is doing would be now, and you should be wanting freedom of speech to be back. But since you don't, and since you want to placate and think that all of these things is fine, right? I think now is the time we're doxing. Doxing is all on the table, guys. You want people to look and see one thing about it. You fucking with somebody that don't got shit to lose. I ain't got nothing to lose. So here's that. I ain't got no kids. I ain't got none of those things, right? So because you guys feel like this and you guys are pro, let's just make everything a dictatorship again. Where's the old lady Christina at? I'm speaking to her directly too. Because she thinks that her black self thinks that it's okay for black people to be in this position. So, yeah, she thinks it's okay for black people to be in this position, and okay, let's get this party started. Now, we're gonna do what you all want us to do. I think that it's weird now. All cards are off. Like, we can do whatever the fuck we want to do because MAGA said that it was okay. The law says, the new law of Trump says that it is okay if somebody does something that you don't like, they say things that you don't like, to dox them. I guess you could threaten violence, but I don't think we got it in us to just threaten violence or any of those things. But you could definitely dox them, and somebody might do it. So we don't know. But I just want you guys to never forget, because see, I've been holding you guys to the fucking fire this whole time, from the election to now. I remember everything. You niggas cannot take back none of the things that you say, and today is another day, right? So when that day comes, and all of this is on your fucking doorstep, right? And it ain't, you black, so you self-defense ain't gonna be the same for you as a white person. Let's be very clear about that. Remember we had that conversation about self-defense when the boy stabbed the boy by mistake? You remember? I was like, oh no, it wasn't self-defense. Well, guess what, black people? All of these things that y'all you rooted for is gonna come back to bite you niggas in the ass, and I'm gonna be one of the people that's gonna make sure it's there. I land. Thank you very much. MAGA,
The Haitian in the
you
queue.
warned. You warned.
The Haitian in the queue.
No, there was somebody who's going after.
Yeah. Okay. Can I get after that person?
It was Rock. Go ahead, Rock.
Can I get after Rock?
I'm going after Rock. Then you go ahead, Rock.
All right, I'm going after Gemini.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to. All right, the Haitian going after Gemini.
Go ahead, Rock.
Hey, Brooklyn, I understand where you're coming from, but the same thing that you're saying been happening. Okay?
Has it?
It's been happening. Like I said, a lot more things is happening than things that you think is happening. That's the thing. We have a lack of job for the black people because, like I said, there's excessive of people that's here that's taking our job. And due to DEI, that your brother and your cousins and them who worked so hard at a job that wanted an upper position to get paid $50 an hour couldn't get that job because a family member of a Spanish person or a family member who had no experience of that job that you had that position. Surgery, you can say what you say.
What are you talking about,
places like New York and places like Miami, believe it or not.
Oh, because freedom of speech ain't free no more, nigga. You can't say this shit to me.
You
right
say whatever you just want to say.
Like, no, and freedom of speech ain't a thing. So every time you say
him all, man.
freedom of speech ain't a thing. Guess what, Haitian?
Brooklyn, come on. I didn't let nobody cut you off.
Freedom of speech ain't a thing.
Brooklyn, come on, man. I didn't let nobody cut you off. You gotta give me the same respect with them, man.
Advocate for
I hear you, but you gotta let them finish.
Get to say stupid.
Brooklyn, you gotta let them finish.
Free and clear.
Brooklyn, you gotta let them finish. Go ahead, Rob.
Not respecting you, bro.
You lucky I'm not part of this dictatorship, nigga.
Brooklyn, come on, man.
I'm lucky I ain't got
I don't wanna shoot you. Come on.
Again, I'm gonna be real quick. I'm gonna let my plane. And thank you, Brooklyn, for opening up for me. I just read your mind. The only reason that you vote Democrat, Brooklyn, is for the welfare and food stamp in the Section 8 house.
Oh, hell no.
Get the fuck up.
Mother did. Goodbye. Goodbye. Get to talk to me. Get to talk to me. I mean, I can't relate. I can't relate to a nigga that was enforced to kid his whole life and definitely did depend on welfare, Medicaid, and fucking food stamps. Are you retarded or something? You niggas are retired. You, that is,
But
here's
that's the best
another
they
one.
got. That's their
This nigga,
representative.
but wait a minute, because this one real bad with his big ass head want to get on here bad. But he benefited from CPS. Nigga, you about to go. I am reporting you. And your wife. For harboring a fucking fugitive immigrant. Nigga, you going. I'm promising you that.
You know what, Jeff? Please don't do that in the 420. Don't do that. Please respect my space and not have me in
When
my
I
space.
swing back, y'all gonna say I went overboard.
Swing better swing, bitch.
You know what? I'm not even gonna go. Just say you know what I mean.
Don't bring it back up.
President of the United States Donald Trump had a chilling reaction.
Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, you know, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that.
They're next. I hear they're going to be going. Well, tonight, an ABC spokesperson confirms that Jimmy Kimmel's late night show has been preempted indefinitely. Now, it comes just hours after a large set of ABC affiliates announced they would refuse to air Kimmel's show. They say because of comments the late night host made on Monday night relating to the motives of the man that shot and killed Charlie Kirk, wrongly suggesting the killer was part of the MAGA movement. He was not. Nexstar, the largest owner of local stations in the country, came out and said, I quote, strongly objects to recent comments made by Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk and will replace the show with other programming in its ABC-affiliated markets. And if that were the whole story, he said something, it was not correct, the affiliates pushed back, well, then that would be one story. But that, of course, is not the whole story. Okay? Because crucially, just hours before that statement, Trump's hand-picked FCC chairman went on a podcast and suggested ABC's broadcast license for affiliates could be at risk if they did not suspend or fire Kimmel, essentially issuing an order saying, and I quote him here, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Well, hours later, ABC made the announcement that Kimmel would indeed be taken off the air indefinitely. And this is just the latest chapter in Donald Trump's ongoing campaign to crack down on free speech, dominate the media, and essentially render the First Amendment meaningless. An extreme campaign that has been on overdrive the past week. I mean, just yesterday, you had the Deputy Attorney General of these United States, the number 2 of the Department of Justice and the former criminal lawyer for the president, suggesting using criminal anti-racketeering laws, the kind of things used for mobsters, RICO statutes, to go after and prosecute protesters who heckled Donald Trump at a restaurant, who yelled at him. We're also...
Okay, so I just playing a little bit of clip of that. But you heard what that man just said. He said that the FCC told that what is it, Nexstar, that owns these stations. I didn't even know that there was a conglomerate that owned all these stations. That if they didn't get rid of Kimmel, they were going to have their license pulled. Now, who on here was talking about what?
He's gone.
Christine and all them, they all gone, of course, now.
Who said that? No.
Y'all stop playing with my.
She talking about
that was a bomb clip, Lisa.
Dropping my food. Now I have nobody to talk to.
Lisa, who said that again, please?
Exactly what I've been trying to squeeze in for the last hour, sitting over here mute.
Damn.
I wanted them to hear this whole thing.
No, they left on their own. I just bring
No,
you back. They
I'm
left on
just
their own.
saying because you keep, okay, I'm not saying nothing the fuck else. I'm over here going through all these fucking clips, investigating every fucking thing that's being said, so I can make sure I come back with facts for this.
It's
and
Gemini
I'm doing
fault.
this and waiting. So I went through 5, 6, 7 articles, 2 fucking computers, and an iPad and a phone.
Lisa,
That Henryville slander, Gemini. You know what you did.
I was taking a shower. I was taking a shower, so I don't know anything.
with people who think that it's okay to lie about who the killer and the murderer is. Like, there's no debating this. Trump said it was the leftists even before they even had a criminal, okay? Even before they had a suspect. He automatically assumed it was leftists, and only to find out that it is not. It's the opposite.
What are you talking about, Juicy? He literally is a leftist. His parents literally said. Yeah, he is in a relationship with a
Gemini, I got shot. They said my wife was in shit, and then they threw me in the group.
Lisa, can you put that link in the chat, please?
You're going back to Haiti. That's what I say.
But I'm saying, like, when I'm swinging,
And your wife can't hold you here. That's what I say.
When I swing back, they just gonna move me to the group.
Bitch.
I just want to present.
One mic on you, Haitian. Say what you're gonna say and quit arguing. Just say what you're gonna
To
say.
be honest with you, I think Gemini told you like 50 times to stay on mute, and you didn't know how to stay on mute.
You gotta be kidding me, man. It was my turn to talk. She talking about my
on the
wife.
fucking stage to include Brooklyn, right? And she's like loyal.
She's been jumping off the mic and insulting people, talking about me going back to Haiti and my wife.
The Haitians, you have 30 seconds to make your point.
Make your point. You arguing with Patty is gonna waste your time and get you kicked off the stage. Trust me. Just go ahead
and then we're done.
There ain't no point. Bro, you arguing with the wrong one. Just say what you say. Speak, nigga.
Alright, I'm gonna speak. So, the fact that y'all saying that he's a MAGA Trump supporter, that just lets me know that y'all are really like warping y'all minds. Y'all want to believe that he would go against.
Say that. We did not say that.
Coming off the mic, right? But you gonna say
that. More seconds. Everybody on mute.
Y'all want to echo chamber, man. It's all good. I ain't tripping, y'all tripping, man. I ain't tripping.
We'll have us 30 seconds, please, y'all. Go ahead, Haitian.
It's gonna be longer than 30 seconds.
They talk for like 10 minutes. All right, man. Listen. So, anyways, what sense do it make for him to have been a MAGA supporter and Charlie Kirk is pumping some MAGA shit? Like, do y'all have like critical thinking issues, man? He literally hates Trump. His dad already said that he hated Trump and Charlie Kirk, but he didn't think nothing of it. When asked, goddamn 10 seconds.
Keep going.
This shit crazy. Again, the other aspect of it, once again, him using that language, fascist, him fucking the transgender, that's not something that Charlie Kirk was in favor of, right? He actually condemned that shit and called those people crazy for wanting to cut off their dick off. He felt some type of way, just like a lot of y'all feel some type of way, because what Charlie Kirk was saying, that shit was indisputable. You can't be around here trying to recreate reality, trying to cut off, they call you a woman, and then he felt some type of way about it because at the end of the day, like, damn, I can't argue with him because I know how much time I stick my dick in this man, he ain't never gonna be no woman for me. So that's why let me kill him because I can't.
Thank you for your submission.
I can't turn you.
Thank you for your submission, sir. Thank you for your submission. We appreciate you.
Can I say something?
Thoughts that these people have.
Can I say something? I've been listening for a long time. And I really appreciate if people could respond to this point. Regardless of what he believed, right? It's like, oh, was he a, Groyper trans maxer, or did he fall in love with a trans person and now he wants to defend trans, whatever. We can't know for sure. He's not talking. What we do know, and I've said this before, but I really want to hear people actually respond to this. The environment that he grew up in, we know exactly the environment he was raised in. We know exactly what his family believed. We know exactly what that community is. We know exactly how we've seen the pictures of him 10 years old with a gun bigger than he is. So why is nobody talking about the kind of environments that raise up killers, whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, whatever you believe? What environments are producing these kind of people? I'd really love to hear somebody respond to that.
I'll respond. He's one of theirs. He's raised by them. He's taught by them. He's a product of Utah 100%. Everything that he has become is because of the people who raised him. I don't know if he's ever even left Utah. So that's what he is. He has nothing to do with anything but them.
Because Rosalind, even the people talking about, but he rebelled against that upbringing. He rebelled. So what if he was MAGA? He rebelled. No, here's the response, please. Here's the response. What did his upbringing teach him about the manner of rebellion? Because plenty of us have rebelled against our fucking parents. What do we fucking do? fuck people of the same sex and dye our hair purple or whatever the fuck, fucking move to Tahiti or whatever. People rebel in all manner of ways. His manner of rebellion was to pick up a gun and shoot somebody. Now, who taught him that kind of rebellion is acceptable?
I don't think nobody taught him.
His family taught him.
He went against that shit. That was his middle finger to his community. Well, I thought I was answering it. Yeah. So again, that was his response for having that standard placed on him. He resented having been brought up as a woman. He hated that shit because he had to follow the rules of not fucking a faggot, not fucking a transgender.
What's going on here? Why is he being homophobic on that? Y'all homophobic?
Do y'all know that every single time, there's when there's an election, you know that there's Republican conventions and there's Democratic conventions, and they're aired on TV. They're huge deals. They draw thousands of people. We know this every 4 years. Every time, whatever city the Republican convention is in, Grindr completely goes down. The fucking servers can't handle how much activity there is on the gay sex cruising website Grindr every time the Republican convention is down. Grindr doesn't go down any other time. Explain that to me.
I feel like dick.
I don't think that matters. But,
you're using his gayness supposedly as proof that he's not MAGA.
So I'm gonna answer your question. From my understanding of this young man, he's never been in trouble before. If you look at the mother's Facebook, the Robinson lady Facebook, she posts a lot of pictures of her and her son. They had a really good relationship. He didn't really agree with his dad. He thought his dad was uber MAGA, and but he even in the text messages, he was disappointed. He was gonna let his old man down, right? So he grew up. He went to college, had good grades. I don't know what happened to him. No one knows until he talks what happened to his young man. One second. So, but we do know, and Lisa, I sent you a clip. We know what the person who's going to be trying the case said based on his interviews, and I take what the police are saying and what the DA is saying over anybody because they have all the evidence. In 17 minutes and 15 seconds, between 7 minutes and 31 seconds, he talks about who the shooter was. And it was clear he was leftist. That was point blank, and there's no other evidence that point to him being MAGA. And so,
that's what I want to talk about.
Lisa could play the clip where the DA, where just 2 days ago, he went on and he had that press conference where he read the charges off. He explained everything. I suggest everyone go back and actually listen.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, let me ask the question real quick.
Oh, God.
How is it that, I'm sorry, just 1 second. How is it that the DA knows that he was MAGA and he hasn't spoken at all? Exactly. And then explained that he didn't speak. Where you get your information from, Omari, listen to what I'm saying to you. How does the DA know that he's a leftist if he's never spoke or testified or anything? He's not cooperating.
They interviewed the mom.
Saying that because
He interviewed his mom. How do you know? And he interviewed the grandmother who also said that they was MAGA.
So I'm gonna go with the clip. What the DA said in his press conference. It's a 30-minute clip. In 17 minutes, I'm giving you the time. 17 minutes.
Listen to yourself. Listen to what you're saying. No, Omari.
I'm going by what they're saying.
No, but how are you going by what they're saying if they haven't even gotten testimony from the guy who actually did it? But wait a minute.
The DA, yes or no?
1 second. Because you said, Omari, hold on 1 second. Because you said that there was no other evidence that would point to this kid being MAGA, but there is. There was the first thing they discovered on this guy's laptop was that he donated to Donald Trump's campaign. That's one. And two, they also found that he was on certain websites like Nick Fuentes. He was considered he had rhetoric even when they found the bullets that had the rhetoric on the bullets. It was very synonymous with the same rhetoric of what they call the Groypers online, the same followers that followed Nick Fuentes. So all of these people are right wing conservatives that carry that rhetoric on their podcast. He's following those people. That was found on his laptop. So we can't say that there's absolutely no evidence that points to him potentially being MAGA. That's not true.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Can I just get one more second to respond? Just can I get 20 seconds?
In order to be with a trans person. So there's no Republicans that are gay or trans. It's only the people on the left.
So while we're going back to the trans things, we're just talking about.
I'm just saying what you said.
There's so
I
many
didn't use the word trans in my
Republicans. Like, this is the stupidest dumb black argument I've ever heard in my life. To hear that there are no Republicans that are gay.
Like, exactly, Bella, thank you.
This is the dumbest fucking argument.
Dumb black argument? Is that what you said?
No, the gay argument. Go ahead, Bella.
We're talking about gender. We're talking about left versus right.
Okay,
No, you're missing it. Let Bella finish. She was making a good point.
Yeah, so, like, here's the thing, is that you want to come in and you want to make it racist, you want to make it about gay or trans or whatever.
You? It's not me.
I'm not talking about you, Amari. I'm not talking to you, Amari. I actually support everything you're saying. I'm saying that the...
Oh, never mind. I thought you was on our side.
Okay,
never mind.
Bella. Please, one mic on Bella.
You know what? I don't even think it's worth it.
Bella's holding a dumb black argument.
Great.
It is. It's a dumb black argument.
Wait, why
No, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it.
Hold on.
Yes,
she said she's gonna say it. Let her say it.
I'm gonna say it. Let me say it.
I was just saying what let me reiterate what I said. They were saying that
we want to hear what she said about a black artist.
Let her go real quick. About the black joke.
Yeah, it's a dumb black argument. See, everybody.
Let her say it.
Okay, go ahead. Record it. It's a dumb black argument to then claim that this is then a gay or trans argument to play into any of this shit. Like, it's so stupid. If you ever truly listened to anything that Charlie Kirk had to say, he was not anti-gay, not anti-trans, not anti-black. He was not racist. Like, all of it is bullshit. Like, all of it. All of it. So when a black woman comes to bring in, like, oh, this is racist, like, this is trans shit, this is anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-all the rest of it, and that apparently this kid was MAGA, is crazy. It's nuts. Go walk, like, look at the evidence. Open up your eyes.
We're talking about the evidence. What evidence are you talking about?
Am I allowed to land?
So wait,
Am I allowed to land?
Let her finish her statement. Let her give her some self-restraint. Respond afterwards.
Land? Yeah, nobody wants to let me land.
Okay, I'll let you land.
No. Let her land. Rebuttal comes afterwards, and y'all get the same respect.
Gemini, I need that mic you got, boy. Woo.
At the end of the day, we are all part of the human race, and we are all in this game together. And what is going on right now? Oh, we're not. Okay, so we're against each other. So you want to?
Please.
All right, fine. Exactly. Like, that's the reason that it's not even worth doing this.
Please. 2 more sentences.
Y'all are prolonging it every time y'all interrupt her.
There's a reason why we're trying to let her talk.
Yeah, come on, y'all. Please. Just
respect the stage. If y'all respect Lisa, respect the stage. Please mute up and let her conclude her thought. Please. The rebuttals come afterwards, and you will get the same grace. Keep going.
Can I just say something real quick? If you guys
I'm done.
Hold on, Bella. No, Bella.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Bella. You have the mic. Go ahead, Bella, because it's nothing that. Just go ahead and finish what you're gonna say. It's like 5 people talking. I don't know what you said before that. I'm still trying to figure it out. Go ahead, Bella. Could you just finish out what you were saying?
I don't even think it matters. I don't even think it
It
matters.
does. We like to hear opposing voices. Please keep going.
No, honestly, if you're not willing to listen, it's not even opposing. It's uniting. That's the difference, Gemini.
Okay, then you're uniting. Just don't do
Why
that.
did you
Keep
say
going,
a
please.
woman said instead of saying a black woman said? That's what you said. And all I did was answer him. Wait a minute. All I did was answer him because they were talking about, well, he's trans, so he had to be leftist. And I said, so that means that there's no Republican leftist. And you came on the stage and said, a black woman said that there's no gay or trans Republicans. That's not what I said. And you didn't hear what he said before you're going to come in and try to address me. So that's bullshit.
Y'all was interrupted so much. It's trying to let her get to the part where she was calling it a dumb black.
Yeah, I wanted to hear that part. What was the dumb black argument?
What black guy?
And Bella, y'all interrupting people, then y'all can hear it. She didn't address the whole thing, though. She sounded like she's going to go deeper into it, but people keep interrupting. So if we don't agree, it's better to get the full picture and get context. That way you can have a full rebuttal. You can't give a full rebuttal.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I've been trying to. I keep telling everybody to let her finish.
Hello?
Bella, are you complete?
Are you there? Hello?
Bella, are you complete with your statement?
I don't believe that on this stage I can get my
You can get it out.
Right now, I am telling you, I will shoot anybody that interrupts you.
Please.
Bella, I will shoot anybody that interrupts you. Please conclude your thought and we'll then have a response.
Okay, so my entire complete thought is that if you ever listen to anything that Charlie Kirk had to say, if you were listening to his movement as to what he was doing with the youth, he was definitely not racist, definitely not anti-gay or anti-trans. He always welcomed those people into the discussion. He was always welcoming people into a discussion to have a discussion about where we were going together as humans. And so when people cut people off and they just say, well, you're racist or what have you, but yes, I got cut off by a black woman who's like, well, all of a sudden, their opinion is more important than what has happened. But what has happened here is an assassination. And what people are failing to acknowledge during this is that this is truly the first.
That's what they're
Okay,
saying.
okay, all right. Goo.
Nope.
This is the first time you use something you
Okay.
I don't know. This is the thing. This is what you guys are all racist. This is what you guys are. Okay.
How much longer do we have to have her explain why it's a
You all have to interrupt.
Y'all gotta stop interrupting. Come on, man. Let's get on my fucking nerves. Y'all lucky my mic was stuck. Please, Scotty. Please, Scotty. Scotty.
What the fuck are we doing here?
For real, I feel like this is an abuse now. This enough is got a headache.
You have to show self-control here.
But she's giving her, she said what she needed to say. Now she's running us down, and we don't have to listen to that.
Well, she's gonna get run down too, trust me. Right.
Okay, because the clap back that I got, baby, okay?
Bella, were you complete? One mic, Bella, were you complete?
I was not complete. How the fuck?
I just did. I don't want to shoot, but I don't got an option at this point because we can't hear. Bella, go ahead.
There's a difference between an assassination and a murder. And what we witnessed was the first assassination of a political figure that we've seen since the 1960s.
Minnesota.
No, that is not an assassination. That was a political murder. Yeah, that was a murder. An assassination is a murder of a person in a public space who is meant to be taken out. We have needs to take a deep fucking breath and take race out of it and go back and listen to what he was saying, because none of it was racial, none of it was anti-gay or anti-trans or any of the rest of it. The only thing he had to say was that we had to take back America and protect our younger generation, and I agree with him on that. Now, if you all want to come at me, and now I land.
We are. Okay, so where everybody comes off mic, where everybody comes off mic, let me just say something.
Okay, Robert, you gotta wait, Robert.
Please, just hold on.
One mic on
What's wrong with you, Spence?
Y'all making me sure people are actually like, but I don't have an option because it's going to be everybody getting shot. Robert, I shot.
I just want to say,
go ahead.
Nobody's on our side. I just wanted to hear the whole racist thing that she had to say. And what I'll say to you, and because I'll let Black woman address this, but for you to come up here and say it's a dumb Black opinion, or a Black woman, and she's all of those things are microaggressions, and the way they're about to treat you is how you deserve to be treated, because you came up here doing that shit. You know exactly. You can go on mute. Because I made a way for you. You can go on mute, and I'll wait till you do that. Please don't reply anything to me. Thank you. So you came up here. You did all the dog whistles. You performed. You lied, and you disrespected Black women. You didn't have to do any of that to say your opinion. So the reason I let you speak is because I wanted everybody to hear an example of how if you let people talk, they will reveal exactly how racist they are. Now, y'all can get her.
Hey,
One mic. We're going to have a queue. Robert, go ahead.
The Haitian next.
No, let's talk.
I have to be able to respond.
Let's talk to respond.
No, you
Sandra, okay, Sandra. One mic on Sandra then.
Where's Haitian? Where's Haitian?
You don't wanna.
You already
Who said put the Haitian next?
it was a mass murder thing.
You know what? No, she should. If we're bad there, she should have a chance to respond. This should be a squabble. Yeah, let's start to respond.
Nobody said anything disrespectful about CK. We have never, in this room, in the rooms, said anything disrespectful or celebrated his death. All I said, because they went to the transgender boyfriend that he supposedly had. I don't care about that, because I'm not sleeping with them. I'm not in their bedroom. That has nothing to do with me. But just because if he did have a transgender boyfriend does not mean he was leftist. It just means he fell in love with a boy. What the hell? Y'all are tripping. Y'all are really tripping. Y'all grasping at straws. Because y'all didn't want it to be no Utah white boy born and raised in a damn family of Mormons that shot that man. That's not our fault. That's not a Black woman's fault. So get off my dick.
Definitely not. Okay, definitely not the Black culture's fault that Charlie Kirk got shot. Never said that. Never even implied that.
Do y'all know there's a I Am Charlie Kirk movement? You guys are fucked. They got Black people.
Okay, you know what? You're done. You're out. You're not gonna talk out of turn and say stupid shit.
So, Bella, I wanted to correct you about assassinations, because you said that in order for something to be considered an assassination, it has to be outside in public. That's not true. I looked it up. The definition says that murder by sudden or secret attack, often for political reasons, the act or an instance of assassinating someone such as a prominent political leader. So that doesn't mean that by that definition, Charlie Kirk is not the one person that's been assassinated since the 60s. That's not true. And we just seen 2 senators in Minnesota get assassinated. That would be considered an assassination. Those were 2 political figures. So we can't say that. Furthermore, for me personally, I don't have a problem with people who did were a fan of Charlie Kirk, honoring him in their own way or whatever they want to do. But it just baffles me how it's the circumstance around it for me. The way that this man is considered a martyr, and that the fact that we're even having conversations about him being compared to MLK and Malcolm X, because at the end of the day, yes, But no offense, you may not be in those set groups that might find offense to what he said. So that probably might be the reason why you don't feel that way. But for some of us who are in those set groups, some of the things that Charlie Kirk did say were offensive. And so it is equally offensive to me to even hear that now, even in death, that y'all would compare him to somebody of a Malcolm X or a Martin Luther King, and then turn around and say that we as black people are the ones having a dumb argument. But you go off.
No, I'm really curious. What are you offended about what he said? Amber? Or Alpha, sorry.
It's okay. The fact that he said that black women, the thing he said about the congresswomen and the women in Congress being incompetent, those statements about black women not having full brain capacity, those implicating that we don't have the same intelligence. His stance about DEI, not acknowledging the fact that the majority of DEI was benefited white women, but still continue to use black men as an example to say that he questions their intelligence or their skill set level because they were a DEI hire. Those things are offensive. So yes, now does that mean that I think that he should have been killed? No, absolutely not. But to say that he said nothing offensive is a farce.
I mean, okay. I get how to take specific things that he said out of context in clips and get offended by them. But when you listen to his entire arguments, especially the arguments that he had against anyone of any race, he always said, like, we're all one human race. He was always putting back.
When did he say, quote, we're all one human race? And
multiple times, with all due respect.
Quoted.
Oh my God. Okay.
Just like we found all the racist
It's
clips
not
under the
that.
sun.
If you look at his work, it's not that.
Find a clip. Find a clip.
Oh my God.
Find a
There's
clip.
so many.
And y'all are
Like,
liars.
honestly.
I dare you
yes.
will not find a clip where Charlie Kirk says we are all equal.
He actually does. He actually does. And he actually goes back to.
Then why does he have so much paper? I just put a bunch of clips in the chat.
Many of them.
What is it?
All the time.
Show me a clip where he says he's equal to a Trump. Show me that clip.
No. He was very clear in that the fact that as being humans are part of the society.
What speech? What conference?
Bella, I'll get it for you, Bella. Just stand by.
Yeah, you.
I appreciate it. Hold on, he's got me. That's the thing. It's like this is the thing.
He's not gonna find it either. He's not gonna find it either.
I don't care enough to prove to you people.
Chapter and verse. Here's his own verse. Here's the clip.
Right.
Here's the quote.
Yes.
And you
always cut it, and then always
let me finish. Are you gonna let me finish?
No, because you never let him finish his own thought. Every single person.
Okay. So you can come back up after I'm finished. We sit here and quote and give clips and give sources, and yet you people say that's not right. It's out of context. That's not the right context. Blah 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 fucking blah. And come up here and say whatever fucking bullshit sounds good out of your own head, and you never have a fucking source, and you never have any fucking proof. You never have a fucking link. You never have fuck all. But yet somehow we're the ones who are the liars and misrepresenting everything.
So this is, I wanted to speak to something. I wanted to speak to ideologies, right? And then so
Yeah, who did you just interrupt? Who was talking?
So there's a certain ideology that right?
Who was speaking before Eagle Hall?
Can I share, please?
I shot him. Whoever was about this right, we're not playing. You getting shot if you coming out and trying to who was next?
racist. He's not any of those things. Like, it's wild to me that all of you have listened to the bullshit.
Ridiculous.
Yes, it is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And so he never spoke against
He never spoke against gays.
and he never spoke against them. Liar.
Yeah.
I have a lot of calls about Charlie Kirk speaking against gays. Do we want to do this? Do we want to put them all in the chat?
Here's the thing,
I absolutely care about. No, you're wrong, Spirit. You're wrong, Spirit. All I care about is the story. Oh, you've been like, right. You're out clarity.
He wasn't saying anything. Why was he assassinated? What's the reason he got out of jail? Why was he assassinated?
Exactly.
What was he mad about?
Oh, no. The reason that he was assassinated is because everybody is afraid of the movement that he was starting.
He shot him to stop.
Do you understand the movement? No. He was starting.
Yeah, 50 years or some shit.
Not of any sort of race, but that they just kind of that's what he did. And you know what? He also had every single senator, every single presidential candidate, all of them wanted him because he's the people who are speaking to our youth. And if you guys don't like it, then go ahead.
No, you're a liar. You're a liar.
I'm not a liar. He just got offered $150 million.
Nationalist movement.
Like, you guys
That's
are
what
into
it
them.
is. And you support it.
Denial.
I can say declaratively, this guy is not worthy of a national holiday. He's not worthy of godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful. Kirk describes quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
So if
yeah.
Can I say something about what he would do?
He said, hold on, I just wanted to just let that marinate for a second, if y'all don't mind. He said, once a week, we talk about why the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. And he doubled down on that, right? And said that we acted better. The blacks were, the crime rates of the blacks, they had it better underneath slavery.
Man, that's so
prior to 1964. Right? So when people start trying to let me land, I've been moderating, not speaking very much, and I'm about to go back to moderating. But look, when you have someone that's consistent with this type of rhetoric, there is an underlying hate. There is an underlying racism theme that binds rhetoric.
Charlie Kirk Struggle Session. Episode number 265 by candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District, bringing your daily dosage of racial identity politics to you.
And go back and forth with them. Try to see it from their vantage point. Now, I've been grifting through these MAGA groups for about the last 4 days. The posts that have the most likes and comments, right? This is not how I feel. This is just how it is. Are always racially motivated. It will be a black person saying something anti-Kirk that will generate the most comments. And when you read through the comments dehumanize us, right? They'll say things like, find it. Not find him. Be careful on how I said what I said, because I'm saying it verbatim. Find it. This is what I would expect. Stereotypical. He'll die in a gang war soon. You understand? This is a sentiment that you're trying to reason with. So this Just take that into consideration when you hear them try to spin the rhetoric and spin the narrative in their favor, although they know, truthfully deep in their soul, they know that this is a racially based and racially motivated speaker. They know that there's
projection alert. Projection number one.
Telling them something that they don't already internally know. They're just in denial and want to try to see if they can recruit a couple more or change a couple more minds. Are you?
Yeah, the idea that this man was some, paragon of public discourse and he just, was speaking for the youth and all this stuff. I mean, he spoke for a certain type of reactionary right youth, people who wanted, women to be baby makers and not much else, and a whole bunch of other, very retrograde opinions. Like, yes, he spoke for those people. That's true. That's real. And, he didn't speak for most people. He was hateful towards lots of people. There's a reason why he didn't have a reputation for being some great uniter in life. And it's just absolutely ridiculous that people try to say this kind of stuff, like, to sort of completely change who he was after the fact. He was who he was. Like, he was not a great uniter. He said all kinds of terrible things. He had the professor watch list to try to intimidate professors. He would put people on the watch list for, basically just saying any opinion that he didn't like. That's not pro-free speech. It's intimidation.
Bill Nye doesn't do that.
This idea that
Bill Nye, the nice guy.
Just because he had some campus debates, or or he, I don't know if they were debates necessarily, sometimes they were debates, he had these discussions that he would host, does not mean that he was some incredible champion for free speech. And most of what he said was just fucking terrible. Terrible. The idea that he was an anti-gay, while at the same time he was constantly spouting off about his vision of what family should look like, that obviously doesn't include gay people. Like, that doesn't make any sense. The fact that he just randomly, apparently, would talk shit about Ketanji Brown Jackson and Kamala Harris, and all kinds of black women would come up in his speech all the time, where, like, black men were always prowling the streets to try to kill white men. I think that was something he said in the last week of his life. Like, this is not it's just ridiculous to say these things. And, like, again, didn't deserve to be shot, but just a piece of shit in life.
And to take it a step further, one of the things I keep seeing, right, is the fight back theme, right? That when I'm seeing I'm talking about as I grift through the MAGA groups, right, is the fight back theme. But this is the weird part for me. All the violence and all the insinuations of violence are coming from the right side. When I'm seeing different posts inside these MAGA groups, like, let us go door to door, declare civil war, we'll cleanse, we'll do a righteous cleansing, right? That's coming from the right side. That's insinuating violence and death. When they're marching at Huntington Beach Pier, white man fight back, and then some of them are carrying arms. That's insinuating violence. It's illegal. I don't understand how the cops are allowing that. And they're not even naming who their threat is against, because they can't. It's an open-ended sentence. White men fight back against who?
Hello?
The African-American community has nothing to do with it. The left has nothing to do with it. Is this about to be more MAGA on MAGA? Because that's what the violence is right now. All right? So when you keep hearing this theme of being marginalized, and another thing I keep hearing them say is, we've had enough. It's time for us to take a stand. We're not going to accept it anymore. Accept what? We're not advocating for violence. We're not celebrating violence. We're adverse to violence, but you guys are pro-violence, and you're trying to justify it. There's nothing scarier than the wrath of the love of a Christian. They will give you a righteous death, a righteous, violent death, right? You don't hear the left side saying, we have to fight back, get our guns together, let's go shoot them, let's go be proactive, because we know they're coming after. You don't hear that. You don't hear the violence. You don't hear the mob mentality. That is only coming from the right. So how can you fight back when nobody's fighting you? Are you?
I would say it's not just the right, because I've been on Blue Sky and seeing some of the things that are coming is actually pretty despicable. That's
one. Two, we can actually go and take a look. There was just a study. There was just a study done where they asked both the left and the right if it's okay for killing President Trump. And guess who the left came back and scored saying yes, it is justified for killing the President of the United States. This is not fair, right? And what most people don't talk about too.
Is that research? Is that actual?
Yes.
research?
Yes, I'll post the
Wow,
survey.
that's super interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So again, and there was people, not anyone. I gotta preference that because there was no one on the stage, but there were people on Clubhouse saying that he had ketchup on his ear when he got shot. Was laughing, joking about that. When we're talking about the president last year, and then we can go back to 2016, where you were seeing Trump supporters get their ass whooped on every single rally that was happening. Coming out, you had a lady, Bevelyn Beatty, who was stabbed by Black Lives Matter, right? You had people getting their ass beat in 2020. I mean, so again, we know the ADL numbers. We know how they picked them.
What, like the movement got together and decided to stand?
She was in D.C. and she got Bevelyn Betty. I don't know if you know her, Bevelyn Beatty, whatever how you pronounce her name, who spent prison time, right? Who spent prison time for being at an abortion clinic. We're talking about cancel culture. She was stabbed as well. So let's not pretend that it's only one side. I'm not denying the fact that the right does have these violent KKK neo-Nazis. But you have neo-fascists who are violent on the left. You have neo-cons.
Did the left kill somebody though?
Yeah, you can say that when Antifa, who's been rioting for the last 2 months in Portland, right? You can say they're the cause of what happened in 2020. They popped it off after. You can say the 20 or so people who have been killed.
You talking about J6, the Antifa?
No, J6 was one day. If you look at riots overall, if you look at Bernie, if you, I'm not finished. You guys gotta get that chance to land. We just gotta react. Yeah. No, I mean you guys get a chance to speak. I mean let someone else talk. So you have.
Omari, I just want you to think about this for a second. I'm gonna give the mic right to you. Okay. This is how it feels, except for people who are losing their jobs for trying to voice their opinion, right?
This is
you guys are pro that. You know, if you're saying you're against it, you're an outlier. Because when I'm in there, when I see people saying, "Well, he lost his life," fuck them if they lose their job. That's the general sentiment, right? And that will get thousands of likes and thousands of replies, and people sending screenshots of all the people that they actually were able to document and disrupt their lives, right? So when you see that, I want you to think about that. Everybody's fighting for a mic in here, but they don't want anybody to be able to express themselves unless it's Republican. Anytime a left or a Democrat or even an independent says anything that can be remotely construed as anti-Charlie, find them. And that's the sentiment right now. Let's dox them. Let's create the website, Charlie's Murderers. Let's dox them. Let's see if we can fuck their life up. That's what's happening.
And that's
so how can you advocate for freedom of speech while suppressing it at the same time?
So Jim, I see you get back to me.
It goes back to Omari because I took it from him and interrupted him. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I definitely
go after Malak.
And it's wrong, right? So and you can look at people like Megyn Kelly and others who, as soon as the Attorney General made that stupid ass statement, which is dumb, the dumbest statement ever you can make, and she should have been fired after the First Amendment. Many of us thought that was dumb. Many of us don't believe that. I think I heard Anthony earlier indicate that he doesn't believe that he should have been fired. I'm telling you, I don't think he should have been fired.
Are you trying to help these people not be fired? Or you just saying it to yourself?
Yeah, or do you want to? No, I think it's stupid. And I thought it was bad when I also heard that we were going against each other on this stage where we're taking something that's happening in D.C. and then internalize it and going against each other, which we should not. It's not me versus Gemini, me versus anyone, even me versus culture. It doesn't matter. I'm not against you guys. I'm not here trying to cancel anyone.
Misinformation.
I'm about to say, Omari, because I'm
freedom of speech. Freedom of speech.
The thing is, Omari, when it comes to political violence, though, what I'm reading statistically is saying that even though, of course, they're saying that political violence in general has been on the rise since 2020. But it says the available research from I can put posts in the chat. This is coming from MSNBC.com. It says the available research from recent years makes clear that right-wing violence has been more dangerous in the U.S. than left-wing violence. As the New York Times' David Leon explained in 2022, the American right has a violence problem that has no equivalent on the left. The New Republic noted in the response to Vance, just J.D. Vance, one study published by the Libertarian Institute found that since 2020, right-wingers have accounted for over half of terror-related deaths in the United States, with left-wingers at 22%. The New York Times also said this week examined the latest evidence pointing to the Nonpartisan Center for Strategic and International Studies.
Where did Omari go?
Oh, he left.
I'm here. Why did it say I'm here?
Okay, my bad.
Okay. International Studies Global Terrorist Threat Assessment in 2024, which found most of the U.S. terrorist attacks in recent years were committed by violent far-right perpetrators, such as white supremacists, anti-government extremists, and violent misogynists. So that's what they're saying. The research says is that, yes, there's political violence on both sides, but it's still coming more from one side than the other.
Did you read who they killed? Did you read the actual people that were actually killed? So if someone had, let's say, a Nazi, symbol on their arm, and then they killed like maybe a loved one, a family member, they actually counted that as political violence. You look at the actual people that's being killed. There's no politicians.
Okay, that happened. No, they didn't. And I went through the cases because I knew y'all was gonna do that. And see, this is the problem I have with you because you're sitting up here lying. When I went in here the other day, you talking about, oh, it's not me against you, but you sat up here and lied and said that I was making fun of his death, knowing I didn't. You sat up here and lied, trying to be funny. And see, this is what y'all do. Y'all want somebody to be civil with y'all, but y'all get mad when y'all getting ate up or somebody is fucking y'all up in a verbal combat, and then y'all want to make up shit like you did last night, knowing what they're saying the repercussions are. You did that, so I would never trust you, and I wouldn't tell anyone to trust you because you lied. You sat up here. I'm not done talking. You're right. When you lie on me, I'm going to talk about everybody. Yeah, and it's always up for me and you. So I mean, that's it's when you're in my person.
Right. Yeah.
And here you go again, trying to do your white shit. I said it's always up with me and you. If I want to say anything violent, I would be. You can say whatever you want to say, bitch.
Can I jump in?
But I'm not done. Yo, all that cutting off shit. I don't know why y'all be doing that, but that shit is corny. You sat up here lied in a room and you tried to frame it like somebody was doing it, trying to put people's livelihood in danger. That's late, lame, and that's fucking corny. So you're exactly right. I'm never gonna fuck with you, and that's the shit that you do. And then gonna get in here and talk about I don't agree with this. I agree with free speech. I agree. I just cited the Supreme Court cases that included hate speech and said that's included in free speech. But you sit up here and play with two people's livelihood because you did it to somebody else, and that's not funny. That's where you cross the line, and that's lame and that's corny, and I will always hate you, bitch.
I was there when that happened. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on for 1 second.
He admitted.
Hold on for 1 second. I was there when it happened, and you absolutely accused us of celebrating Charlie Kirk's death when that was not true. You did that, brother. You gotta own it. I was there.
Okay. Jim, I said he was.
Hold on, one mic on Patty. What you say, Patty?
So I want to say something. When you try to say that the stats on political violence, there's actually a definition for it. And you know what's crazy about it? Like the Department of Defense, if you're in the military and you're an officer, we got to go to these things like the Naval Academy, or naval officers, they go to Naval War College. For us, we go to U.S. Army War College, or we go to National Defense University. When we go to these schools, they teach us about political violence. And I'm telling you that even with the people that we study, a lot of them, it has to do with, and this is within the last 20 years, right, or from 2000. If we're talking about domestic political violence, a lot of it is coming from the right side. So.
Just to further,
Thank you, Patty.
I want to be real brief, but I've been researching the hell out of this because I really want to be accurate in my submission. And I started looking at the FBI and the DOJ because Homeland Security assess what they call domestic terrorists, right? Which if Trump is really worried and concerned and send the National Guard to deal with all these urban threats, wouldn't you want to deal with the domestic terrorists that are terrorizing and causing violence and death throughout the United States, according to the FBI and DOJ? It says the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have repeatedly assessed that racially motivated violent extremists, particularly white supremacists and militia-type extremists, are the most persistent and lethal domestic threat to the U.S. The FBI Director, Christopher Wray, testified to Congress that the majority of domestic terrorism cases involve right-wing or white supremacist actors. The annual FBI hate crimes report shows steady increases in politically charged hate crimes, often linked to right-wing extremist ideologies. The National Institute of Justice, the DOJ, study in 2025, this year, found far-right extremists responsible for a much higher share of fatal attacks compared to far-left actors. Now, this is from the FBI and the DOJ. It is not coming from the left side. The stats and facts do not lie. Do the research.
Okay, Omari, please.
Can I just get one thing, because there's a
You
lot.
spoke about Bevelyn Beatty, and I want to respond to that piece. I've been waiting.
Okay, then can I go after Malik now, please?
That's not my call, but. So the Bevelyn Beatty story, I just looked this up, and first of all, it's on the New York Post, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch and is a notorious propaganda wreck, but let's leave that to the side. So apparently, in 2020, she claimed she was with some Proud Boys, and then they said they were stabbed, and they said that it was by Black Lives Matter DC activists. A DC spokesman, Lieutenant Ralph Neal, initially told local media that the suspects were members of Black Lives Matter, repeating what the Proud Boys had told them, which the DC branch group called a lie. The protest group tweeted they had nothing to do with these stabbings. Shame on Chief Police Peter Newsom and the DC police for sharing false information, the group said. The force, this is the police force now, the police force changed its account and told WUSA 9 that it could no longer confirm the suspects were affiliated to BLM, the station said. A press release from the police station later also stressed that officers, quote, cannot verify any specific affiliation of the suspects, end quote. So that's the story about Black Lives Matter stabbed somebody. It's not fucking true.
Okay, cool. Can I just go ahead and respond to something real quick? So
you lie?
So, okay, I didn't lie. It's an article, and it said that Black Lives Matter. So they came back later and then changed the story. Okay, cool. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Story.
So
It's straight to Jagger.
that's changing the story. They got it straight. There you go. Whatever how you want to word it.
And you repeat.
With that being said,
But then you repeated that irresponsibly. Why don't you ever just
because I don't believe it. I believe that.
So, Omari, I swear we have made an agreement. Jesus, Omari, you gotta before you open your mouth, bro. Didn't we make an agreement earlier? I'm sorry. Didn't we make an agreement earlier before you open your mouth, you'll Google?
I know Beverly, and she still says that she is Black Lives Matter. She was talking shit. So
We can't have a conversation without integrity and facts, man. Like it is. I don't want to have an opinion. I don't want to have an opinion versus opinion conversation. Let's stick to the facts.
So you don't believe the police. So you don't believe the police.
And we had her on Clubhouse when she was in her church.
That's the only time he believes him.
So we had her on Clubhouse and when we and one of the houses, and she said it was 100% Black Lives Matter because
But what did
she
the
was
police say?
she was trying to paint. Okay, I'm gonna go by what I believe the woman, right? I believe the young lady.
Oh, now you believe women.
Over law enforcement agency.
Over law enforcement agency that was accused of actually lying on data. But I don't want to get sidetracked.
Are you doing a bit right now?
So, anyways, let's talk about. You said political. If you look at the people, again, political violence. Look at the people who got killed, who are actually politicians.
There's an actual definition on how they define what is political violence.
Right, but so what happened to
It's not
Charlie
like
Kirk?
they just come up with names and say this is a political violence thing.
So if you look at the ADL, you look at the Cato Institute stats, and you look at who they claim that these white nationalists killed, their definition of political violence.
The Cato Institute is, bro?
If you look at what they claim as political violence, it doesn't match, right? Because political violence is what happened to Charlie Kirk. Political violence is what was going to happen to Kavanaugh when they was going to shoot him. That's political violence. Violence is what happened to President Trump. Political violence is what happened to Trump after each rally.
Happened to the senators in Minnesota who were killed in their beds with their husbands.
By someone who was appointed by a Democrat governor. Look at it.
Do you know that?
You're crazy. What difference does that make? You a dumb nigga.
Everybody be quiet. No, I want to say this. I am a liberal. Everybody. No, look.
I've waiting to speak for a while. Thank you. I want to point, well, he just said, I was going to say something else, which I'll get to in a second. But he also said that he's talking about the Democratic governor appointed this guy. And if you know anything about that specific story, okay, this is not political appointees. So that fact check wouldn't matter to him because he just repeated that lie. And then part two, he couldn't even say who the fucking Cato Institute is. He thinks it's some left tanky fucking think tank. He doesn't understand. Do you know who it is?
I know who Cato is. I brought it up. I've seen all the stats that's been posted from the.
Do you know who the Cato Institute is?
It doesn't matter. I'm disputing I'm disputing their numbers, and I just gave you like Steve Scalise, who left his tried to kill the entire Republican Party. So there you go. You have the numbers too.
You can cherry pick the 20%, and you're still going to be wrong.
I'm going to stick to what politicians
we have much more. No, you're going to cherry pick to create this narrative that it's the left. You're going to keep interrupting me or what?
There you go.
You're going to keep interrupting me? No, you're going to cherry pick the 20. Thank you. So he's been caught in multiple lies. He won't stand on business, on the truth, even when presented to him. He doesn't know who the fuck the Cato Institute is. He may know who the ADL is, but he doesn't trust their numbers either. The Cato Institute is not fucking left. It is a libertarian freedom party that typically sides with the Republicans and the right. So you don't believe them either. So you're going to wait until there's an organization where you can believe their stats and then you're going to run behind them? That is fucking phony and it lacks integrity. And you should do a little bit better on these stages.
Scotty, this is what we're going to do right here, right? We're going to define political violence so there's no way to use a workaround and say I'm just going to show when politicians are harmed. Because that is not what political violence is. Political violence is defined as the use of physical force by individuals or groups to achieve political goals or express political grievances, right? That has nothing to do with if a politician was killed or not. If you're using that as your measuring stick, it shows that you don't even understand the basis of the argument. So you can't even enter the argument because you don't understand it. There are key element, hold on 1 second. There are key elements for political violence. It has to be politically motivated, it has to have the use of threat or violence, and the actors involved have to have state actors, governments, police, military, non-state actors, terrorist groups, militias, protesters, or revolutionaries, right? So you have to be able to define it. What you're trying to say is, I'm fine when politicians are killed. It's far broader than that. You don't even understand what you're trying to define or what you're trying to find stats for. Are you?
This is an easy combo, man. So look, check this out real quick. So it's when you go to other countries and continents and shit, you see that they don't have as many guns. They don't have as many murders and violence and all that other shit. In the U.S., we got all type of shit going on every day. All that. The people with the most guns are the Republicans. The people that's supporting the 2A, the fucking gun owners. Like, I mean, simply, it's not even close on either side. The people that's teaching their kids how to shoot in the backyard. Them the motherfuckers that commit the most violence. The ones that go granddad and all, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. The ones with the Confederate flags in the back of their trucks and shit. Those are the ones committing the political violence and all the other violence and snipers and shit. Anybody knowing how to snipe at 19? Unless you served, he ain't even served. He just know how to shoot. A lot of them know how to shoot. We know how to play dominoes and shit. We be playing basketball and shooting free throws. They be shooting in the backyard. Shit crazy. Go ahead.
Well, you don't even look to see what these studies show. They don't even look at if they actually voted. That's why I know your stats are super ass. The ass, plain ass.
What the
Stinky
fuck
ass.
They
don't even know. So, for example, they don't even use, like, let's say someone in the hood kills 400 people in 1 year. That's not including political violence. But if a white person with a swastika on his neck kills someone, regardless, it could have been over meth, right? That is actually counted in their political violence.
That is not true. That's not true. That's not true. I literally just read you.
Okay, hold on.
I literally just read you the stats and facts that they use to define. Listen, it has to be politically motivated. Right? Political grievance. It can't be just because you have a swastika and you wouldn't kill some people. That is not the measuring
right now. We can do victim for victim.
You can't, because you don't even know how to define a political violent victim.
You already defined it for everybody. So why don't you start bringing up the victims that have been killed and name them, and then actually put the political.
No, why don't you?
Why don't you tie it like it's a consolation? Let's tie them together for the people in the audience.
As soon as I'm done driving, I'll be happy to oblige you. It won't be long.
Let's do that. Because I think that will relieve some of the stress on people if we can start connecting these.
You don't know what you had to do.
I don't wish anything. I'm looking for this conversation. I'm going to
before Scalise. Do you know who got shot before Scalise did? Do you know who was shot before Scalise?
No, I don't. See,
I know you don't.
So who was
What's Mark Kelly's wife's name, y'all?
Yeah.
You dumbass.
What
happened to her first, dumbass?
Okay, you talking about
you talking about you knew about Steve Scalise though. You knew about him, but it happened to her first, dummy. So when you come out talking about people and bringing them up one at a time, why don't you do more than just bring up why don't you do more research, boy? And shut your mouth and listen. Learn something.
Boy.
Just what I said. Nigga, boy.
Nigga, boy.
Coming out of your mouth and don't make it. But see, here's the thing about this whole thing. Here's the thing about this thing. The whole thing. When this man was assassinated, the first thing out of y'all's mouth, who is that? Who is that? Shut up.
I shot him. Go ahead.
The first thing out of y'all's mouth was it was from the left. Somebody on the left did it. That's dumb. They didn't even have a suspect, and it was from the left. Then they get a suspect, and it's still from the left before the man opened his mouth. Before they have any information, it happened on the left. That's why y'all are not credible. You have no credibility. It's hard to take you seriously because you can't even admit that it happens on both sides.
It happens on both
Y'all
sides.
can't even say that.
You happy?
I'm still talking though. It happens on both sides. And so there's not even a place that we can't even have
the truth at the beginning of it, that it happens on both sides. We can't never get to which side it happens on more, because we can't even agree that it happens on both sides. Do you know how dumb y'all sound to keep repeating that when everybody knows, including y'all, when you open your mouth a goddamn lie, that it happens? You know when you say you lying. That's what gets me. I can't understand. Y'all know y'all lying.
That's fair.
Because it just happened in Minnesota. Now, just because Donald Trump want to pretend he didn't know who it was, when he was probably the second person that knew who it was before they put it out on the media, because they called the president and told him. Somebody did, because that's how it works. But then he gets to get in the open and pretend he don't even know who it is. Something is wrong with y'all.
You get briefed every morning.
Exactly. Something is terribly wrong with y'all. Because we know why he's doing what he's doing. It's you dummies. Or we trying to figure out, what do you have to gain? What do you stand to gain from continuing to promote this bullshit?
That's a great question.
Just like Nancy, what's the representative Nancy Mace that got into it with the reporter when this first happened? Like, it was like
CNN, I saw it.
And she was saying that she was talking about the left and this and she's done and all this other mess, and that reporter called her ass out quickly and said there's political violence on both sides. And I think that's it. You hit the nail on the head, Ms. Deborah, when you said that be the issue in these conversations. Most of the time is that we can't even have a real conversation without it being like, oh, it's always the left, because you think that something happened to somebody that you consider on the right. Now it's the conversation is shifted to it's only the left, when we see the stats are showing that the political violence for the majority has come from the right. And so even in this situation, once again, this conversation still deflects from the fact that this shooter is one of your own. Just like with Jimmy Kimmel, you don't want to address the fact that he said that's your main problem. You have to address the fact that it's one of your own. And white people are just not ready to contend with that, obviously. It's showing. It's showing that they're not really ready to contend with the fact that y'all are killing each other off.
Right. And they're going to browbeat us or anybody who is not, mourning that man's death. We didn't do it. No, do it. So why y'all mad at us?
I agree with you, Dave.
But I heard that, I interviewed too, and that reporter gave Nancy Mace a chance to, would you like to speak to it, and can you at least admit that, and that what you're saying right now is not helping the situation, because you're steady, blaming the other side when both sides do it. And she wouldn't even she doubled down on the left. And it's crazy. It makes no sense.
And you know what,
Lisa, could you play the clip that I sent you, please?
Can I talk, please?
I have to get somebody else to play the clip. Let them know when I can get the clip.
Yeah, I wonder why nobody ever talks about Officer David Rose. That person was a victim of political violence. Do we remember that? Or is that too long ago? Because that was back fucking last month. And he was killed by somebody who shot up the CDC. But nobody wants to talk about that violence. Was that from the left? Was it? Also, you know what else part of the problem that nobody's going to admit on the right? We know who Dylan Roof was, right? Surely we all.
You mean the one that's killed 9 people in church?
Sure, we all know that. But you know who doesn't know who Dylan Roof is? Cash Patel. Cash Patel at the hearing today. Are we going to hold any smoke for him?
No.
On the right?
I did. And I hold smoke for Larry Man, who didn't even understand, anything about education. So.
But Amari, you're one of one. You're one of one, babe.
Also, can we talk about the fact that, like, when Melissa Hortman got murdered, there was a lot of silence on the Republican side. A lot of silence. A lot of people who didn't talk about it, who didn't decry political violence or anything like that. The situation with Charlie Kirk getting killed, despite him being someone who, let's just say, the entire Democratic Party disagreed with vehemently. Every single statement was decrying political violence, that he should have been murdered. The reaction, the move towards violence, is on one side of the aisle. It just is. There's only one side of the aisle that pardoned, hundreds of people, including people who were on camera beating the shit out of cops on January 6th, which was absolutely an act of political violence. Like, that was one side. How many Republicans have said it was a miscarriage of justice that Donald Trump pardoned violent criminals who were beating up cops? I don't think I've heard of any. And a lot of them were the people who were saying, well, he's not talking about pardoning all of the J6ers. He's only talking about the non-violent ones. And then when the violent ones got pardoned, they didn't have shit to say. And this has been I don't stop. I haven't talked that much. We're good. So the idea that there's some kind of equivalence on each side is just not borne out by the facts. And probably more importantly, there is a role that leaders have when they choose to be leader. And that's to diffuse violence and to call on our better angels, as they say, right? There are very few who are doing that. Very, very few. There has been a rush to use this for whatever political momentum, political advantage that they possibly can find to do things that are completely unrelated, that have nothing to do with anything. They're collectivizing responsibility for the murder of Charlie Kirk when it was one crazy-ass dude out of St. George who we still don't totally understand and may never. This is what the right has chosen to do. The left has not chosen to do that. When Steve Scalise got shot, it was widespread condemnation, both sides of the aisle. And so we just need to remember, not just what have people done in the past, but also what are they setting up for the future. And Donald Trump has been the most irresponsible president I can possibly imagine in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting. I'm done.
May I speak? I'm gonna go back down after I speak. I think April was before you. Okay.
At least I was just agreeing with Aaron. Those January 6ers that have been released, pardoned, whatever you call it, have gone out and committed more violent crime and got arrested again, which is it's amazing and it's crazy all at the same time. When you can't sit and call what's going on, you can't tell the truth of it. You say, oh, January 6th, that was just one day. My God. Had any Democrat or left-leaning person tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power just one day, as he calls it, just one fucking day? See, this is why we can never get to a point where we're all together, because one person can just call that was just one day that they did that. They set up a gallows out there. That's just one day. Y'all, come on. It was one day.
Well, how easy is it to just admit it happens on both sides? Like, it don't get any easier. Put the onus on both sides. They can't even do that. How can you start a real conversation when we can't agree on a basic fact?
Donald Trump is a liar, and he figures if he can tell us 100 times over that it was the left, then we're gonna believe him. That's what
They don't believe that shit. They just believe they don't believe it. They just stick together.
The thing is, even if it comes out, right, that he's like...
Brooklyn was in the queue. Oh, go ahead, Your Honor, finish your thought.
Let me just say this briefly. Even if it turns out that the shooter was, on the left, they are still a single person. That's it. I am not responsible for that person's actions, regardless. Just as someone on the right wouldn't be responsible if it turns out that he or whatever else there's been, rumors of. It's still one person who's responsible for their own actions. This is a conspiracy of multitudes of people, as far as we can tell. That's it right there.
Amen.
I can agree with that, but I will have to still extend that, we still can't negate influences, right? So I do agree that yes, the onus of one person's action shouldn't be put on one said party or community, but at the same time, we can still point towards influences of that said person and say that they were influenced by certain communities. We can definitely do that.
I agree with that. I mean, especially if they're fomenting violence like the president is right now.
Right, exactly.
So the message are we are brothers keepers in every situation. There's not.
Did you guys not hear me that Brooklyn was after your honor? Brooklyn, where you at? What you doing downstairs? Brooklyn? Yo, what's Brooklyn in the good?
Come on, Brooklyn, come back up. I like when Brooklyn talk.
I invited her. Get up here, Brooklyn.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
And I don't feel like being overly modded and getting kicked in the audience thanks to Gemini lame ass. But anyway,
oops, let me go look in the
I just wanted to say that
She lied.
everything in the audience. But whatever.
About 10 fucking times, and I kicked you. If I kicked you, I would say that's my footprint on your back. I didn't do it.
You kicked me when that white bitch was talking.
No, I didn't. That's on my daughter. You're wrong.
What's that?
You owe me an apology. I did not do that shit.
I don't owe anybody an apology.
Yeah, the fuck you do, because you blamed me for some shit I didn't do.
Anyway, like I was saying, so since I was in the audience, I decided to go on the Tickety Talk and go down a little rabbit hole and then, Google some stuff too. And come to find out, it was first of all, nobody is addressing the fact that this Ben Carr man is a Trump appointee. Okay, so the FCC has been infiltrated and it's the FCC section of Project 2025, guys. They spoke it into existence. It was people back in November of 24 that was talking about this Ben Carr guy that's the head of the FCC and how he is, the plans that they have to basically take over and censor television and kind of shift it to their own thing. And if this isn't an example of the shit that they were talking about, I don't know what the fuck is. Do you hear me? Like, this shit was already written, y'all. It was written. They said this was gonna happen. So for all of those who do not believe that the internet, I'm gonna tell you how to start believing the internet, because the motherfuckers be on point. You better believe the internet. They said that they was gonna infiltrate the FCC and do things such as what they did to Jimmy Kimmel and whoever else says anything out of pocket. They are in control. It's in Project 2025, guys. Okay? Thank you.
Project 25 is real.
Thanks for bringing that up. I remember hearing that before. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right. Can I get in the queue now?
Well, it's your room, I guess. Yes, Lisa.
I know when to be quiet. All right, so this is what we're gonna do here.
Who is it?
It better be y'all.
It's Domino's.
Okay,
Oh my God, the DoorDash. You better check them.
Hands DoorDash.
Cash. Check them.
You guys are funny as hell.
We safe, bro.
Okay, so welcome to the part 20, guys. I've enjoyed this, the part that I actually got a chance to listen to. You guys have been well behaved and done all the right things and, let everybody speak. What I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to give you guys, I know the program, what the hell is this? I know the thing kind of went to a different thing. It's not even, we didn't even get to the title, actually, but we are going to get to the title. I'm just going to give you guys, why did I miss an echo? I'm going to give you guys the breaking news here, and then we'll move on to the title. If you guys are good, and we can stay on this if you want to, but we can also find out what happened with the police shooting, and I think it's still 3 people dead.
open to it. It's kind of useless information, but it's kind of, at the same time, interesting, kind of ironic.
Hold on, Lisa, were you done?
I didn't know it.
Well, I thought she was about to break the headline. So
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just I just found like I said, this is useless information, but Charlie Kirk and George Floyd have the same birthday.
October 14th.
Yeah,
That's
Oh,
crazy.
have mercy. That is crazy. That's a damn shame. That was pretty useful information.
I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do with that information. I just thought it was interesting.
That's very
Kind of ironic.
Yeah, useful is the wrong word, but that's definitely a fun fact.
Well, thank you for that.
Wait, I missed it. Say it one more time.
You said to repeat it one more time?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed it.
No, you good. I was just saying George Floyd and Charlie Kirk have the same birthday.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
That must be why I keep seeing these memes of like I seen a meme the other day of like the floodgates of heaven, and it was like George Floyd and Charlie Kirk with wings, and they were shaking hands. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna finish talking. Saying we gotta say what we're gonna let Lisa finish. Nobody else come off the mic until Lisa finish. Go ahead, Lisa.
No, I appreciate that, Alex. Okay, so here we go. Breaking news today, we already know about Jimmy Kimmel, and next, Trump has been barred from the UK conference after the clash that he had with that Australian journalist. Remember that? When the journalist was asking a question, and he goes, well, maybe we should investigate you. Did y'all hear that? Remember that? I have to play it because y'all don't either didn't know it or didn't remember it. Well, now he's been barred. He's over in the UK right now, and the network has barred him from the press conference after that particular clash. So people not over there, they're doing the real work. They're because he had the picture, his mugshot. They were projecting it onto the Windsor Castle before he got there. And then Kinko's had I don't know where they got this from. The picture of him and Epstein was as large or as long as a football field. I don't know how that was gangster. And then they had on a news station, they did I'm rounding up to 3,000 lies he's told since he has been in office this term. They had it on the news station to tell all the lies that he's told, and plus they fact checked them, and it literally stayed on for 24 hours straight. Hold on. Now, the Federal Reserve is going to cut the U.S. interest rates for the first time since December. That's going to happen.
It just happened.
Oh, it already happened?
It already happened. Yeah, today.
Okay. Let's see. One more, you guys. The family of the black student found hanging from a tree on a campus has hired Ben Crump. Trump says he plans to designate Antifa as a major terrorist organization. And then we're going to talk about the 3 officers fatally shot and 2 injured in Pennsylvania. Unless that's changed since we started this room, I think that's correct. Is it correct still, you guys? Or do you know? No one knows?
It's Antifa like a faceless organization. Like,
It's not even an organization, it's just an ideology. It's not even an organization.
Yeah, and Antifa doesn't have a headquarters, it doesn't have a leader.
It doesn't even really exist. That's what I'm saying.
They're punching at the air.
So are they gonna do like they did communists? They just put the communist mark on people and started arresting people? That's what's gonna happen.
That's probably right, but you know, when Joe McCarthy did his...
Wait. One more thing so y'all can go run. I'm going to go back on mute.
Go.
And one last thing. The U.S. Justice Department removed study finding far-right extremists commit far guys just we're talking about, they're going to remove that study. All right?
Wait,
So they are,
Lisa, why would you remove a study, if it favors your side? Oh, wait a second.
Okay, the Justice Department removes study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. It's going to vanish from the DOJ website. They are rewriting history in your face.
You know what, Lisa? I think they already scrubbed it because literally when I was having this conversation in another room just a few days ago, I pulled that link, and when Omari was talking, I tried to pull that link again tonight, and it is gone.
I see what
And
I'm
that was the
saying.
.gov link, so you're right, they did scrub it.
You think I'll be over here just moisturizing and hydrating, don't you? I be looking up everything. Everything. I look up every time you guys have a subject and I don't know, I go and I look it up, and that's what's going on, you guys. So I had to jump in and do it before it gets too late.
Lisa,
This is a total infringement on freedom of speech.
Yeah, isn't it poetic, Lisa, that the country that we fought and so many people died for our own revolution against the United Kingdom, they are now fighting harder for our freedoms than the Republican Party is in our own country. I think that's very poetic.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So I just have that, and you guys can proceed on with the debate or the discussion, or we can pivot. I know somebody was just saying something before I said, "Give me a moment." I think it was you, Scotty, right?
When you finish, I wanted to say something really shortly. So, the other boy in Mississippi was mixed.
Oh, like mixed how?
Black and white.
Oh, so he was. Oh, okay.
Both of them was
So
black.
he was black.
Now,
So that's two. That makes two
Black men
hung, and both were in Mississippi, right?
right. And you know, there's a group of two guys that came up with a song today that they are allowed to be played on the radio. And the title is Hang 'em High at Sundown.
Oh, come on, Alexander. For real?
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Somebody put that in the chat earlier and I forgot to go get it. Who was that? Was it King?
I don't know.
Earlier today, she was talking about a song. But hers was a rap song. Are you talking rap, Alexander?
He's talking, actually, if you want to call that rap.
It was a black group? Is it yours a black group?
No, this is a white group.
Okay, I think this one was a black group and they were rapping.
Okay. Lisa, I have a clip to play also.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Scott.
It's really short. This is just the congressional hearing with our dear friend Kash Patel, which, by the way, was a podcaster, as is his associate running the place, appointed by Trump. So I just want to play this little clip here.
9 black Dylan Roof, who followed white supremacist propaganda, murdered 9 black parishioners in Charleston in 2015. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry, Dylan Roof? Roof, can you give me some more information?
If you're head of the FBI, you probably know this. If you don't know, that's fine. Okay.
Give me a reminder. I've got a lot in front of me.
It was national news.
That's all. That's the government.
Jesus Christ.
And he knows.
That's who's running shit. That's who's running this shit.
He thought it was cute to pretend he don't know, because he damn sure knows.
What if he really doesn't know? If he really doesn't know, it's worth it.
Yeah, it sounds like he dead ass didn't know. I ain't gonna hold you.
Well, first of all,
If he doesn't know, then he's
If he doesn't know, that is
even worse.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it sounded like he didn't know, which that is terrifying.
Just remember that he was a lawyer, so for him to not know that would disqualify.
Wait, that was Taj Patel speaking, right?
Yeah.
He was a
Did
lawyer?
you not remember his interview in the Senate when he had to answer to the Senate?
Is he incompetent or a liar?
He is totally incompetent. Are you fucking kidding me?
And then she threw him a bone, and he talking about, can you give me a refresher? She
Yeah, he knows.
the parishioner.
He sounds just as close as that dude that was running FEMA during the Bush administration. What was his name? And he was like, "You're doing a fine job during Hurricane Katrina." And was doing a horrible job. What was his guy's name, y'all?
Michael Brown.
Mike Brown. Yes, Michael Brown.
Good job, Brownie.
I just want to say that Crocodile Patel is a disgrace.
Well, did you guys see that clip? Where was the secretary, the education secretary, McMahon, she didn't know who Ruby Bridges was?
Oh wow.
Who didn't know?
Believe it or not, there's a lot of people who don't.
Who didn't know now?
Not McMahon. I forgot her. What's her?
Linda.
Linda McMahon. I want to say Stephanie all the time.
Linda McMahon, yeah.
She didn't know who Ruby Bridges was. That was the most embarrassing thing I've ever.
Well, Donald Trump probably don't know either.
I mean, she's white. Why? I mean,
Donald Trump don't know who
So Ruby Bridges is important. Like that's his.
She is. I agree.
Donald Trump, I guarantee you, he don't know for real.
But there are people that don't know because that's never been part of their teaching. That there's never been that. I'm serious.
And thanks to Donald
I
Trump,
believe you.
anyone who goes to the Smithsonian won't need to know that either.
But can I say something real quick?
Ramona and April.
Hi, baby. We're what? Ramona or April, what do we do?
Go, you in the queue. Go.
Oh, shit. I was like, did I do something wrong? I wanted to say something because I've been listening to this shit for a couple hours now. And out of anybody in this nation that should understand political violence more than anyone else, it should be the black community. And the fact that there are people here that don't understand that everything that's ever been done, every body that's been hung, every cross that's been burnt, every body that's been buried or left in the ditch was political violence. And that's what the Civil War was fought over. And even if somebody did it because they thought it was their divine right as some fucking whatever, it was still political violence because it was their political view that also led them to believe that that was the right thing to do. And so, if anybody needs to know what political violence or should know what political violence is, it would be the black community. And that's what I mean by gaps and lacking in education as far as what is real. Like Miss Ruby. So that's how I feel about it. And I may be wrong and I might be out my lane, but that's something that everybody should know and think about and digest and understand. Because it's coming again if we let it. And I don't think people are understanding the clarity of that. And understand it really can happen. It may not happen the same, but it will happen. And it's not just gonna be the black community.
Well, it's happening the way that they predicted, Ramona.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And it's the young black men and young black women, the young folk who don't understand what you're saying. Because you know what, it's one thing for you not to agree with the left. You ain't gotta agree with the Democrats. For whatever your reason is. But open your eyes and understand the bigger picture and see what's happening to America and pay attention to how people of color are being treated. And, that part. And stop participating by agreeing and not being able to see the other side
country, look at the things that are happening and how people are being treated. And understand you could be next. That's all.
Good point. Is Gemini there? I want to ask him a question.
Those farmers honestly thought that black people were going to sign up to take those jobs on those farms for $11 an hour. And they were literally pissed off that none of the black people were coming to take those freaking jobs. And now they're ass out. They had to plow over their fields again, and they've lost everything. And I mean, I watched video after video of these white farmers going, well, we raised the pay to $11 an hour. How come none of the black people are putting in for these jobs? They are serious. There wasn't no way in hell they was gonna do that shit. So, whatever. Mess me with that shit.
So, Gemini, so
I know we'll get our leaders back.
Gemini.
Racism only exists unless you are being specifically called to some of these people.
So
that's a fact right there. What you want to ask me, Omar?
So the other day you made a statement. You saying that some of why people might be emotional about certain things is because of their livelihood. And I pondered on it for a couple of days, and I have to say I disagree because
you gotta give me context to so many conversations.
Yeah, I think it was a conversation about like why people get so angry at me with the things I say because they feel threatened their lives, their livelihood and stuff like that. Do you remember that? And if you don't, that's fine.
Michael, go ahead.
So
it's your
yeah, right. That's that part. So if people really were truly they say they are, they would be hiding, right? They wouldn't be on these apps. They wouldn't be living life, because sometimes I hear people, do the whole Chicken Little, the sky's falling thing, and then when I hear another conversation like, man, y'all popping bottles, things are going great, y'all breaking bread, money's great, everything is all, not Gucci, but y'all like basically Prada, right? Which one is it? Are y'all living a life of fear, or y'all living the good life? In my Kanye voice.
Okay, can I respond to that? You asked me a question, let me respond to it directly, then I hand it right to you. I'll tell you this much. There are both ends of the spectrum, right? There are some people that are stressed out and struggling, and that goes across the board because the economy is not very good right now. The job market is not going very well right now, so of course people are feeling the impact of that. Also, we already know that prices are going up, so people are feeling the impact of that. And there are people that have found their niche, found their market, found their way, found their career, found their lane, found their entrepreneurial spirit, however it might construe itself. And they're doing okay. But that doesn't mean that they're still not going to be feeling the pressure of what's happening overall in society. They're not feeling a heightened awareness of racial tension. They're not seeing the political tension and political violence and the potential for it to go even further. They're not seeing the agenda of the current administration. So there's not yes or no to that. That goes across the board.
Okay.
So people are genuinely trying their best to fight those who want to fight. And the reason why is because, I don't know if you know, but there is such a thing as being suppressed to the point where you're just silenced. You do know that that's a thing that happens, right? Like, people are suppressed to the point where they're silenced, meaning you scare them with doxing, potentially getting them fired from a very needed job, right? And at the end of the day, that's completely unfair. So, but there are people who's like, fuck it, man. I'm just gonna go all in. Okay, I will be, silenced, just so the person who's scaring me to death with things like doxing could just win. Not because they made a good argument, but because they hung something over my head that is just right. So people are just like fed up. Like they're taking it. I know I'm taking it. Please, people could probably dox me all day long, right? I mean, it is what it is at this point. right? Am I afraid? Not really afraid. I think that it's, I'm just taking it. It's pretty dangerous. But I'm not going to be silenced. Period. Because if you're not right, right, then I'm not going to just let you run over me. And there are plenty of people, and I've spoken to them, who are just like, have the same sentiment as I do. We're not going to let people just run over us. No. Okay? Even though the things that you stated, right, could possibly happen. And the fact that you even brought up that in the question is kind of interesting.
The fact of the matter is, people are getting ran over and they ain't doing shit about it. Let's just be honest, because ain't nobody doing that. Like, yeah, but before our very eyes, all our rights is being stripped away, and all niggas is doing is like, oh, well, it's me. Oh, well, I'm gonna leave, or I'm just gonna sit here in the house. I can't lose my job. Even though you still might lose your job anyway, it's like everybody is super scared. I don't blame nobody for being super scared, but I don't see nobody fighting back, to be honest with you. They just complying. Like, even the people that got doxxed and fucking fired, I mean, they kind of dialing back the things that they're saying as well. They like, well, I really wasn't trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit really got people frightened. And I don't think this is not fair at all. By no means is this even, like, this is crazy as fuck. But it's happening, and I don't see nobody. Like, I'm going through social media as we speak, and I'm just watching the news too. Ain't nobody like pushing back. This Jimmy Kimmel shit is crazy. This Jimmy Kimmel shit is crazy, but you know, like,
Wouldn't you agree that this has been happening to women and gay
oh yeah, that's why I'm not shocked. What I'm shocked about is that men aren't pushing back at this. Like, the men folks do we have any male allies? Because I'm shocked that there isn't a man on either side, liberal or conservative, that's like, yeah, this is going too far.
Well, I think it just happened though. I don't think that's going to go.
I hope so.
I mean, it just happened. So
I'm gonna keep my ears open, Deborah, because if ain't nobody saying nothing about this.
It's gotta be. But I mean, we know this administration will push all the, they'll go to the hill because they can just give them time to fuck up shit, and they know they gonna end up in court. That's the whole purpose, is to tear it up. That's
what the FCC. How can the FCC be sued? Something gotta happen. This ain't.
Something has to happen.
This right here, this is going too far. I ain't never in my life thought that this type of shit was really gonna happen.
It's the flip flopping too, because when Pam Bondi came out and said we will go after anybody who says any hate speech, they literally had to reel it back because they are the main ones that be doing hate speech. And they was like, Pam, you going too far now. They had to play her a clip of Charlie Kirk talking about, freedom of speech. And so she was like, yeah, well, we're talking about, she cleaned it up with saying, oh, we're talking specifically about hate speech that results in violence or, is planning violence, et cetera, right? Fast forward the very next day, the ABC talking about ABC needs to figure something out with Kimmel. There's an easy way and a hard way to do this. This is what the guy from the FCC said on a podcast. And that's what cued everything. The fact that the FCC person
on a TMZ
on a can be talking shit on a podcast, and then that translates to people actually making actions and moving because they taking it as a real threat is really crazy. We about to turn into communist China.
And the fact that podcast clear without showing a conflict of interest, and they're not even addressing that conflict of interest is crazy too. Yeah.
Right.
Did you guys
hear about systematically messing with the airways anyway, because that's why they went after the NPR and all of that.
Where the fuck is Congressman?
So Brooklyn, did you hear about?
Crazy.
Did you hear about the Biden
I don't want to
administration?
hear nothing else.
Did you hear about they had
I don't care.
Operation
Don't talk to
Arctic
me about
Arctic
the
Frost? No, did you hear about? That's a question. Have you heard about Arctic Frost?
No.
Anybody in the stage heard about Arctic Frost?
Obviously not, but is it in comparison to
Arctic Frost, yes.
Is it show me how?
I got you Arctic Frost, y'all. That's crazy. It should upset everybody on the stage.
Yeah, I want to see that.
We'll see.
You post it. Why are you even bringing it up if you're not going to explain it? What the fuck?
They wanted to chat. I'm trying to explain. You gotta
Post
know.
it, nigga.
Because every time
You being Omari, you are a black man that present is black. Stupid. You get on my nerves so bad because you can't even hide unless you fucking start bleaching your skin today. You cannot hide your blackness. I don't give a fuck how much like Urkel you sound.
You took your blackness
What
away.
the fuck is you talking about?
Whenever you start going against your own kind, you take your
This
blackness
shit is
away, right?
nigga, you and even if you're not just black, hold
Yeah, I hear you, Sandra. What's
on,
up?
Sandra. Hold on. Even if you just not.
Can I talk to Gemini for a second?
Real quick, Sandra, let me just finish what I was saying.
For 5 minutes, Sandra.
Okay, well, go ahead. Just y'all go.
What's up, Sandra?
She was cooking.
Hey,
What'd you say?
you don't stop now, Sandra. Go ahead.
Can I get a word in?
Sandra, you
I'm
there?
just feeling really conflicted right now because of this situation. And my dumb ass raised my sons. My sons never even had fucking water guns. They are 34 and 35, never had a real gun in their lives. Their father was a fucking gun fanatic. He almost killed me one time while he was cleaning one of his fucking guns. He had fucking guns in his gun safe, big enough to kill a fucking elephant. So I never let my sons play with guns. And now I am conflicted. I decided to go and get my license, but now I'm worried about my sons because once I divorced their fucking stupid ass gun-toting father, they have never been around him. So I'm freaking the fuck out, Gemini, because this shit is fucked up. These hunkies are tripping. I'm so glad I don't have to get up and go to work no more. I don't have to drive. I don't have to go nowhere I don't want to be. Only white people I have to be around are the ones that I love, and I do love many. But those are the only white people I have to be around. But I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for my sons.
I would tell them
We gotta be around Amari and Manfinity on this app, but besides that,
Man, why y'all put me in this? Come on now. It's not,
I was about to say
that's
this
crazy.
like trying to learn at a late age in your 30s. Like, do they have a passion for it at all? Is it something that they're interested in on their own accord, or is it something that you want to suggest to them? Have they expressed any interest
I
in
just
it?
want them to be able to protect themselves.
The reason why I'm asking is like guns. Like, you don't want to somebody like me and my guns are one. They're an extension of my body, every single one. You know what I mean? Like, I know exactly what I would use.
So you did that when you were in your teens?
My dad had me.
Or your teens?
Yeah, my dad had me from I don't even remember how young I was when he started. I don't. Like.
Oh well, I divorced their damn daddy because he liked white girls and he had like he's on wife number 6 now. So.
Oh shit. He is serial. But no. One thing I will say, and this is not gonna sound good, but it's accurate. If you're not really prepared, you actually increase the chances of you dying. I've had twins die by their own gun. 2. Right? If and you hesitate, right? If you have that there's a moment of truth, right? And when that moment of truth comes, a lot of people that think they would shoot don't. But you just up the whole level to a life and death situation. You escalated it when you introduce that weapon, because that's a life or death weapon. You're not supposed to shoot to injure, right? And I get a lot of flack for that, but I'm not shooting to injure. I want to down a lethal threat, right? So I'm going to squeeze multiple times, center max, every time. That's just me. If my finger enters the trigger guard, I'm definitely squeezing 3 times, minimum, right? So.
Okay, I was gonna say to Brooklyn, Brooklyn, you're 100% right. Because I didn't see this type of thing happening when Martin Luther King died. They were mocking his death, and I didn't see anybody getting fired from their jobs then. You know, this is the, I don't know what this is that we got to be so suppressed that we can't even say this man's name. This is terrible.
So I wasn't
You're
finished with
100% right. No, but I had Sandra go. I told Sandra to go before me. I was after Sandra.
Right, but I should be able to give a full response, which I'm going to do respectfully. I was about to land anyway. Sandra,
Okay.
Sandra, what I was about to finish saying was this. I would tell them to get some. If they have any interest in weapons, I would tell them to pursue it. If not, at least have them get bear spray. At least have them get a stun baton. At least have them get a ring doorbell or cameras on their home. You know what I mean? At least have them do the minimum as far as defense goes. At least advocate for that.
It was mentioned about
Thank you, Gemini.
the interview. It was mentioned about an interview with TMZ and Pam Bondi, and the first thing that came to my mind is like, wait, Harvey Levine, he's a lawyer, she's a lawyer, I guess. What was his response on?
Wait, hold up. Did you guys cut off Alexander?
No.
Alexander, were you speaking at all?
I was trying to get into it for a long time, a couple of hours now.
Wow. No, hold on. No. I'm in the, sorry you guys, the phone is on the computer stand and I'm over here on the other side. Can you guys, I haven't had Alexander speak. Alef said he's been waiting for 2 hours.
That part is not true. I've heard Alef in the last 30 minutes at least.
No, you haven't.
He ain't waiting up 2 hours.
You haven't heard me. I have not spoken at all.
Okay. That's not true though, but okay.
I've spoken.
If you wanted to
You've
speak,
been speaking the whole
wait
time,
2
man.
hours.
Stop lying.
That's crazy.
Okay, I've been speaking the whole time. Who said that?
Gemini said that. Gemini said that, not me.
Why everybody just throw me under the bus? That shit crazy.
I know one time earlier you were, they tried to get you to speak and you weren't at the mic.
Yeah, I did call for you at the mic. You weren't there.
I wanted to speak. And somebody said his fucking ass was late. Too late. And then I tried to
That's not. Okay, so Alexander like to speak, and then I left you next.
No, I'm going.
I don't need to speak. I don't think I'm allowed here.
Dark has been trying to talk.
Okay, huh? What you say?
Somebody else cut me off. I said Dark has been trying to talk for a while. I'm watching the stage. He came off his mic a couple of times.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You guys got it. Now I'm at the phone now. I was trying to get ready to work. Go ahead, y'all. Is he on stage? I don't see Dark. Where y'all see Dark at?
He's darker. He's too dark. You can't see him.
Here am I. What's
You're
up?
about me. They said you were coming off your mic. Go ahead, Dark. Speak up.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, it is incredible to me that Republicans choose to look backward when they refuse to take responsibility for things that are happening right now. It's always, what about Biden? What about Obama? Not what's happening right now. Trump can incite violence right now, and they're like, oh, well, what about when Biden was investigating these other Republican groups that were also inciting violence? For example, Charlie Kirk had a list of professors that he encouraged his groupies to go target. So yeah, maybe they should investigate it. But that's all they got. Oh, what about, shouldn't this be this, that? It's cowardly. And I don't understand how they can be so cowardly about this. That's what Omari tries to do. Omari tries to go and shine his cowardice on all of us. I don't understand it. It's strange to me.
somebody already on. I let you go. I want to answer somebody in the chat. They wanted to know if I was around when Martin Luther King got killed. I was a teenager when Martin Luther King got killed.
Rest in peace, MLK.
Period on Alexander. Period.
Well, I was gonna ask her a follow-up on that. Are you up for a follow-up, Alexander?
Go ahead.
You remember the climate after? Like, I know black people were angry. Were white people angry? Were they talking? I mean, were they making fun of what happened? Can you recall any?
Yes, they were laughing about it. Black folk took to the street. I mean, they took to the street marching before anybody, because we were in Atlanta, and that's where he lived. So, yeah, they were laughing about it. They thought it was funny. They thought he got what he deserved.
Not the same people that try to quote him every time they get a chance. Not the same people. I'm not saying all, but every time some girl got not the content of the character, but the color, not the color skin, the content of the character. I've been to the mountaintop. I get, oh my God, they love them some Martin Luther King. Oh my God. Yep. And it took how long to get a holiday? But you can't beat these mofos quoting them. Yep. Gotta be more like Dr. Martin Luther King. So now Charlie Kirk is Kirk. And then his wife is
Not Martin Luther Kirk.
There's something wrong with you. I might have a problem. I might have a problem. I'll be at the Apollo tomorrow.
Alexander, I said that.
It is time for you to go to sleep. You need to. Martin Luther Kirk, the craziest shit I heard all day.
That's wild, ain't it?
Martin Luther Kirk is crazy.
Really distinct
J.D. Bonds, because that was too much.
See, we gotta block her from the name. Martin Luther Kirk and J.D. Bonds. Like, what are we doing?
How are you picking up names all day?
Don't hang it up.
Now they're about to say that. Why? They somebody about to use that somewhere.
If she was about to look correct, and I know she was tired.
Yeah, I know.
Who said that the other day, Alexander? Everybody questioned me because I'm not old enough to have experienced or been there. Not that I got 80-year-old uncles and aunts that told me that these things were occurring during that time. They were literally making fun of Martin Luther King and celebrating his death. They were doing it. And now in 2025, we can't do it. So there's that.
And they keep trying to equate the two. What Martin Luther King did was try to bring people together. He was trying to, talk to blacks and trying to, keep them calm and trying to, talk to them before they went out and did stupid stuff. And when they did act, they did it in a nonviolent way, right? And it seemed like that made them even madder. Like they were trying to push them to have violence so they could have a reason to start shooting and killing people, which is what I believe they're trying to do now, is to make people so mad that they will jump first so they can have a reason to kill them. That's why they infiltrating these black cities so they can be in position
and hanging black men
killing folk whenever they get ready. And why these black men in these rooms can't at least understand that, see that for what it is. I don't know what's wrong with Notorious, his booty clapping ass, and
Why should they fall for this up?
right. Huh?
When they get ready to start hanging people, excuse me, Lord, I'm not.
Shit, y'all.
When they start, hanging people on a regular, we need to gather all them up and offer them up first.
Yeah.
Please said no.
We're not gonna offer up our own. We can't do that.
Come here.
Let them know.
Nobody that look like
She's got a righteous
So wait a minute, you back channeled her, but you can't respond to my message? What's going on?
I got your message. Have you heard me come off mic?
Wait, who's the Bad Bunny?
The one that you didn't like, Scotty.
You came up on.
That Bella Cello. Bella Cello. Bella Ciao.
No, it's one thing to have races. It's another thing to have somebody like her gaslighting and then being racist in everybody's face here. That's a line that we shouldn't allow.
Scotty, these black people don't need your protection.
What did you say now?
Shut up, Amari.
Amari?
What you talking about? Hush.
What you talking about, Willis? Amari sent me this.
That's not why I'm making this.
You don't have to read the back
Okay,
channel.
I can't read it. Amari, calm down.
I'm talking about to the audience.
No, I'm not gonna read
Read
the
it
back
to the
channel,
audience.
but
I want to hear that hot and
I
heavy.
sent the clip to Telegram, and all of you guys who are members, card carrying members of 420, please join Telegram so I don't have to be going to every single solitary site to get you guys to see something. But our 420 Telegram, please join that. Go through Haitian, so then that way you guys can see, what's published and what needs to be played and what's going on for the day and when the rooms are going to open.
About the mods.
Not just the mods.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to leave. All my shit's got.
Oh, Lordy, what stuff do you have there?
No.
Just talk to me later. This is not the place. Talk to me in Telegram.
Yeah, I won't. They have to worry about me.
You can do a Telegram just for the
You need a 420
Lisa, can I finish my
Telegram for the
Yes,
room
you can,
and for the
Scotty.
mods. Don't make the mod Telegram.
Oh, well, we can all
Give them their
do that.
own Telegram.
That's what most of the groups that most of the clubs in the houses do. They have a private one for the mods, and they have one that's
We can do that. We do have a house chat. Maybe we can put it in that. I've never activated the 420 clubhouse chat at all. But anyway, yeah, we can do that. We'll start another one because it's really tiresome to go to all these different places to put information. I don't have the time to do that. Okay, so wait a minute. Go ahead, Scotty. I apologize.
right.
Most of them jokers ain't gonna read.
Scotty, can you give me 1 second? I'm just gotta say one thing, real briefly. Lisa, this is gonna be the first episode that goes up on your YouTube. So there you go.
Oh no, not really.
Really.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
Okay, y'all. No, I just wanted to finish my statement before I was rudely cut off. Somebody like her, that person that you want to.
Bad Bunny.
Very different from some of the other regular people who align with MAGA that come in here. She is somebody to be very careful about because she is the type of person that will dox somebody. But worse than that, she comes on stage, she gaslights the entire stage and all the audience listening. She talked down to a black woman in here and was so disrespectful. She was spewing racist lies in here. And she got away with it for a very long time. And she is, if I were to run a room, that would be the red line. Some of these other people, they're making their arguments and whatever, and sometimes they're funny. This was not funny. To me, it was very dangerous what she was doing. So I don't know if there is a line or there's not a line, but she would not be one that I would ever want to see or share a stage with again. If she does come, I'm not going to be here because I will crash out on her because she's lying, deceitful, a gaslighter, and racist. And I'm sure she's also a homophobe and other things, but I don't need to get into that. Thank you. I'm done.
So I heard her, and I will go back and listen to it again because once again, I know you guys have very busy lives, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you coming to the 420 as always. But I also have a busy life, and I know I was been instructed that because this is my room, I'm the face of the room, and I'm the top left of the room, that I have to bear all responsibility of whatever is said on my stage by whomever says it on my stage. So I've been told. But I think it's ludicrous to think that somebody who opens up a room can control
grown people's mouths. I would have to be a mind reader, Miss Cleo, Houdini, and damn near Jesus to know what you guys are going to say before you say it. So I will go back and listen to what she said. I heard some of it. She was actually talking to somebody, and I didn't even realize it was a female at the time because I was passing through and heard you guys, and I heard you come up. That's what really got me to listening because you came up. You weren't on the stage the last time I looked on the phone, Scotty. And then when I come through into the ensuite, I heard you, and I said, well, I wonder what Scotty's up for. And then I heard her speaking. So I don't know what came before the part that I heard, nor did I hear when she absolutely disappeared off the stage. So if you guys agree with Scotty, you know where to put the information so I can read it. I will go back and also listen to the clip. But that's where I stand on the 420. I do my best to make sure there's no hate speech, no homophobic speech, none of that. But you guys also have to monitor your tongues. I cannot do that, and I won't do it. And please do not put the responsibility of it on me, male or female. I have enough to deal with. So police yourselves. You're grown, and I would just be here to provide the space so you guys will be able to have these important dialogues and discussions because they're very interesting, and you guys are very intelligent. You know how to, you know what to say before I do. Y'all have 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seasons here.
Yeah, Lisa, that's fine. I was just giving my opinion that if I was mine the space, this is why I don't mind the space. And what I thought crossed the line into an egregious territory that shouldn't be tolerated, in my opinion, where other people who disagree with us come up here and we have the conversations and it gets heated, whatever. This felt to me very, very different.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with Scotty. But it's not on just you, Lisa. I mean, it shouldn't be. The rest of us have agreed up here. But she did. What she did was so Gemini at that point was modding the space, doing a very great job, excellent job, and he was giving her. He was trying to give her space to say what she wanted to say. But she kept. Well, people were trying to let her say it, and she was going kind of too far. So people were coming off mic, interrupting her, which then was giving her more time to land, so to speak. But she misrepresented what Sandra had said and called her. She came up and started with black women, something about black women and the black lives.
That's a stupid black argument, is what she
The
said.
black argument. There you go.
It was after I was talking,
Yeah,
actually.
she started out disrespectful. At one point, she then gave her, said what she wanted to say, and then she started to like scold us, and that's when I had enough too. It was time for her to shut up.
Okay.
But I agree that while she was getting away with it because Gemini was trying to give her her time. Yeah, so then she started to get kind of belligerent and stuff, and he knocked her down. It was time for her to get knocked down. But we did agree that we would not allow misinformation. You can say what you want to say, but when it starts to go into misinformation and disinformation, it needs to stop. And that's what she was doing. She said Charlie Kirk loved people. He was not a racist. All the things that he is, she said he wasn't.
That's the part that I came in on. I heard her going over that, and I thought she was challenging you guys as far as, because that's the whole problem, is that they are stopping anyone from saying anything that is counter to what she's saying. So I said, okay, well, now we're getting it in real time, because that's when I came in, when she was talking about how he was not racist, he was not the divisionist, and da-da-da-da. I said, well, god dang, we got somebody in the room saying this in real time, as opposed to Christine, when she's Trumper. She's a Trumper. She's a female Trumper, and we there are several on this app who are African American, but she's the only one now has decided that she would like to come in here and argue with you guys in 420 because she already knows what this room is about. So she knows what she's getting into when she comes in here. That's why I don't say nothing when she's on the stage because she knows that. Very clear.
Oh,
Miss Lisa.
Yes, ma'am.
can I just say something real quick to Miss Lisa? Because
Oh, now Miss Lisa.
Now, somebody else,
I have always called her Miss Lisa.
I'm sorry. I was trying to. I just want to tell Lisa she came in after I started talking. So if you go back, you can see, and then she was responding to something after I said.
Were you trying to speak?
I think
You see this?
Yeah, be quiet, sir. It was a woman
Yes.
trying to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And we're going to play Amari's clip at 17 minutes and something seconds of the way the clip starts. Okay, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
Miss Lisa, I was saying that you came in after the first half of her submission, where she so very boldly, with 10 toes and all, was very fucking rude and insulting with the things that she was saying about black women. And the way she said the word black made me want to turn into AT&T and kill and punch that bitch.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. You people.
Because Bad Bunny, she was in my. Did she get kicked because she was in my.
No, she got left to be listened to, Lisa, because
But
she
she
had
didn't
something
get
to say.
kicked. She didn't get
No,
kicked.
no,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
But that's why people were upset, Lisa, because she was
I
trying
was
to
letting her go, and I kept blocking people and letting her go.
And
Like, I
I
let her
heard
get her thought
I
out.
heard you guys saying that, and I'm like, I'm moving around, because I have to be at work really early. So
Lisa, they're over exaggerating. Trust me.
No, we're not.
I'm gonna listen to it, Amari. Trust me. I'm gonna go back to
Lisa, I've been working all night and I was sitting in the audience all night. I was not going to come up for any reason tonight at all. I was gonna go about my work, do my business, and go away. But the shit she was saying, I could not in good faith, if had I a few moments, I had to raise my hand and come up and say what I said. I was shot and brought down because I interrupted. That was fine. I get it. You want to run a room. But I couldn't tolerate it. Eventually, I came back up, and said what I needed to say. But the point is, it was that egregious that I felt I had to come up. I would not have done that if it was any one of the other regular cast of characters that come in, and say shit and argue with you guys. This just to me crossed the line, and that was all.
Who was that speaking with this person?
And you know what else happened was, I think it was,
And I respect that, Scotty. I respect that, because that's what I was heard. Like, hold on, that's who I heard. Be honest with you, I'm telling you, when I was moving about in Washington, the machine was on, and I heard Scotty. And I knew Scotty was in the office, because when I was sitting at the computer doing the research and stuff, I start reading the chat and stuff now, and I saw Scotty down there. So when he started talking, and I heard the tone of his voice, I came back into the bedroom to the computer, and I was like, what the heck? And I heard her saying this stuff about CK and how, he's this, he's that, he's this. And I was like, oh, wow, we got somebody in the room who's actually saying the things that they want us to actually say. And, and I could tell she was Caucasian because I heard you guys had said it. So I just said, okay, so I turned my back, I took a screenshot of it, so I can, I guess I won't be reaching out to her. I took a screenshot of the stage.
Yeah, I thought
And
she was
said,
black.
okay.
She white?
No, she's Caucasian.
You can hear the volume bill on her voice. I mean, that's the reason why she.
She literally said you black people.
Because I was
I was gonna say you didn't hear the way she said the word black.
Well, I mean, I keep getting caught up on who this person is, and anybody answering who the person is. Who's this person?
Her name is Bella. Bella something.
Bella.
Her name is Bad Bunny, Stripper Bunny, a little kid bunny. And I'm gonna call her Beth, but her name is Bella, Bella.
I just came off of the grind. I was on and off the stage, but I know who you guys are referring to.
Okay.
So the way she said black, because she used she sounded like maybe like Carlton. That was a problem. I mean, she didn't say the N word. I mean, she said black.
What is the need to defend her?
She said this is a. She said this is what she said. Hold up. What she said is this is a black problem. And she said it with emphasis, like black.
She said this is a big black argument. One. So like, don't. Those were her words verbatim. Because somebody said that dating a trans person doesn't inherently make you gay, and or make you leftist, or make you liberal, and that there's lots of gay Republicans. And she said that is a stupid black argument made by a black woman. That's what the fuck came out of her mouth.
I thought she was talking about me at first, right? Because I was like, why you?
Amari, I thought she was protecting you too, the way the
Yeah, I was confused of that whole conversation.
And
It
she
felt like
said
she was
she
talking to
told
me.
you to be quiet because she was on your side. So those are the parts and pieces that I picked up on, and that's when I said.
I might have missed that part. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, you heard a lot. But I think that's Alpha Glam. But Alpha Glam was trying to make room for her too. They were talking over her, and Alpha Glam said, "Wait, let her talk, let her talk." And when she started talking, Alpha Glam said, "Oh, she on that side."
Yeah, I thought she was on your side. I thought she was going up against me. I was about to go in on her.
No. I mean, she is against you, Amari. She is. She doesn't like black people, so that includes you too. As a matter of fact, I don't think much of MAGA thinks kindly to one, the gays, and two, the blacks. So how do you feel about that? You're not one of this.
Whoa, but that was, I got a lecture all day today. Well, not they weren't really lecturing me, but I was just jumping in. I kind of like lost my cool on one particular part of the conversation about the Supermax trends they were talking about, and I was told that these particular subset of a subset are basically right and wingers, somebody can correct me, who are pseudo trans people. They say they're trans, they want to be trans because they said the women have the soft life, so, but they don't transition, but they call themselves trans. That's what they were trying to say, that this, don't mention any names because we have people on the stage who can't have a connection to the conversation that Kimmel had today. I'll just put it that way. But yeah, it's just too much. And I've been trying to figure out all day today. So I was getting the business. So I'm just trying to go back and research that particular topic. But they're supposed to be on the left, these trends, if I got it right. And I probably don't have it right.
Yeah, let me just explain. Like, there is a percentage that is not small of the LGBT community, which includes trans, that are MAGA or right wing or radicalized in some way, and they have nothing to do with the left. They don't want anything to do with the left. So that's the reality of it. But what I find really fascinating is you have a grown man who assassinated this person in a very disgusting way and a wrong thing to do. And it's his responsibility. It's nobody else. It's not who he talked to. It's not his family. It's not anything else. It is him that is solely responsible. And yet, because of a roommate who may be trans, I don't fucking know, whose ideology we don't know, now that person is directly responsible for all of this hate, and not the white Christian who grew up in a MAGA household, running with firearms since he was 10 years old in that kind of culture. He cannot be held responsible. It has to be the person who's the roommate, who he has known for, a short amount of time, who is trans, who is also not left-wing. So I don't understand why that responsibility can't just fall on him and him alone.
Because they need the boogeyman. Without the boogeyman.
And that was rhetorical. That was rhetorical. We know the answer.
He didn't know that. I knew that though.
Okay. Let's see. No, it's. Oh, okay. So, do we have any more information on the person or persons responsible for killing 3 police officers and injured? I have the clip from my favorite, second favorite of all time governors, and he's speaking on the situation. Are you guys interested, or you just want to?
Yes, I've been wanting to hear that. I heard it was a good speech.
Oh, is the actual speech? Okay.
He's speaking to people and he's talking about the violence and he reminds me of Barack Obama.
Why does he remind you of Barack Obama?
If you just look at the way he speaks, his hands, the way he pauses, you can tell like he had the whole Toastmaster Barack Obama probably teaching.
Well, that's why he emulates Obama, that he's like rolling Obama and then other people. I knew you were going to say that because he's a great. See, that's why they were hating on him when I was trying to say, oh, please don't choose Timmy, please choose Joshi for vice president, and everybody was like, oh, he's trying to be like Obama. He's like the white fake Obama. I was like, what? The Jews are. To me, I thought if I'm going to emulate anyone, it's very much will be the Obamas. Yeah, what's wrong with that? I mean, we all do here love the Obamas, so you think that's an issue? That he would want to be like a great leader and a very intelligent man?
I would vote Democrat if Westmore or Shapiro's on the ticket. There's nobody else. Those are the only two Democrats I would vote.
If Kamala would have chosen Shapiro, you would have cast your vote for
No.
at that point?
They have to be the head. So that means Westmore has to be the nominee. He has to be the Democrat or Shapiro. Those two, I'll jump back.
Do you not feel like a woman is capable? Do you not feel like a
Hold on, real quick. What did he say? I'm sorry.
Do you not feel like a woman is capable for the job as president?
What is your name, ma'am? Juicy. Hi, Juicy. I do believe a woman is capable, like a Condoleezza Rice, but not the woman that is in Kiana's picture.
Condoleezza Rice? Wow. That's interesting. I am too. I'm low. More. And another thing I want to do before I play
That's
this
why he would vote for her.
No, I think Lisa, did y'all talk about Jasmine Crockett's Senate hearing with Cash Patel?
I didn't even know she got a chance to speak. Oh,
I just posted it in the chat.
Oh my God!
If you want to see it.
Okay. I think we should play it. Who has it?
It's a TikTok though. I know you don't got TikTok.
No, I don't.
Are you gonna play Shapiro too, Lisa?
I'm gonna play both before it gets really late. So so go ahead and play I love me some Jasmine. I want to hear her first.
I can't play it. Somebody else will have to play it. But I posted it.
You got it, Stunning?
Yeah, Lisa, they're upset with her because she paying for the boy's funeral. The boy that got home.
Wait. She's what?
Yeah, so they upset with her so much.
She's paying for the funeral.
You know who?
With the number of decisions that Donald Trump makes, especially when it comes to the.
Hold on for just a second, Scotty. Hold 1 second.
I definitely think you should.
Did you guys just hear what Alexander just said?
Yeah, they're upset that she's paying for the funeral.
The kid that got hung in the who and why?
You know who?
But why do they
get involved?
Why do they care?
Exactly.
Who is paying for this young man's funeral? We need to be holding vigils and maybe fill up the stadiums like Beyonce. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. We can't do shit anymore. Not even pay for our own fucking funerals. There's a black woman paying for a black young man who was in college funerals. I was waiting for the GoFundMe because I was going to contribute. I was going to know the parents. Has anybody seen any GoFundMes for him? Because I haven't.
They have one too. Yeah, they have a GoFundMe too.
Okay, so I'm going to look it up in the morning. But they've hired Ben Crump. I told you guys that. They've hired Ben Crump. So they think there is why would they hire him? Because they think there's some foul play going on. If it was a suicide, why would you hire a lawyer?
Because the their door to tell them about it. The police told them that he was found in his bed dead. Yeah.
No.
But it was somebody that worked for the college that discovered his body. So, you know.
How do you mix up somebody hanging from a tree to laying down deceased in their bed? How do you get that fucked up as a police officer? I don't get that part.
That's why the parents hired the crump to get to the bottom of it.
Wow. Okay.
When they supposed to have found him on a pickleball court?
That's the other one. Wasn't that the other one?
Hanging. He was supposedly hanging from a tree out of the pickleball court.
Yes.
Okay.
That's not what.
These guys won't understand.
If you are an anti-Semitic individual.
No one cares. It's not always that. It's a whole vast question.
Describe yourself
No one cares.
and
No one cares.
if that qualifies you as a hater of Jews.
What is that?
You can do that. Just type in the details that describe you, Mikhail, and then you will understand that you are an anti-Semitic individual.
So vulnerable, David.
You don't want to know who you are.
Oh.
Just find out. Find out how much you hate Jews. You know that Jews.
Maybe go
Can't deny it.
and cry there.
Can't really
Go.
I don't. It's so weird that he's just like, we're this continuation of a 3,000 year tradition. I don't know what this guy is talking about. There is no such thing as a 3,000 year tradition, nor is there an archive that
you hate Jews. That's what I'm saying. Can you respond? Respond to what I'm saying, Mikhail.
Santa Claus isn't real. You hate Christmas.
You hate. You are an anti-Semitic
And then you're
individual.
just like, you hate Christmas.
You have Muslims too.
And you're not even
Why do you
responding.
hate Muslims?
Listen, I believe I'm
You hate
actually
Jews, Mikhail.
You hate
Just
Muslims.
repeat after me, and you will be
just
telling
like how
the
to be a
truth.
child. I think you're.
Go
I
ahead.
think if you guys.
You can do it. Admit that you hate Jews.
Admit you hate
You will
Muslims.
see that you're no
Admit
different than
that
the
you
child.
are the anti-Semitic
Admit it.
individual
You're
that you are.
anti-Semitic, Devin.
You
You
will
hate
see that you're no
Muslims.
different than
Okay,
the
we got that straight.
Oh, you
Thank
hate
you.
Muslims, Devin? Are you
Thank
in
you
this
for
demo?
admitting that you hate the
I
Jewish people.
fear
And
the
Gail,
irony
you
of
sound
government.
like you're on the same wavelength.
Dude, we don't care. You don't matter.
So what we
Nothing
know
about us.
is
Lying to me.
that we are having a conversation with two Jew haters, two Jew haters who want to demonize Jews, who want to paint Jews in a bad light. That makes you an anti-Semitic individual.
And why do we hate Jews since you know so much?
Why? Go ahead, tell me.
You tell me. I know since you know so much.
You're the one who hates Jews. You know yourself.
I'm
Do you not?
curious because you're telling
You
me
don't
stuff
know
about
yourself? So you don't know why you hate Jews, is that?
but you should know since
You
know
don't
so
know
much.
why. Isn't that curious?
I'm curious as
You
to
hate
why.
Jews, but you don't know why. That's
That's
great.
what I'm asking.
Hey, you're both doing great. You both hate Jews, you both have no idea why.
You tell us, because you know everything.
I can't wait till after
Okay, thank
AI
you for
becomes
conceding that you are an anti-Semitic individual,
media
but
platform.
the question remains,
Moses,
why? Why
Conversation
you
I ever heard.
you are?
I swear,
Please explain.
I have moments where I feel like, even in the past, and I don't know, and I guess this is deja vu, right? This is what they call deja vu, but it feels like the more I experience deja vu, it feels like some sort of connection of oh, I just remembered before I had a dream or some sort of just imagination moment where I saw a moment of the world ahead of that one. And I believe that's like what deja vu is. You remember that you remembered prior to a moment that you remembered. I know it's weird.
Yeah, very
But,
weird. You are the weirdest anti-Semitic individual around.
Semitic,
That's
Semitic.
great. You
literally
qualify
can't be
for
Semitic.
the Jew hater of the
Literally Semitic. Like the irony of
You're a
it, like,
Jew hater.
the English language.
You're a Holocaust denier. You're all those great things. You're the lowest of the low,
think it's
man.
English.
You're
See,
just
I
the
don't
lowest
think in
of
Arabic
the low.
we would have
You
a
are a
conversation.
slimy
It's stupid.
individual who
It's
crawls
just Arabic
along
wouldn't
on
allow it to
spelling
happen.
like a worm.
It's weird.
You hate
Like,
Jews
I
simply because
noticed
Jews
in
are
English
Jews,
rooms,
and
like,
you
I'm
hate
having
those
conversations
people
so
who are
stupid
called
that,
Jews.
and it
Run
only
your
talks,
diarrhea
like,
mouth
I translate
all
it
you
to
like.
Arabic, and I'm like,
I'm telling you the truth about you. You should just shut the fuck up and understand who you are. You're a Jew hater.
okay, what do you
that
want me to
are.
do, Devin? Tell
Everybody
me what you want me
knows
to do.
that you're an
What do you want me to
anti-Semitic
do?
individual.
What do you want me to do?
Have fun. Enjoy your identity.
Okay, sure. YouTube. Something is wrong with these guys. Like, I think,
I think
I don't blame
panicking,
you.
panicking.
Like, okay, let me be honest. I'm gonna be straight up, real honest. Yeah, Jews are just niggers. Like, y'all know different than them, and you see the BHI and stuff. Like, when you have an identity disconnect, and you're like trying to like lie to yourself, like you end up, you expose yourself. And this is what you see. So when I'm talking to the BHI, I'm like bringing them like the DNA evidence, and I'm like, here's AI, here's what do you want? Let's do this. Like, you hear all kinds of gaslighting and they ad hominems or try to like act like they don't see the logic or whatever, or like AI is conspiring against them.
It's just denial and indoctrination.
It's realistic. I pride myself by logic and reason. Like, I'm literally a pursuer of truth by all means. Like, I'm one of those guys. I believe in that. I believe in knowledge and science. Like, I totally believe in that. These are the pillars. And in Islam, anybody who has made their path the path of pursuing knowledge is literally on a path that is the same path as like prophets and martyrs. So, I'm just saying. So I've committed to something like this a long time ago. So I'm completely committed to knowledge and truth and logic and reason. And if I believed my religion was illogical in any fundamental way, I wouldn't believe in it. I just wish people like would give me the benefit of the doubt. Like, I believe I sound reasonable enough. Like, I know I can get down to the dirt with someone or troll someone. I get that. I'm human. At the end of the day, I get angry too, and God gets angry. So it's just like, it is what it is. It's their fault. The one who starts is the one you should condemn, not the one who responds. But do give me the benefit of the doubt that I can look from it within your paradigm and see whether there can be a logic found, like in a fundamental way. I'm not even going to criticize you on the secondary stuff, but literally your fundamental stuff doesn't make any sense. And so someone who's truly committed to God, and someone who's committed to knowledge and truth, who is a Jew, like, I just don't believe these people don't exist at this point. Or they're hiding or something. And the closest we've seen to something like this, like Toby, a singer, and he keeps it pretty strict to Christianity, or Pauline Christian. So clearly there's a vacuum. Judaism does have a way to vindicate itself. Like, if Jews really want to be, you could be a rising phoenix and like the name of Israel. Like, take it as a, Israel's is a universal name. Like, it's not. We're all Israel. Like, it's a faith thing. Like, it's never meant to be a national. Yes, Israel, Jacob, all that. I understand that too. But Israel is a faith, is a nation of faith. It's the kingdom of God. That's what it is. It's just so all believers in God should share within this kingdom. Our loyalty should be to this hierarchy. And with Jews, you never feel it. It's weird. Like, sometimes I'll feel it from a Christian, but I won't feel it from a Jew. Rarely, and literally, one of the only Jews that I've really, like, other than Yoshi, if you guys remember, and I forgot what his name, who's trolling on YouTube these days. I forgot. No, can't remember. Yeah, but he converted to Islam. So literally one of the most knowledgeable Jews, I believe, who were on this app, along, the Orthodox Jews like Yoshi and Julian. Yeah, they're on the younger side, but I still believe they were more knowledgeable than even people like, Caleb. I think Yoshi would have just slapped. Yeah, and he has, like, many times. I mean, some people don't know who Yoshi is. Orthodox Jewish kid, like on speed. Yeah, he did. He converted to Islam. And I had these discussions with him. And I was like, since you're Jew, like, you're into philosophy and all that, and philosophy is like this pursuit of like knowledge and truth and reason. So you would commit to that, regardless of like the tradition. If it has to, if the ship is gonna scuttle, it's gonna scuttle, dude. Like, that's it. Let's not lie to the people and tell them the Titanic isn't sinking. Like, let's tell them as soon as possible, so there isn't a freak out at the end. And unfortunately, Judaism is this, this wreck, this wreckage that is like floating in a sea that belonged to a ship, a great ship, and that ship is gone. It's over. There was a nation of Israel, a nation of believers that we celebrate, and, we hold as our idols and as our examples. But that nation is gone. The prophecies have come true. Jews just need to accept that, like, Jesus is the Messiah, and there's a lot of evidence for this, and within rabbinic Jewish tradition, and it's just like learning these things is what scares Jews, I believe. Yeah, so Jews don't like it when you learn their shit, because then you realize how fragile it all is, and I thought it was because it's some sort of cryptic Da Vinci Code, like it's hidden in there in Gemara and stuff. No. They don't want you reading it because it is that incoherent. It is that contradictory. It is that fluid. And, there's a logos that governs like rabbinic Judaism that people don't catch on to. And it's just that there is this group of people within even Israel, within every people, that think they're the wealthiest and the most intelligent and the most strategic, and they just got a chip on their shoulder. They're blue blood. They just see themselves that way. Why? Depends on the society, but they exist everywhere. They're just blue blood. Maybe even some of us at some points might end up expressing that. And rabbinic Judaism is this blue blood thing, but presented as a deed to God that it's like somehow God, you need to like pay for this. It's just crazy. But that's pretty much kind of what Judaism is. And I just find that silly. Like he would even be like, I don't know, like this. I don't think the ancients knew that this billion, what even a billion looks like or sounds like, or it's just completely. We're on a different scale. Like I don't know how they would have seen it. But there's like, there's this elitism, it's this ego, which we believe rejected the Messiah, Jesus. And we saw this ego, the Quran talks about it, like in Saul. So, and so, when the Israelites, convened to, like, have a king, they went to the prophet, we want a king. And, he's like, all right, so if God chooses a king, you guys would all accept God's choice. And they're like, yeah, we'll accept God's choice. And when he chose Saul, they all, started bitching. So they all started complaining. And so that's the story in the Quran. Not the Hebrew Bible that tries to depict Saul as some, loser douchebag, fall from grace, kind of, I don't, which is a common theme in the Hebrew Bible. It's just like this depiction of these revered figures, like these, divine act individuals, God touched by God individuals, and the way they're being described. I mean, clearly you have to see that there's an agenda. Like this can't be. It's all part of testing. There we go. I don't know why, like, so weird when that bubble doesn't show up when you're talking, or that vibration or something. Where was there's just this notion, if you look at it, one could describe the Hebrew Bible as some sort of conspiracy of the kingdom of Judah, some sort of like state propaganda. Honestly, I think this is what the Hebrew Bible is. I think it's like state level, state sponsored propaganda, Hellenized, definitely Hellenistic. I mean, I just don't believe the God of Abraham would, or our God would use terms like son of God or, this language. This is Greco language. This is Roman Greco, clearly. Like, this isn't just some coincidence. It's not coincidence that these Greco-Romans have sons of God and all that. That idolatry, that paganism. No descendant of Abraham, no one not following the tradition of Abraham would be ever fooled by something like that. But again, like, this is what makes a lot of Jews truly just goy. Like, you're just like goy. It's just like, people don't have no spirit. no spirit breathed into you. There's no covenant binded in your blood. You're not adhering to no covenant standard. Like, it's like, just want to fool ourselves. And like, in a world where identity is fluid and one can just make shit up, I can make shit up. And as long as there's coherency to it, like, why not? And then let me compare myself to a bunch of other shitty, cults around the world. Proof. So stupid. I don't know why anybody would run with rabbinic Judaism. Straight up, I would not trust the, blue blood of Kingdom of Judea and whatever cult that continues to, like a weed, every time, the whole, castle's about to fall. Something about rabbinic Judaism, it's just like a rat that continues to survive. It's Satan. It's Satan. It's the hops of Satan throughout, the human time continuum. That's what it is. It is. I'm a Muslim. You guys know it, right? I'm straight up. I'm on team, one God. I'm with the Orthodox Jews on this one. I completely accept their positions for the most part. I believe Islam model itself after the halakha when it comes down to dealing with Christians. I mean, obviously with some, no commitment to violence or demeaning, but an overall commitment to destructure idolatry. And I believe that's probably where Islam went wrong, and that's why we're suffering the current negative slope, which hopefully on our bounce up we'll learn. And so it won't be a repetitive, we won't look insane in the history books. But I do, that synagogue of Satan, Jews who are not really Jews, but synagogue of Satan, let it go. I'm sorry, I would hate Jesus too. I mean, talk about a guy who is either been crucified for 2,000 years or, gone up to the heavens, whatever, or boiling in feces, whatever. This guy, who apparently is a Jew, gave the biggest FU, across centuries, 20 centuries, to, and you really believe there's a God at that point? I mean, I would disbelieve too, right? If I believed in that stuff, if you really think about it, Jesus, even if Jesus is false, he won at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. I mean, we could be cynical about it, but then what does that mean about your God? One of the biggest problems with Judaism is accounting for God failing at critical moments, even though the Jews are the only monotheists, as in they are what the nation of believers or representatives or the Khalifa or the Caliphate would have been on earth, the Kingdom of Solomon. And God had no problem, bringing down, completely just, the Hebrew Bible just, God's not, either he's distracted or clearly callous or something, or just stingy, I don't know, man. He even gets beaten by a foreign god, God of Moab. It's clearly state propaganda. There's no way you would believe that this is divinely revealed. It's just absolute insanity. Hebrew Bible. The story of Jacob and Esau, alone, if you had true belief in God, and I mean the belief of an innocent, like, I don't mean, so, I'm sorry, there are people who don't understand that there's a price to pay when you live life without faith in the true God. You know, God is forgiving, but the past is the past. And the past can't be changed. And there are consequences, you know, iniquities. And, you know, you will never have the same frequency of someone as a human who's lived their whole life, their whole awareness is connected to God, or understands that there's a God, or acknowledges a God, or orbits with God as the supreme. Like, you know, that's a different frequency, man. That's a different mindset. That's a different human. It's not the same. That's the human. Like, that's, you see that mindset a lot in Gaza, like in places like that. But it's rare around the world, especially in, you know, Judeo-Christian communities. It's just, you know, no faith, no commitment, nothing even close to Islam. Like Muslims, the way they commit to faith. I'm objectively speaking, as someone who's seen, like, both sides. I've gone to synagogue, I've gone to churches, I've been the fly on the wall. I'm not going to say I've been to a lot. No, like, you know, 3. To Catholic church. I go, I try to, you know, if I'm invited, if someone will go with me. No, I don't go alone. I don't go anywhere traveling or new alone. Just like, why go alone and look dumb on your own? It don't make any sense. Anyways. If that all, you know, doesn't make you, like, second guess, like, at this point it would just be stubbornness. Like, if you're Jew just because you're stubborn, you know, that's all it is. Like, even though, you know, it's fundamentally, Zionism fundamentally changed what it means to be a Jew. And yet there's this commitment that even if you don't believe in God, you know, I'm still committed to this narrative. Like, the narrative is their God, like, in a way. And that explains a lot, right? Like, I believe that explains a lot. The Jews believe that the rabbinic Judaism believes they're the authors of what God actualizes, or what, like, you know, the book of, like, destiny or fate, whatever they call it, the book of life. You know, they think they're the scribes, you know, unless their pens hit paper and the ink dries and they codify it. And that is when it is accepted. That's when it's divine. That's when it's godly. That's when it's taken into reverence. Yeah, it's not going to slide. I don't know why you would even revere the rabbis. What have the rabbis done for the Jewish people, quote unquote? What have they done? Seriously. If I'm just saying, because, you know, this isn't an obsession, because it is the history of this region, just from that region. So I honestly believe this history relates way more to me, I'm actually, there's a part of me a long time ago, like who's been baffled on why so many people around the world are interested in the place that I'm in, even though I hated the place I'm in, and I was willing to go back to the United States at any moment. It's weird how you grow up and perspectives change. But yeah, it's always weird looking at like Palestine and just like, all these people care about this. There are better places in America. Like, shit, there's Nintendo in America. Y'all couldn't leave America alone, could you? Like, whenever humanism wants to make a leap, you see Jews sabotaging, like dragging that foot like 2 steps back. Like, but maybe that is has the enforcement of the decree. Like, maybe he uses the Jews somehow. I mean, there's nothing inherent about Jews that makes them like bad. Clearly, I mean, there's nothing genetic because they're genetically diverse, different lineages. You can't like stereotype based on lineages. It's not publicly or popularly known. So what is it really? It's it's an association, right? It's a members only club. Where it's like Freemasonry. That's pretty much what Judaism is at this point. And or rabbinic Judaism, and you know what? They made different themes. That's what Freemasons, Illuminati, the orders, like all this stuff. It's all replicas of like rabbinic Jewish like bureaucracy or structures or laws. That's all it is. Just like the Kabbalah is just Platonism with Jewish painting, right? Jewish themes. Like this is, this happened before. This happens a lot, actually. But yeah, maybe though it is true. Like the people might not like this, but God has destined the world and the presence of humanity on this earth to be volatile with animosity. So it will have animosity. There will always be animosity. There will always be enemies. Right? So that's just the rule. So the name of the game, that's just the mechanics of the game. There has to be tribulation. That's the whole point. Tribulation brings a decision, facing a choice and a dichotomy, good, bad, dark, light. If I was just completely, which they already paid the price, but like they all got killed anyways. Like honestly, why would you like when you see rabbinic Judaism and this like over glorification of like Akiva or Mir, Hanasi, it's like isn't this the crowd or the chain of transmission into the future that originates from the very shit show that brought or endorsed the Bar Source Revolt. I'm sorry. It seems like Jesus' way ended up being much more influential, and one could say maybe even fractured internally the Roman Empire, which left it susceptible or vulnerable to the rise of Islam. One could say or explain divine providence that way. Just rabbinic Judaism has like this collapse in divine providence. You don't know what God is doing. Hundreds of years, void, gaps, no prophets, and nothing. Like, what's going on? What's God doing? Is God like dark matter? We just can't figure it out, or like quantum mechanics, some lineup of planets or galaxies that can happen. What is it about God and rabbinic Judaism, the tradition? What is God doing? That's a question. Like, if Jews, if the narrative is true, like you have this like chosen people and they're chosen to hold, carry the burden of like the law and being a standard and light to the nations and humanity and Bani Adam and all that. Like, and this is what it's supposed to be. This is the divine, interaction with humanity. This is a shit show. 4 exiles later, this is a shit show. Like, what is this? Like, you really gotta be sincerely asking yourself this question. Like, first time, it's on me. So, yeah, second time it's on, or what? Is it the first time it's on you? Second time it's on, it's on me? Or third time is the charm? Or what are we doing here? 4 times is what? Oh, but there's a 5th time too. Like, apparently there's like a 5th exile. Oh shit, like, which might end up somehow in a weird branch of time, assuming this multiverse shit is real. It is very much possible that the BHI in the future who see these problems relating to them in some sort of like dystopian reality where BHI now carry the mantle of who gets to identify as Jewish, which right now is the Ashkenaz, due to numbers, wealth, and influence. But that's Israel. They got like a Mizrahi rabbi, and they got an Ashkenazi rabbi. So you can see there's contention on this one. Like the Arab Jews are like, yeah, you guys are useful, but yeah, fuck no. If we're gonna give you the keys to the car of religion, you snow bunnies, yeah, we wouldn't trust you with the keys to the temple. You call yourself Jews, but we're not giving you the keys. So, I'm glad that's there, obviously. I mean, it's kind of hard to see like a Semite, like kind of unified identity. I guess. I mean, Arab world, right? I guess that's it. Yeah, I would not be following any of these rabbis, bro. I wouldn't follow this tradition of failures. Like, when you keeping record of like how many failures in a row? Like how long is this streak supposed to be? Oh, did the streak end with the rise of the secular national state? You know, the eugenic, injected false deity. Like that's when the streak ended. This can't be divine providence. You understand that Israel can't be divine providence, and the Orthodox logic, or this like Haladim logic of testing. Nope. Testing. This testing. I don't know. I'm just gonna disconnect. Test. There we go. I think that. No, not dead. That did it. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I wouldn't trust rabbinic Judaism. Like, I mean, especially like the lineages. Out of all the shit you could have set up a contingency for, like the goddamn Essenes were doing it. They had like these like doomsday libraries out there in the middle of nowhere. Clearly, they saw that there was going to be. How did it that these clowns prophesized that there was going to be a doomsday scenario? So, the story of Judaism is not taught, shouldn't be seen from the rabbinic Jewish lens. It definitely should be within weight. But, take that all the historic evidence we have, like especially with the Essenes, what they believed, and then connect that with Christianity. I'm just saying, it seems like they saw that there was going to be this collapse, and they were preparing for a collapse. And you see this records, and you see this notion of maintaining cleanliness. At first it seems like maybe they're just being like hyper religious or something, but when you think about it in a scenario of like where there's like for example in Gaza, like civil collapse in civil society, like cleanliness, that level of cleanliness, which might have been something you scuffed at, becomes essential and necessary, and a necessary guideline. And as long as that's kicked into memory and people practice it over and over again, they do it subconsciously, right? Yeah. The more you learn, the more you live life, the more, what seems silly to you maybe as a kid seems, you start understanding the wisdom of things. God is preparing us for the worst and preparing us for the best. think the Essenes the historic evidence is clear. They existed before Jesus. This can't be disputed. Did the Essenes prophecy, they just magically came true? Was it a coincidence? How did they anticipate the fall of, Jewish, I guess you could say, the kingdom, fall of, a civil order, civil government, or central government, or I don't know, classes, I guess you could say, maybe classes. So that's a miracle on its own. That's a prophecy that came true. I don't know. Clearly there has to be a connection. It's not a coincidence. Oh my God, this mic thing. Turn off the Wi-Fi. Test. Test. Now I'm alone. I need some. Okay. Nope. Still not working. This app has some sort of delay. I'm just gonna keep going. Maybe it'll just fix itself. Yeah, if your government, any government in the world, you go to war several times and you're just losing every single time, the people are going to topple you. They're going to overthrow you, kick you to the side. I mean, that's what the West did with the Catholic Church, right? That's what they did. Can you hear me? Just real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so, I mean, it would make sense if there is this so-called Jewish consciousness, Jewish people, or national, community, which, come on, no way this could have existed, but, you do you, boo. Whatever, believe in it. It would make sense to rebel against these guys. Honestly, what the Zionists did is just should have happened a long time ago. But it seems like only in the West was what Zionism is actually a creation of another body of government that isn't the Rabbanut. So that's actually what happened. And so you can count on the Rabbanut to be a failure because they're always failures. And so, the rats all the mice are going to jump ship anyways. So that is literally what happened. They all just jumped ship and they went to the Zionist ship. It's ironic. Yeah, a lot of people be saying Zionism and Judaism are two different things. Okay. I mean, one is the projection of the other. One is a cause, the other one is an effect. Sure. I mean, you gotta take the good with the bad. So, and they don't learn either. So continues in and how you know they don't learn. Uh, the theme repeats itself. So false messiahs show up, and you see the theme, and you see Shabtai Tzvi, and you see Frank, and it's just like, and Kabbalism. It's like the infiltrations, and they don't learn. They don't learn, and I'm confused. It's weird. Why is it that if you believe in God, you genuinely believe in God, why the necessity of like this shadow dagger shit? What is this? You know? And if this shadow dagger shit is valid, then, you know, what do you have against terrorism? You don't. Like, it's so. This is why I always roll my eyes, and I found it always, and I believe, will be the best talking point, and should always be the only talking point, is, you know, why the hell, why are you Jews? Why are you calling yourself Jews? I honestly don't understand why all these people are calling themselves Jews. Like, you know, just, you're a godless atheist. Even if your parents were pious Muslims, okay, you have special status now. You're an apostate, so, yeah. Okay, cool. So because he has special status now under an Islamic framework or paradigm, or related to like a specific spectrum of ethnic people, like what? Like there must be some sort of universal Jewish identity that, you know, transcends like adhering to axiomatic truths that you don't really believe in. I don't know. But it's a joke. It's seriously a joke. I don't know if it was an ego thing, or God meant this to be some sort of reflection, or God saw this the best way, or the most efficient, you know, the least action. I don't know. I don't know. It can't be just because Sarah threw a hissy fit, right? It can't be. It can't be that God meant for it, like, to be this way, a determined way. It can't be. It's, it would be stupid to believe so. A moral disaster to believe so. I just think if anybody who's surprised on why half the Jews are atheists, you know, are people who are just ignorant of Rabbinic Judaism and the Hebrew Bible. I honestly don't like the cognitive dissonance of people like Rohan when they throw rocks and they literally living in like you know, not even a glass house, a nylon homeless guys attempt to like shelter from rain. It's like nothing. You got nothing, bro. Like, why is this guy bringing like a Nerf gun to a gunfight? Hopefully, I don't age to a point where my mind becomes that rigid and static, and hopefully not. But it's usually you get that boomer vibe. It's like they're just stuck. They're just a model. They're just like they don't have that much processing power. All the processing power is dedicated to like making bitcoins. The bitcoins that they have that make them feel like they got something, some pseudo identity. It doesn't matter. Ties it all back to the blacks and the Jews and the ADOS or the Negro, or I don't know what you want to call it. I honestly don't see. Just like with the Jew, like you could say Jew, and the Jew is more sophisticated, and they have to be. It's because, like I said, they're spectrum, and they hold themselves to high standards. But even with that, a Jew, you could say it in a specific tone, and that could be an insult, and an insult will be usually received and will be noticed. And the same thing is with black people. The N-word. The N-word is the same thing in a way. Just that correlation should show you there's there's some sort of symmetry in the pattern that these two demographics are following, the trajectory that they're in, or the graph, you could say, the symmetry. It's clearly the symptoms of a people who are like remnants, gypsies in a way. It's a gypsy ideology, on the move, ragtag, maintaining some sort of like traditional memory, that kind of thing. Special privileges, secret handshakes, and like, we'll probably hire you over that German guy, stuff like that. It's so bad. It's so bad. This is what happens when tolerance is made. And again, another irony. Honestly, this stuff really, at the end of the day, you go crazy because it's so stupid. If the example of Jews and even Christians is David and Solomon and the kingdom of Solomon. Solomon was literally a Nazi. Like he was Hitler. Like in the sense that he was an authoritarian iron fist of divine power. Like, at least in Islam, like, hey, that kingdom, those people, they're worshiping fire. Dude, ultimatum, just like Muslims in the 7th century with like Heraclius, like, and Kisra, like of the Sassanids, like, bro, like you either tribute, you convert, or I send you to meet God. Like, and if that is the ideal, and what? Like, if you guys all want the Messiah so bad, and you want the Messianic kingdom so bad, and the recipe is that the law of God will be, enforced in an iron fist, what the fuck is preventing you from doing it right now? This is when you realize that Christians and Jews, they got nothing. When the Quran says they are literally upon nothing, It's true. Literally upon nothing. It's just like the Jews have found a tradition. They have found the tradition in gaslighting themselves, or scholars, or nerds. I'm sorry, or I mean, so many ways to look at it. Judaism as a body, with the rising of Christianity, because of Islam, created a dynamics, and especially in that regional world. And your religion, your affiliation with theology was necessary as a collective for you to survive in that jungle. So Judaism became a practical thing to keep around as a body that, collectives would use when they don't want to put themselves in a polar position or a bipolar position, aligned with one of two warring camps. That's where you see Judaism. It's usually adopted by, you see kingdoms like Heryar, Khazar, for political reasons. So you see now, Judaism ended a long time ago. Rabbinic Judaism was just a stubborn man. Whoever Hanasi is, I just don't believe one guy could revive a whole thing. Clearly there was some other intelligentsia body or something, which, Jews weren't wiped out of Palestine either, so I'm sure there were people, good people who had some, intuitive, honest, objective understanding of tradition that might have, been critical to the Pharisees. It could be. But the Mishnah is I don't really believe it's a one-man effort, but whatever, let's say it is, that's it. What do you got to show for anything other than this, one-man effort, that isn't much, that apparently, leads to some sort of, collective effort that culminates, I guess, in, the Babylonian temple. And then you see the Masoretic text. No thanks to Jews, right? That would be, thank you, Muslims. It would be, thank you. I think Christianity is just a sabotage anyways. Or Pauline Christianity. Which, by the way, I've heard from rabbis. You can check GPT as well. It's not binding or something. It's there though. But within, that Paul was this infiltrator. He was a spy. Or Peter. Actually it's Peter. Yeah. So there are rabbis who will tell you that they have a tradition where Peter is an infiltrating spy. This figure that Christians call Peter is actually a spy. And the whole purpose of this was to detach Christianity as a messianic Jewish movement from Judaism. That's what the objective was. And so Peter goes to Rome, the seat of the empire, and coordinates at a state level. A way of tackling this messianic movement as some sort of common enemy. So it's always weird when you're how did it get out of hand to this point? There's still a lot of Jews, this whole narrative that they taught us from maybe a decade ago. I don't know, some people are still in the dark. Still Plato's cave shit going on. Humans don't change. I believe Paul is also an infiltrator or a I believe he's an agent of the state, Rome itself. So I believe he's an agent of, he's just like the guy in the government that he's a Zionist, and he's Jewish, so he's connected. But he's still a Fed, right? Same thing. That's what Paul was. Paul was a Fed. And, Paul did the whole investigation, snooping around. He acted like someone who received a vision of clarity and a radical transformation. So, he used his reputation as someone who was an agent of the state, as a trampoline to credibility. So very very smart guy, Paul. If he's even real, honestly, if he's not just these Romans were very sophisticated. They had if the Jews were running something like the Sicarii, these assassins who run around just shagging people, kind of similar to how Palestinians are doing in Jerusalem, for example. It's weird, when I tell when you look at things, it's just Palestinians look very similar to ancient Israelites. The very conditions, the geography even, is very similar. It's literally makes you wonder. Personally, crazy, maybe you could say it's crazy. Whatever. I always think about divine providence. Always what's the next chess piece that God is gonna move? Oh yeah, I think it seems like it's the setting up of the stage to look very similar to the times of Jesus. And as the moment that brought Jesus, into presenting himself to the public, there was a reason. Yeah, Christians don't really know the reason. They just say well, that he was supposed to start his, predestined 3-year whatever nonsense. But whatever the factor is, most likely is a setting, and I think it's replicating itself. I think it's forming itself right now. I think if you look at it, isn't it ironic that the very West Bank, which is pretty much the main representation of any sort of funky Palestinian society at this point, is in Judea and Samaria, the very lands that the people, this mob who calls themselves, Israel now, is claiming, deeds to. It's very ironic, dude. It is very ironic. And you have Rome, and what does Rome do? They have like a vassal king, Herod, which is just Abu Mazen. That's pretty much it. Abu Mazen is literally our vassal king. He's the vassal king of Judah. It's fucking ridiculous, man. And guess what? We're facing the threat of incurring the ire of Rome, Israel, that might lead to the destruction of our temple mosque. Goodness, how times back then are very similar to times right now. So our Pharisees are practically the PA. Listen to what they say, but don't do what they do because they're hypocrites, right? Well, exactly. Exactly. I'd say the PA probably are closer to Jews than a lot of the people call themselves Jews. Definitely heading in the same trajectory, aren't they? I mean, what happens in the common era? There's eventually, and I've said this before, whoever's hearing, remember this very well. There will be a third intifada. It will be in the West Bank. It will happen. This war is not going to come to an end. This will escalate. It will go through changes and stages. And it's a domino effect. That's it. Someone called Leif and Sinwar lit the keg. They lit it up. So it's set to blow. Everybody knows it's gonna blow, dude. So at this point, I believe everybody is waking up. At least all the Arabs are waking up. So the Arabs are like, I guess the United States just let that shit happen. I guess Qatar. So Israel just is doing shit unchecked. This means someone else could do shit unchecked against us. Doesn't necessarily warrant an American response. So why the fuck are we paying these people at this point? Did they just flip the whole petrodollar dynamic on us? Did this motherfucking Trump guy just European us? Is that what he just did? Because this is what he did to the Europeans, with NATO. He tried to flip the cost of NATO and the maintenance and the very stand-up of NATO on the Europeans. As now American presence becomes a privilege, not a conqueror or a victor of World War II that's holding territory. Anyways, I think there's going to be because there was like two Jewish revolts. Yeah, right. First Jewish revolt, second Jewish revolt. I guess Bar Kokhba, I mean, hey, technically, if God is being fair, Jesus should show up, and we should have the opportunity. I mean, our tradition says we're not going to have issues. No one's going to reject him. I mean, I think the Mahdi figure is supposed to guarantee that we accept him. Interesting. Might be explained. Side note. We Muslims won't have contentions with Jesus. I mean, his arrival will be just a divine act on its own. No one would be able to deny it anyways. So Jesus can't even be denied. Just his very presence, anything that is literally antagonistic towards him just ends up decomposing or dissolving. So Jesus is coming with like absolute authority. It's not, the guy's radiating divine, authority. Coming with angels, bro. It doesn't matter if hopefully before Palestinians get to a point, or maybe the Arab world, I believe Palestinians, because the more I've learned about like Jewish history and like teachings and eschatology and like Christianity and their teachings and eschatology, the more I've like been connecting the dots and like blueprint, like see, the wave, the spectrum of like God's divine, providence, like how he's playing chess in the history of humanity. Like, where is it all? Because I think one of the things that prove that you're not connected with God, you're no sons of God, is that God doesn't even reveal anything to you, doesn't speak to you, nor are you on a trajectory that's already been set by a prophet. Jews are lost. They're mimicking that they have prophecies or that God is behind them. They're artificially creating it. And it's weird because like the Zohar definitely shows up after Islam, after Hadith. I believe the coincidences with the Zohar clearly have to mean that the Zohar is coming from our tradition at this point. Or it could be just a manipulation, which also could be good. Just we don't really, the Arab world, the Muslim world, literally has no interest in studying on rabbinic Judaism. Which is extremely interesting on its own. Until I realized like rabbinic Judaism is just like hot air. Like literally got nothing. Like Maimonides, like it's like they almost want to like scream them out of the grave. What the fuck did Maimonides do? Are you guys acting like Maimonides is Einstein? Like, guy didn't come up with no theory of relativity. He didn't change the equations of physics. Like, the fuck? Like, Maimonides is literally someone who took something that was trending in the Muslim world at the time and gave it a Jewish spin. You claim like he's literally like a reviver, some like head honcho authority, like shit, like Moses almost. And you should always be careful when like rabbis call someone Moses. When you see rabbis run away from that guy, whoever they, you see some sort of consensus on a guy they call like a second or a third Moses or whatever, just run. if it puts it into perspective, and because they act like they actually cared about the lineages and the maternal and the, they actually were like very nuanced about it, even before like rabbinic Judaism, during the times of the Temple Judaism. I could explain Akiva. It's like this guy's a convert, and he's like the second Moses. Like a convert. It's just like a goy, not even a seed of Abraham. And rabbinic Jews they're about to circumcise, like for the second time, like if they could, orally. Just the way they speak about Akiva, it's like almost like a giveaway. Like I mean, you can't prove anything absolutely, but like it's like, is it a coincidence that one of the most revered figure in like rabbinic Judaism is like this convert? It's kind of weird. Not only that, this convert leads to, the trajectory of events. Yeah, Bar Kokhba, military leader, blah, 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 but he would have had a religious consensus behind him. There's no way the people would have followed him in accordance to the numbers, apparently, that fucking Josephus talks about. I think it's like outrageous, grossly exaggerated. Whatever. I mean, the potential Josephus could have had if the motherfucker just stayed objective to the facts. Jews, man. Jews, bro. Can't. No integrity is there. It's just like zero integrity. I mean, fuck humanity. Like, at the end of the day, I don't blame you when you allow this ideology in your midst, or even if you don't believe it yourself, and you have your community orbiting this ideology, it's still an idol, it's still there. You still have this ideology that's built around like God sending a revelation to a select elect, an elect. And for some reason, only this group, the mighty cosmos creator, God. You understand God? A billion years. You understand what a billion years is? Older than that. Something that makes that look like a millimeter on a ruler. Or a fraction of a millimeter. Dude, Jesus Christ, the more I realize, like, dude, we're playing, we're beyond. I think when like it's really shown to us like reality, I think humanity is gonna suffer, two, psychologically catastrophic moments. It will come in the dunya where there will be some discovery, some revelation by nature, not necessarily solar, supernatural, that will literally, break everything. And so in this world, so we'll walk around like zombies practically, just from the realization. And then the second one is going to be Judgment Day. How horrific it's going to be. I think these two events are going to leave like an imprint in human consciousness, like in the forever from now. But this God, the one who is literally left us with this paradox universe, like he's trolling us. God literally is trolling us with this universe. he's got set up right now that we're like poking and measuring and like surprise. Like, this is a guy. It's like here, it's black hole right here. Quantum mechanics. Oh, you thought you were you thought you were tripping. You thought it was you thought I was down here. Quantum mechanics. Oh, here's a black hole. Black holes are real. Yeah, but yeah. By the way, all this physics crap you guys spent like jerking yourselves off and like building these nukes and shit. Yeah, by the way, this shit ain't even fundamental. It's not even fundamental. It's it's actually information. it's oh my good god. What the other than that, we are experiencing change and temporality. Logically, it shouldn't exist. Honestly, this shouldn't exist. We are literally witnessing a miracle. I sometimes I thought like certain verses in the Quran might be obsolete, like in the sense like, oh, the we this is a work of witchcraft, or we're under the effect of like sorcery, to imply like whatever this revelation that this prophet is preaching, the effect that you see in the masses clearly is induced. It's sorcery, it's trickery, it's an illusion. And even if they see the miracle itself, they're under an illusion, witchcraft. Comico. So you would think that this is obsolete, like miracles, the age of miracles is over. In a way, the age of miracles has started. It started when we realized, like, maybe even since Newton, if you want to go, but sure, Einstein, theory of relativity, yeah, let's say, I mean, at least based on it seems like, but even Einstein got it wrong. Like, a lot of people, like, act like Einstein was, like, slam dunk kind of guy. No, he wasn't. It was definitely a group effort. Which I don't know why isn't highlighted enough. Might be, for side panel, someone put that in some sort of notes for when we have our anti-Jew mash kind of get-togethers. And we can put that in the minutes somewhere. But it just started, and the physics and the way which I don't think people like it's dawned on them yet, or people just don't give a shit. Like, I mean, I don't know how other people live their lives. I don't know. I got like a tether considering God. I got a field. I'm connected. Some people live like they're a needle in a haystack. It's just fucking weird. Like no, depth. Like no global. They don't see themselves as a global citizen. Some part of something divine. I don't know. Again, Plato's kid. But when a lot of the initial expectations of Einstein, they turned out to be wrong. And even right now, these fundamental, like what these scientists, physicists thought was intuitive and should be the case actually is the opposite, and this continues to happen. So and even and quantum mechanics and even with black holes now. So the physics seems to be pouring out a fountain of just like error, smiley face, troll. Like this is what the universe is doing right now. So this is what physics is telling us about the universe. The universe is trolling us. God is trolling us. You got dark matter, you got black holes, you got quantum, you got like awareness. It's inside out, outside in. Reality is just like, I mean, Teterax. It wouldn't even be. I think it's definitely beyond that, but it's there, but it's not there. It's crazy. That's where physics is at. So I think it's gonna be. We're gonna be the days of rapid discovery. Those days of like Einstein, 1920s or I think that era is ended. We're going into like uncharted territories. I don't know. I believe there's going to be a long-term impact because of this. Just in academia, like research or stuff. It might lead to like a renaissance in a way, maybe for philosophy, or just a new way of approaching science, like logic and reason. Because just like we're not going to have the technology or the energy to like, observe things with our senses. We're just not. It's all being done mainly by math. It's we're being trolled, dude, and the way with the time dilation works. What is death?
Time dilation.
What is time? Like, bro, like you could be from the moment you're dying. If the scales, if we're looking at the quantum scale, if you truly understand, and I can't even wrap my head, but I've used some examples like as I've been looking into this stuff, like help me like have some sort of mental image. The scale between you and that critical point, like quantum mechanics, that in scale is greater than the scale between you and the expanding universe. And I'm just let that. I don't know what to. I'm still processing that, but it's kind of a mind fuck. I mean, what would the difference for you be living on a planet like Earth, the size of Earth, that is hospitable, versus a planet like, if possible, physics, Saturn, something just bigger, where you would scale up in size? Like, what does it matter if you have like, what was that movie where they shrink everybody down and they live in like this ecosystem pod, and like it's like a utopia because like food supply is just like endless because like a can of tuna can feed like a whole community because of the scale, right? What movie was that? What's that movie where they shrink people down? There's like,
Not the superhero one, right? little ass dude.
It's like they discover technology, and then there's like human migration into these like very small cities. Is it I Shrunk the Kids? No, I don't think so. Oh, okay. Shrink people.
One said downsizing, Royal said downsizing.
I think that's what it is, downsizing. That's that rung a bell. See, what would the difference be, really? Like, does it really change your experience? Like, if no one ever told you, like we didn't even know these scales existed, anyways. I'm just recently become familiar with like a Planck scale and what this means. I'm still processing it, but I'm just saying, there's like, if what it is, it's all just geometry. You know, what's really the difference between a triangle the size of the Empire State and a triangle the size of an atom? Yes, there's really no difference. So it might not be the case. I don't know. Maybe there's something that prevents it from happening. But why couldn't God just put a universe right now between you and, the closest thing, the wall, I guess? A whole universe, a civilization, a living thing, in like a quantum scaling. What would, I'm just saying, at that point, it's just like, what is it to be the size of a galaxy versus to be the size of a neutron or an electron? What is it? Nothing.
You mean like, what would it do for you?
The problem, this is, giving me something like an angst, because I can't, because I feel like my intuitive, which it's not something I was necessarily conscious of, but my intuitive understanding of like the seven heavens, something that would include scale and like an alignment and an above, it's kind of forcing me to like try to come up with a secondary theory on what like seven heavens actually means.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept, seven heavens.
It's just like scale, like, why is it like in our way of thinking, like God has to be like the biggest man on the block? Why? Like, where does that come from? I mean, clearly it comes from like a history of paganism. That shit like corrupted the way we think. But if we fundamentally think about God, the way at least the Christians kind of got to, but I don't know why, for some reason, awareness is like this word they tried to, I don't know. I mean, clearly
I put it in the ChatGPT, and it said in ancient physiological thought, it says ancient Mesopotamian and Greek cosmologies also imagined seven layers of heaven/sky, often linked to the seven visible celestial bodies: the moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, because you see atheists or even academia obviously has to entertain the theory, but maybe it was the Greeks that started all this and we're simply copying their shit. And that is plausible. I mean, might not be plausible because we're believers in a way. I'm not saying confirmation bias, but...
Or that maybe they've, they tapped into something that we didn't get to later, right? Like, we got this through Revelation, but maybe
they learned
Exactly. That's the Islamic. So that's the internal explanation how we, justify these similarities. We just say, well, it could be that there was a tradition or revelation that came within that nation. That is what led to these similarities. So, or they're just natural truths that they discovered, which resonate with the natural truths for something like that.
Yeah, I meant to thumbs that.
It is interesting. I do believe there's something more behind like the Greek gods. I think Zeus, and I think there's these are somehow representative of real people or figures or something. Maybe angels even. I don't know. Just deified. And if according to the Quran, the angels would just absolutely despise even coming close to somewhere like that. So if I was an angel called Zeus, and I had an experience on Earth where people have worshipped me as God, I wouldn't even show my face around.
Why is that?
Just even though they understand free will and humans and God did this, it's just to them it's still God, this guy is insulting you in my name, and to them it would be just extremely humbling, or they would just that's how they are. God is absolute to the angels, and he's just he's present, and I mean both in an awareness, a consciousness, but also in a fundamental gravity kind of way. It's just God is he's connected. He's plugged into the grid, and it's only him. He's got the codes to the grid. Honestly, I do believe in the Quran and all that stuff, but even as a kid, I've always again, because I'm someone who just grew up believing in God, believed that of course there's this. I don't know, as a child it didn't seem even something that deserved even a question back, or questioning, a line of questioning. Oh, God, yeah, that makes sense. Wasn't even, I don't know why. It's just yeah, of course. I remember maybe a few trying to just think about it, but I don't know. As a kid, for some reason, it clicked. Maybe influenced by movies or something, but I always felt, I don't know, as a kid when you develop consciously, you become aware of yourself. I don't know. You start staring in the mirror or something. I don't know if you had that experience as a kid, or you remember that.
Staring in the mirror? Or
Yeah,
consciousness?
Yeah, that moment as a kid when you finally look in the mirror and you're me, and you start truly kind of analyzing the geometry that is your face and who you are.
Oh, and also even relatives. I actually remember the distinct moment I came to terms with as a child that my mom was my mother, and not just this person that has been nurturing for me and caring for me, right? But they're my parent, and I came out. You know what I mean? That I remember that.
Oh, understanding what is mother or father, and
yeah, even outside of myself, it was it was crazy. I think I went up to my mom and I was just looking at her wow, I don't know, it blew my mind.
I don't know, for some reason to me asking those questions was always done within like the inner consciousness, like inner dwelling, like within your mind, or contemplation. It was never like professed out loud, like kind of thing. I don't know why. Like why? I don't know. Why did I see this? Something too complex? I don't know. But yeah, you can remember. I don't know. A lot of people don't remember, but I do remember glimpses of recognizing myself, or trying, or contemplating, myself or my parent, or just like what is going on. What I've been told. Kind of like registering. Like, I don't know if you ever study for an exam, like maybe before you go to sleep, like you just like kind of run through the information. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
It helps it stick. Like it's just like.
Yeah, it's like a refresh. You read like the outlines of it. But yeah, memory is another crazy concept. Like sometimes you really unlock memories.
Dude, I don't even. I can't. I don't know what is. I thought I could make sense of it all. Like I thought if I could just like, logic, reason, like physics. I'm the guy. I believe I can see stuff too. Like, and I feel like, and then when you try to like awareness and try to like theory of everything, this whole thing, it's just like, nah, dude, this we're so clueless. This is tricky. I don't think we'll ever figure this out. It's not. We're not gonna figure it out in this life. Definitely not.
Yeah, I think that's by design. I think too. Like
I think we're very clueless. I think we're so clueless that the ancients, when we all resurrected, and we might be talking. I don't know if we'll even have the time to like side chat. You guys were like all cavemen. Bronze Age,